Who needs a TV when you got me? Yeah. Oh. pretty cool, actually. Oh.
In the mix, new energy style.
Can you feel it? I want to get high tonight. I want to get high tonight. I can feel it. Higher. Higher. Oh, yeah. Do you want some? Come on, tell me.
Okay, tonight, the Essential Mix at the 6th birthday. if you're listening at home, I'm really sorry you can't be here, eh? But join in anyway. Live in the UK till 4 in the morning, Paul Oakenfold coming up.
Essential.
Do you want some? Do you want some? Oh yeah! I'm getting higher. Oh my God. I can feel it. Oh yeah. Higher. Higher. Come on, higher. Oh yeah. Get out of here. You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy.
The Essential Mix live on Radio 1, live at Kashira tonight. Welcome to Cream's 6th birthday.
Keep pumping it up for Radio 1.
All of you look at me and you say, I'm crazy. Oh my God. There's no one. Oh my God, it's no one time. Come on. Oh yeah. You're driving me crazy. I'm alright. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I got some weed. Oh yeah. I got what I need. The 20s of weed. Oh yeah. So good. Do you want some? You're driving me crazy. What you gonna do is smoke some weed. Yes, indeed. Oh my God. Can you believe it? 2 grams will charge 20 quid. 20 quid, that is it. Oh my God. £10, right? Not 37, 30, 20, just 10 pounds. 50 grams of golden butter from Virginia. Oh my God. £10. Everly, £10.
We're at Cream for the 6th birthday, if you hadn't noticed. 6 years! Yo! I remember the first time. Were you here the first time?
This time, baby, it will be the last time.
It's still good. It's still a good shag after 6 years, I'll tell you. Radio 1 The Central Mix live from Premier Liverpool through till 4 in the morning on the radio.
Clap your hands. Put your hands in the air. Oh yeah. Come on. Put your hands in the air like you don't care. Oh yeah. Oh my God. How you doing? Yeah. That's what I got. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's go. Oh yeah. I'm gonna roll one. Oh, okay. Oh, we got one time. Put the phone down. That's it. Oh my God. Pick up the weight. Like that, yeah. Give me a Rizla. Put one Rizla down at the table and say, right, pack it. Pack it. Oh my God, I'm packing it. Oh, yeah. You got round the worst, right? I'll be tobacco. Set back. Just set back. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh my God. Are you ready? Here we go. One time. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to hold on to this one. Oh, yeah. I backed it. Oh, my God. I'm getting tired. I can feel it. Oh, yeah. Do you want some? Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Come on around.
Essential heat. Essential heat.
I am the Rooftone Raver. I am your family friend. I treat you this week and got it upset. I will make you happy in the end. Oh yeah. That's pretty cool. I like that. I think I'll turn it over. Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. Turn it over. I played it this afternoon, I think. Yeah, I did. The real Stone Raver, your family friend. He treats you to be anxiety and upset. He will make you happy in the end. Oh yeah. I went down to Easy today on Market Street, and I sat Coach Cafe, and I went in and poured a gold and down to some money, and I tipped them. Not yeah, I did. And I went to Coach Cafe, I'm going to be over there as well. I think I'll give about 15 nuts away today. Different people. I was like, yeah. It's quite funny, really. Some people will say, no. I'm saying it's the last one that you kill have it for you, you know? I've got 7 left, that's it. I am the Rooster Raver. I am your family friend. I treat to be anxiety and upset. I will make you happy in the end. Oh yeah. Come on. Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Because I suck. Oh my god. Are you ready? Come on! I've got it right here. Here it is. Oh my god, it's a cheeky. It's a fucking motherfucking cheeky. There it is. It's a cheeky. Oh my god. Tastes good. Oh my God. Hey. It can also be known as a lip burner. Oh yeah. Lip burner. Lip burner. Oh yeah.
È essenziale. Radio 1's Essential Mix live across Europe tonight. From Cream in Liverpool on the 6th day. My name's Pete Tom. Paul Oakenfold coming up, our resident here at Cream. At 3 o'clock through till 4 live on the radio.
Pete Tong is the sexy essential sound.
Pack that motherfucker. Okay, boss. There it is. Oops, there it is. Oops, there it is. Just gotta lick it. Can you lick it for me, baby? Can you lick it? What we're doing. There it is. Oh my God. Oh, spectacular. And I'm rolling another one. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my God. Oh, so I'm down. That's all I do. Look at this. Look. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do you want some? Do you want some?
Essential.
You had a bad today.
The Essential Mix live on Radio 1 at 3 in Liverpool.
If you're running to me, right, and you see me, and I'll give you a rucksack, that's great. You know what I mean? It's amazing. Yeah. One pink one. Pink. The last one. Oh my God. The Real Stone Reaver. Your family friend. Diana's rucksack for the children. Yes, oh yes. Let's see the kids up to the up. Woohoo! I think you want a blue one, I think you want a yellow one, I think you want a pink one, yeah, all that, all that.
The Essential Mix Live at Cream for the 6th birthday. We're at the courtyard. This is the home. Put your hands together for Paul Oakenfold.
Oh. Ah. All you need is love. 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 Love is all you need. 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 All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love is all you need. Love is all you need. Love is all you need. All you need is love. Yeah, give us some love, baby. Give up. Oh, yeah. I can feel the love deep inside your body. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Joint number 2. Joint number 2. Say it's going to be joint number 3. Oh, yeah. Give it to me, baby. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalize weed today. Hey, come on. remember X-Files? Yeah? I remember X-Files. Oh, yeah. I used to love it. It was amazing. I was like, oh, my God. Shotgun Absolution Crew. Oh, yeah. Shotgun Absolution Shadow Crew. Oh, yeah. Shotgun Absolution Seduction Crew. Oh, yeah. Shotgun Absolution Taunton Crew. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Shotgun Absolution London Crew. Oh, yeah. Joint number 3. Oh, yeah. Keep puffing. Oh, my God.
Keep it essential.
He's taking it easy. He's smoking joint number 3. And, well, can I say, can he handle it? I don't know. Oh, my God. God damn! Is he okay? Yeah, he's a real star raver. He's fine. Don't worry about him. Oh my God! Yeah, you feel the force. Yeah, you feel the force. Oh my God! Joint number 3 is killing me. Oh my God! Right, that's on his house. What should we go for? I don't know really. Oh God, fucking hell. Oh. Seduction. Baby, come to mine. We can play a bit of seduction. Oh yeah. I'm gonna go for a pee, I'd say. I have, honestly. I'm burning up as well. I'm so hot I can't believe it. All the whistles inside! All the whistles inside! I'll try to work on the shot today. Everything! On time! I'm gonna dance with you on your back. Start your collective. You can't take it! High class! Away against your high class! Away against your high class! Away against your high class! What's in the air? How's the still car? All the blues inside! You're a player of America! It's your fucking time! So you can make some noise in Chicago! Your time! Drop the beat! Drop that beat! Let the club! Drop the beat! The choice of our next generation! The choice of the next generation! The choice of the next generation! How's the Joker? How we are coming? How we are coming? How's the Joker? How we are coming? How's the Joker? How we are Come on! Let's do it!
Are you ready? Out the Delta. Pump, pump. Wicked, wicked, wicked. Hardcore freestyle. You know we can't talk the murder. Keep moving. Keep moving. How it goes? You know we celebrating. Keep moving. That's what's up. Respect to the hardcore. Big set into the street car. Hard talk to the murder. You're all down by the line. You're coming up over the line. Respect. Three. Come on. Wicked, wicked. All the hardcore. Respect to the right side. Come on! Respect when that's ready. Respect when that's ready. Let's go. Respect you. Keep up it. 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 Hardcore. Come on. Let's take a river. Go to the first station. That's the fire. Hardcore radio. Something, something. It's doing something. Hardcore radio. Welcome to the hardcore. It's in the riddle. Go to the first station. Ready for the hardcore. You ready for the something? You ready for the something? Josh, to the murder. Dinner is the go. Out the Delta. Put it hard. Beat it on the hardcore guys. Pump it up, pump it up. Roll down with the finger. Keep moving. Keep moving. Outside the Delta line. Are you ready? man. Delta. Arizona. Delta. Arizona. Delta. And as the morning moves on, big shout to the Porter. 21st century time. We take ya. Someone to love ya. And someone to hate ya. Talking on your mind. Lyrical maker. Hardcore teacher. We still supposed to hear ya. 1, 2, 3, go. 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 Everybody, oh yeah, go. Help time. Help time. All through this time, inside the place. Oh my God! Oh, good job, God! Yeah, ready for the ride of your life! Here comes! Let's get ready! Let's get on! Let's get on! Oh, here it is! Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Flex out your soul. Reach out and feel that emotion. Oh man! Put up on you wide. I'm gonna be down. Put up on you wide. I'm gonna be down. Put up on you wide. I'm gonna be down. I'm gonna be down. Come on! I'm gonna be down. You
Put your hands in the air. Oh, yeah. Come on. Put your hands in the air like you don't care. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. How you doing? Oh, yeah. Look what I got. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna roll one. I'm gonna roll. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We have one side. Put the fun down. I say, oh, my God. Pick up the weight. So that, yeah. Give me a wrist up. Put one wrist up down on this side. Other side front. Back it. Back it. Oh, my God. I'm back it. Oh, yeah. You put right in one, right? Okay, see my nose? Set it down. Set it down. You know it? Yeah. This joint is packed. This joint is joint number 4. You know the score. Oh, yeah. Oh. One Skinners, yes, oh yes, one skin. Now, when I was driving all these years, right, I thought it's best to just have a smoke on the little one paper. That's it. You know, woohoo, yeah. It just keeps you rolling, doesn't it? You're rolling forever. You're like, yeah, I'm rolling. You know the score. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. I just dropped my weed on the floor. Oh, my God. Not really. Yeah! I've got to turn my heating down in a minute. Yeah, I'm talking to my phone. Yeah, over there. I'm just gonna turn my heating down. It was on 100, right? I was a bit cold. I turned up to 200. You know what I mean? Oh my God. real stone paper. Your very friend. She can be angry and upset. It will make you happy in the end. Oh, yeah. I went down to East today at Market Street. And on Saturday, and on the front door, I went in just to the dog, money. And on Tuesday, not Saturday, yeah, I did. And I went to Coast to San Diego. Yeah, so, I think I'll do about 15 practice days today. It was like something like, oh, yeah. I'm saying to that one, but if you let it, yeah, you know. I've got 7 left, I think. I am the Bristol Reaper. I am your very friend. I treat you to be anxiety and upset. I will make you happy in the end. Oh, yeah. You are. Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. I want you. Are you ready, Shiva? I've got it right here. Here it is. Oh my God, it's cheeky. It's that fucking motherfucking cheeky. There it is. It's cheeky. Oh my God. This is cheeky. I'm getting finished it already. I can't believe it. It's good. Oh my God. Hey. It can also be known as a lip burner. Oh yeah. Yeah. Lip burner. Four joints tonight at Mullen. Oh, say what? I'm going to smack them all. I'm going to put this away, over there somewhere. I'll just have that tomorrow. I feel bullied. I feel, oh my God, I feel like baked. You know what I mean? So baked, I can't believe it. I think I need a month. Oh my god. Oh, oh. Oh. I'm fucking baked. I'm fucking serious. I am fucking moved. I'm not taking the piss. I'm fucking being honest with you. I mean, fucking hell. It's fucking. Oh,
The Essential Mix live on Radio 1 at Premium Local. oh. The Essential Mix live at Cream for the 6th birthday. We're at the courtyard. This is the home. Put your hands together for Paul Oakenfold.
All you need is love. 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 Love is all you need. 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 All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love is all you need. Love is all you need. Love is all you need. All you need is love. Yeah, give us some love, baby. Give up. Oh, yeah. the body. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh. Oh. Truth number two. Truth number two. She's giving truth number three. Oh yeah. I got to Jordan 4 and that was it. I was like, oh my God. Oh. Give it to me, baby. There's no other way. There's no other way. These are not ways to die. Here, you on. You remember X-Files? Yeah. I remember X-Files. Oh, yeah. I used to love it. It was amazing. I'm like, oh my God. Take it easy. He's stepping foot number 3, and well, what can I say? Can he handle it? I don't know. Oh my God. God damn. Is he okay? Yeah, he's a ripped up red, but he's fine. Don't worry about him. Oh my God. close the house. What should you go for? I don't know really. Oh God, fucking hell. Seduction. Baby, come to mine. We can play a bit of seduction. Oh, yeah. I'm going to go for a pee, I'd say I have, honestly. I'm burning up as well. I'm so hot, I can't believe it. Put your hands in the air. Oh, yeah. can do it. Oh, yeah. Look what I got. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna roll one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got one side. Put the band down. That's it. Oh, my God. Pick up the weight. Got that, yeah. Get your RZA. Put one RZA down on this table. Let's say, right. Crack it. Crack it. Oh, my God. I'm back. Oh, yeah. And you put round the miles, right? Okay, tobacco. £10. £10. You know what? Yeah. Oh my God. Are you ready? Here we go. One song. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to hold on to this one. Oh, yeah. I'm backed it. Oh, my God. I'm getting higher. I can feel it. Oh, yeah. Do you want some? Oh, yeah. Oh, oh, the murder. It's crazy. Oh, fuck out. Oh,
You know what it is?
mm. Oh,
That's pretty cool. I like that. I think I'll turn it over. Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. Turn it over. I'll play it this afternoon, I think. Yeah, I do. The real Stone Breaker. Your very friend.
oh.
She's the big Antonio and upset. People make you happy in the end. Oh, yeah.
Oh. 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 Oh.
am the Risco Raver. I am your very friend. A treat to be enjoying and upset. I will make you happy in the end. Oh yeah. You are. Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Because I'm sad. Oh my God. Are you ready, Cuba? I've got it right here. Here it is. Oh my God. It's cheeky. It's a fucking motherfucking cheeky. There it is. It's cheeky. Oh my God. It's good. Oh my God. Hey. It can also be known as a lip burner. Oh yeah. Lip burner. Lip burner. Oh yeah.
Radio One's essentially flying across Europe tonight. From Creamy Elbow to 6th birthday. My name's Pete Song. Paul Oakenfold coming up, our resident here at Cream. At 3 o'clock, Crystal Call live on the radio.
Just gotta make it. King of the King, put me baby, King of the King. There it is. Oh my God. Oh, smack down. And I'll throw in another one. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my God. Oh, God damn. There's a lot of things in here, isn't it?
Oh, I'm pretty fat. Oh my God. So, oh. Mm. Oh, it's Friday, 8 minutes past midnight.
roll. Put it down to the DJ production. Respect like I brought out the sound of food. Free. Respect. Are you ready? Roll it, you roll it. Come on! Ready for the conference. yeah. Listen up. The last one from DJ Seduction. Helter Skelter. Helter Skelter.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Helter Skelter. Make some noise for the DJ Seduction. Last one. United as DJ. When the one night the people coming in play. Coming at ya, coming at ya. Ah, yeah, yeah. The last one from the Ultimate Seduction. Ah, yeah. Here it comes. How we are hardcore, how we are moving on. Lyrically, they tell us to move it on. Hardcore, how we are moving on. Lyrically, they tell us to move it on. Hardcore time. Hardcore time. Oh, yeah. All together. Blow your whistle. Blow your horn. Blow your horn. Blow your horn. At the same time. As we rise. As we rise. As we rise. Nobody wants to Nobody wants to put up your down. I'm talking about.
Oh. 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 Ah. Oh, it's 12:15. I think I'll put the TV on. Yeah. Volume controls, here we go. Lovely. Oh. I had to cool down. I turned my heating down from 200 to 100. My door's wide open. Oh.
Balls on the floor and just puts the
Oh,
ball
not
over.
football. Fucking hell.
The noise in the stadium from that member is actually deafening.
Oh, what was
This weather's class, mate, isn't it?
We're getting a bit of tan today. You're nearly as red as his seats,
Oh.
mate.
Settle down, mate. Hey, listen, we've got a bit of a surprise here.
Oh, what's this, mate?
So I've managed to pull a few strings.
Okay.
I know we talked about the roof. We're going up there, mate.
Really?
Serious, we're going up there.
Oh,
We're going up there now.
Come on, let's do it. Here we go.
You sure? Well, this is it, Josh. The roof of the principal house.
Oh, God, it's high up here, isn't it?
Yeah, great view. Huh? Just one. Spot there now. Being up here, Josh, reminds me of one thing. 2008, the hacker, right? Put the 10-yard line there. That one came up with a standoff idea, didn't he? So when they finish the hacker, we just stand there and stare at them. No one would turn away. The crowd would go berserk. And then we lost by 40 points. Look, I'm on a tour down there. But hey!
Hey!
Oh, fuck off.
Well, funny enough.
Especially Shane Shadows and Shane Shadow.
On the weekends after the game played, I'd be on the Sunday.
Funny.
That's better. Oh.
Hello and a very good welcome to Shop on TV. I'm Hayley Green.
And I'm Sean Crawley.
And together with Shelley, and we have some of the most incredible timepieces. We've got prices we just can't.
Collectible timepieces that are brands that you know and recognise and love. Starting
Oh.
at $24.99.
Crazy.
Oh,
And the
fuck
most
hell.
expensive, £125.
Shit.
So if you've got any birthdays coming up, any special occasions, whether it's a 21st or an 18th, or perhaps someone's getting married, perhaps you want to buy something for a groomsman, we have got the timepiece for the guys, but we've also got some fabulous timepieces for all the girls as well. And we've got an amazing timepiece for the ladies, which is under £30, which again, you won't believe what you're going to be running.
Most pieces that we've got on the show tonight are better than half price. So get shopping straight away. On the website, you'll find everything that we have available for you. shopontv.co.uk is the easiest way to order. You can order on the phone, 0333 241 241. Now, if you've not shopped with us before, welcome to ITV1 and STV. You just need the item number at the top of the screen. And
our best dishwasher tablet yet. Breaks down stains, cuts through grease, and boosts shine without pre-rinsing. Finish Ultimate Plus, a superb finish even on tough challenges. Keep away from children.
Maybe I'm meant to be an unbelievable baker.
Join some of Britain's most famous faces
what are you doing?
I don't know.
as they take on baking's toughest challenge.
Have you practiced this?
I'm not very good at homework.
Hollywood.
It's Claire Balding.
You're really good looking up.
It's not going to be too sweet.
I can add pepper if you like.
Will they excel in the tent,
This is number 5.
Out of 4.
Paul's impressed with your piping.
or will it take them to baking point?
That jerky is delicious. 8 lads of sponge. Never been seen before on Bake Off.
Brand new The Great Celebrity Bake Off for Stand Up to Cancer on Channel 4. Starts Sunday at 7:40.
We are the first fan family of country music. Heaven is the head that wears the crown. There can only be one queen. Bring it on, sister. Show must go on.
If you don't like this family, leave.
You think I can't continue this legacy? You just watch.
Mama on Channel 4. Stream now.
The search for answers has crossed the channel as Britain plays its part in Operation Paget. Investigating Diana death in Paris now on Channel 4, which might be a change to the programme you were expecting.
Diana, Princess of Wales, has died. This is according to British sources.
The most photographed woman in the world has died trying not to have her photo taken. That doesn't make sense.
Mourir comme n'importe quel kidam dans un tunnel, dans un banal accident de circulation. Non, je ne peux pas y croire. Bah si, si. C'est la vie, malheureusement.
Around half the population is now surfing cyberspace. So just what is everyone doing online?
It's very difficult to defeat a conspiracy theory.
Rubbish. Cover up. Definitely cover up. I think it's a little bit suspicious for an accident.
In a fine example of British legal understatement, the coroner said he was mindful that there was some speculation in some quarters that this might not have been a simple car accident.
There's so many coincidences, so many odd things that just don't add up.
Why would someone want to kill the Princess of Wales?
85% of the ordinary people of this country believe Diana was murdered with my son.
I remember vividly, we were having a seminar, and I got a text from my office at Scotland Yard which said that you were asked to do an inquiry into the death of Princess Diana. And I thought, surely that means the Metropolitan Police are doing it. I rang up and they said, no, you've been asked to do by the Royal Coroner to do this personally, which was unprecedented for the Commission to do an inquiry of that nature. I knew from the very beginning of this inquiry it was going to be exceptionally difficult. The allegations that the most popular woman in the world has been murdered by the Queen's husband together with MI6. That's very stuff. I remember the newspaper headlines. I also remember what was coming over on the television and the radio, and it was obvious that 8% of the population believed there was a conspiracy. Even relatives of mine said there's something behind this and someone's murdered her. That was part of the decision for me to do it, actually, because at the end of the day, we had to get to the bottom of what went on here.
What we were investigating was conspiracy to murder. It's not going to be a quick and easy inquiry. You know, people immediately said Lord Stevens is part of the establishment. He's going to find that there's nothing in there. But in actual fact, there were some things in the conspiracy allegations that needed to be sorted out.
Well, we got together and we decided that we were going to look at every single allegation that had been made. Every single one. It was 104 allegations.
I could probably best liken it, when I first looked at it, to like, there's a mountain in front of you, just a mountain. And I remember the whiteboard in Scotland Yard where we tried to break down the allegations into areas or themes, you know, family, engagement, pregnancy, you know, MI6, blood, a collision. Each of those was allocated to one of the team.
That's the only way we could do it. Because if you left one allegation out, the whole house would come tumbling down. One allegation would affect our credibility if it wasn't proved one way or the other.
Lord Stevens had told us right at the beginning,
go where the evidence takes you.
Step by step, eventually you'll get to the top of the mountain.
I've been screaming for the last 5 years that what happened to Dodi and Diana is absolute 100% murder by these dark forces, which the intelligence services.
At the beginning of Paget, could have looked like quite a lot of lazy people sitting around an office watching TV, because the team were looking at everything we could find. There was an awful lot of that material out there.
You believe there was a conspiracy to kill
Oh.
They been murdered. Dodi and Diana being murdered, definitely.
Go and find the evidence. If there's evidence of conspiracy, go and follow it.
Who would want them dead?
78-90% of the population thought there was something in it. Partly because they were hearing the media's view of it. I'm not here to comment on the media one way or another, but they were hearing the media's view.
Do I sit in any particular way? Start with the tits out. Alright. Like, it was so much fun while Diana was alive. She kept us all in, fancy cars and nice clothes. We could get away with anything. We could hack anybody's phone, break into the house and nick pictures, whatever we wanted. And then Diana died, and that's the fun stopped, and circulation fell off a cliff as well. Diana sold so many papers. We kind of wanted to keep her going, keep her alive in a way.
The Mirror chose today to publish the full text of a letter Diana gave Paul Burrell. In his book, the name of the man she suspected of conspiring to kill her was blacked out. Today it was revealed she'd written, "My husband."
Mr. Burrell, is there anything you'd like to say at all?
Paul Burrell's aware this will go down in history. It's the very precise nature of what she said. A quote, accident in my car.
What that headline is saying and that note is that Princess of Wales in 1995 feared there might be a plan to get rid of her in an accident. You can't dismiss that because 2 years later she died in a car accident. What it meant for the Metropolitan Police was that here was a piece of evidence. There's actually a letter in existence. At that time, there was a lot in the media about, this three in the marriage, and this thought that Camilla was usurping the Princess of Wales. We wanted to know exactly what was behind that note. How did Mr. Burrell come by it? Whether you like Mr. Burrell or not is immaterial. He was at the centre of her life.
All I can tell you is, behind closed doors, I was looking after my friend. She was called Diana. I understood her fight and her struggles, and I knew where all the enemies were. And they were all coming for us at the same time, whether it's the Queen's household or the Prince Philip's household or the Prince of Wales household. They were all against us. And what I wanted to do with the book was to defend the princess's memory.
Crumbs. It's a difficult one for me because I know why he published it, but I know what he got for publishing it. I can't tell you how I know. It's a substantial amount of money.
The police wanted to see the note, which is a private note, but I thought it was of national importance, and they should see it to know how vulnerable she was, how frightened she was, and how marginalised she was.
I am sitting here at my desk today in October, longing for someone to hug me and encourage me to keep strong.
The princess wrote all her letters at her writing desk, and your desk, I can see it now, with her letter rack in front, the alabaster statue of Christ with rosary beads around it, pictures of the boys.
This particular phase in my life is the most underlined dangerous.
She always wrote with blue black ink, cream stationery with a red edge and a D and coronet central at the top.
My husband is planning an accident in my car, brake failure and serious head injury in order to make the path clear for him to marry Tiggy. Camilla is nothing but a decoy. Which this did surprise me. Tiggy was Tiggy Legberg, who was the nanny for the two princes.
That's what Diana believed at the time. She'd been told by somebody that Tiggy Legberg was having an affair with the Prince of Wales. That year at Christmas, at the lunch party, the princess approached her and said to her, "I'm so sorry, Tiggy, to hear about your loss of the baby." Someone had told the princess that Tiggy Leg Burke had had an abortion. Who was feeding the princess lies?
My husband was planning to get rid of me. That's what Diana wrote. So clearly, in her mind, at the end of October 1995, for whatever reason, this is what she wrote down as her thoughts. We knew at some point we were going to have to deal with this. We were going to have to go and see the winter will.
The allegation had to be investigated. Whether it's the future King of England, Prince Charles, or anyone else, you have to go there. No one is above the law. He couldn't possibly be responsible for the murder of his former wife. That would be the end of the monarchy.
All it takes is just all it takes is one.
There were thousands of people flooding onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that.
I saw something come over his eyes like black.
It looks like
Andrew, one of the most Google people, and there's this like manic look in his eyes.
Some of the things that you shared with me that made me feel really quite worried.
Altogether different documentaries on Channel 4. Stream now.
Maybe I'm meant to be an unbelievable.
Join some of Britain's most famous bakeries.
I don't know.
As they take on baking's toughest challenge. Have you practiced this?
I'm not very good at homework.
Hollywood.
Snowboarding.
I can ask Pepper if you like rotary egg cow in the tent.
This is number 5.
Our four.
Who's interested in party?
Or will it take them to baking farm?
That journey is delicious. 8 ounces fine. Never been seen before on Bake Off.
Brand new The Great Celebrity Bake Off for Stand Up to Cancer on Channel 4. Starts Sunday at 7:40.
The thing for me that was really worrying was the fact that this incident had happened years before. It happened in a foreign jurisdiction.
John Stevens, le chef de Scotland Yard, est arrivé gare du Nord en fin de matinée.
We had to get our hands on the evidence. We had to speak to witnesses over there. It was going to be very, very, very complex.
Martine Monteil, la directrice de la PJ parisienne, sert de guide.
Le monde entier a eu du mal à se dire que la princesse de Galles était morte dans un banal accident. Moi, je peux montrer les plans qui ont été faits de l'accident, je peux montrer les témoignages, je peux tout montrer. Il n'y avait rien à cacher. On a fait un bon travail. Le Lord Stevens, quand il est venu à Paris, il avait peur qu'on le prenne mal. Mais je dis, mais non, au contraire, refaites-le.
That was a very, very important day for me personally, to see the actual scene, to get a feel for it all. Unless you do that, you know, you're not doing your job properly.
Donc on comprend que je passe le témoin. Et ça commence par le tunnel.
No, I just have a simple job to do with my officers. We will do that job. And I think my record speaks for itself. We will get to the bottom of this one way or the other.
The collision investigation. You look at the scene, everything that happened there, the whole technical stuff was vital to understand why we went forward. Because that's fact. Let's look at the tire marks, let's look at the debris, let's look at the distances. So we wanted the best collision investigator we could find.
I think my first trip to Paris was with Sir John Stevens. A traffic PC doesn't usually get to speak to people like that, which is really quite surreal.
and it carried on being surreal in that way all the way through to the end.
Je me demandais si j'allais voir Sherlock Holmes débarquer de l'Eurostar avec sa pipe et son tweed. Mon rôle, ça a été de leur ouvrir nos placards.
You cannot really look at a crash scene afterwards and get the same sense of feeling as you do when you're standing there and it's all laid out in front of you. I drove the route quite a few times. The biggest thing that struck me is that there was a very distinct and quite sharp transition from being almost level road down into the underpass, and the slope into it was quite steep. This was a challenging bit of road, especially if you were driving at some speed. We needed to identify what had been done by the French, if what had been done could have been done better.
Nos collègues, vous avez fait un travail dommé, là, on reprend tout. Non. Ils nous ont dit, voilà, il faut qu'on vérifie un certain nombre de choses. Et dans la mesure où on n'avait rien à se reprocher, il n'y avait vraiment pas de raison de les empêcher de le faire.
The photographs were unhelpful. As you can see in these, all the police vehicles parked on the right-hand side of the road, more or less at the start of the debris. And I think it was established subsequently that not all the debris was collected. It's where the debris was. It gives us an idea as to where the point of impact between the two vehicles occurred.
Petit à petit, quand on a vu qu'ils revenaient plus régulièrement, qu'on demandait de plus en plus de choses, que oui, effectivement, le doute à un moment donné peut s'insinuer en disant, bon, j'espère que finalement, on a quand même tout verrouillé.
We looked at the new techniques that were available, such as the laser scanning and computer modelling and animation, to help us understand the movement of the vehicle as it entered the underpass and leading up to the crash.
I'm going to bed in a minute.
There are a number of allegations concerning the car itself, which hadn't necessarily been fully addressed by the French investigation.
It's 17 minutes to 21. It's mad. It feels like it's about 4 or 5 in the morning.
Otherwise, the overall collision investigation report would have been incomplete, which couldn't be allowed to happen.
Who would want them dead? And why would anyone want to kill them, Dodi and Diana?
Because they still don't accept that Dodi, my son, an Egyptian, a Muslim, can be the stepfather of the future king.
My main area was to speak to friends and acquaintances of Diana, Princess of Wales, to find out whether she was pregnant, whether she was getting engaged, whether she had any security concern. For most part, I was the only female detective yet. It was such a high-profile case. There was that added weight that nothing in this investigation could get leaked to anyone.
There was massive pressure on from the press to actually talk about what we were doing, looking for a scoop, looking for who we were seeing, what our conclusions were. If something had come out which was confidential, I think, our credibility with the French would have gone, our credibility with the royal family, with Mohammed would have gone.
You also believe, Mohammed, strongly that Diana was pregnant at the time that she died, don't you?
This was 100%.
How can you be sure of that?
Because she told me herself, and Dodi told me, I know this personally.
We had really no evidence to support what he was alleging, but he was saying that this was a picture of her pregnant. So we had to see whether there was any truth in that. It was about motive, because it could have been, as was being suggested by Mr. Al-Fayed, that the royal family didn't necessarily want a Muslim baby within their family. It was a simple question: when was the photograph taken? Because it's all on the timeline then.
Mohammed Al Fayed's villa, where the princess and her sons are holiday guests. Time to enjoy the Riviera sun.
I recall trawling through thousands of photographs to find that photograph.
This photograph was taken on the 14th of July. The Express itself says this was published on the 15th. The photograph was from the day before, the 14th. Dodi didn't arrive in Saint-Tropez at the family villa until the 14th of July, late. So this photograph, clearly taken during daytime, was taken even before the relationship started.
Oh, super.
This
Oh, my God.
at the 14th of August. And you see,
That's
it's
a
been
trend up
for
now.
a month now.
Okay.
Fine. But I'm no gynecologist. I know that before you met someone, you can't be showing signs of pregnancy.
My name is Charles O'Brien.
A convicted killer, better known as the Serpent,
Young travellers were his victims.
has agreed, following his release, to be challenged by criminal experts
You can ask me any question.
about unsolved deaths he's with.
The evidence that we have is compelling. Facts that was found in your apartment.
Check your facts. You are wrong.
Has he been getting away with murder?
I will get him. I will get him.
Won't say that I did it.
I'm telling you, you did it. You're a serial killer.
New 3-part series, The Real Serpent, investigating a serial killer on Channel 4. Starts Tuesday at 9. We are the first 10 family of country music. Heaven is the head that wears the crown. There can only be one queen. Bring it on, sister.
Show must go on. If you don't like this family, leave.
You think I can't continue this legacy? You just watch.
Mama on Channel 4. Stream now.
There were no secrets from Mr. Alfred. There was absolutely no point in trying to keep anything away from him. It was my job to tell him what we were doing and take him through what progress we were making and where the evidence was taking us. He used to come in on the side entrance there. We met by his bodyguards and his security detail. We had a control room which was based really on a police control room, so it's quite a sophisticated business.
And Mr. Alfai would just walk into the room, reinforce his view that his son was murdered and so was the Princess of Wales. Lord Stevens listened.
Yeah.
I think what Lord Stevens did was that he dialed down his own personality, his own character. When he went in, he realised this is not a contest about who's most important.
He was a character. On one occasion, he gave him a Viagra. He said, "This will help your love life." I didn't need any help with my sex life as it happened. And then about 3 or 4 weeks, 4 weeks later, he gave me a bull's testicle. You know, it's quite a strange thing to do, really.
Inside the Ritz, Diana and Dodi had dinner in the Imperial Suite.
And then they called me and said, "What's happening?" And then we had a dinner after that, going back to the apartment. And we're coming back on Sunday, and on Monday, they were together.
Did Dodi tell you that? Did Diana tell you
told me that, and Diana told me that on Saturday evening at 10 o'clock.
The only evidence, and I'll call it that, was Mohammed Al Fayed saying that he had a conversation with Diana in which she said she was engaged to Dodi Al Fayed and she was pregnant. How can we prove that? How do we check that that's actually correct? If we go to Saturday the 30th of August when Dodi and the princess were in Paris, Dodi Al Fayed purchased a ring from the Posse's shop in Place Vendôme, next to the Ritz Hotel. The Tell Me Yes ring, dis-moi oui.
C'est une bague qui fait partie du bill de fiançailles. Je ne sais pas si c'était fiançailles.
We do know that that ring was found later in a case in Dodi's apartment in Rua San Jose. The key issue for us looking at that was what did the Princess of Wales know about that ring? Had she seen it? Had she known the significance of it? And was there any evidence of total engagement?
Scotland Yard m'a dit si je pouvais apporter mes témoignages, mes preuves à cette enquête. Et c'est ce que je fais.
Alberto Raposi said that when Dodi and Diana were in Monte Carlo, that they had seen a ring, that the Raposi Jew was there.
Il a vu dans la vitrine une bague et il a indiqué en disant celle-là, c'est parfait.
They were definitely going to buy that ring. And so Mr. Raposi was saying that it was the wrong size.
La bague, elle avait une taille normale qu'on a dû réduire de taille qui s'arrêtait trop large.
And so it went off to, I believe, an Italian factory to get size during the summer. They had to open up the factory because normally things shut down for the month of August.
Il faut faire la livraison au 30 août parce que le 1er, ils avaient annoncé le fiançailles officiellement.
I would never say a witness was lying just because the facts don't all match up. What I'm saying is that what Mr. Raposi said in his statements to us didn't line up with the facts as we knew them. He said that the ring had gone off to Turin for resizing with his brother. That didn't happen, just didn't happen. And Mr. Raposi said, yes, I will go back now and I'll find all the documentation about what happened to this Tell Me Yes ring. I didn't produce a single thing. No evidence, nothing at all.
C'est que j'étais honnête à 100%. Tout le reste, qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent les gens et tout, ça m'est absolument égal.
Sometimes you have to look at why are they saying it? What is the driving force for them saying this? People say things sometimes because they think it's the right thing to say. People say things because actually somebody else would like me to say that.
That is beautiful.
This is the ring, picked up in Paris the afternoon they died. For Mohammed, $700,000 worth of proof positive that his son and Princess Diana were serious about marriage.
Scotland Yard. He asked me a lot of questions. I never heard of the ring until that night. They came in the apartment to have little ogres because they were going to the Ritz for dinner. Dodi Fayed came to my quarters. He said, René, have a champagne on ice ready because when we come back around midnight, I'm going to propose to the princess. And he reached his pocket, he took the box and he showed me. He felt comfortable to propose to her. And I think she would have said yes.
In 2004, I took a phone call from someone at Scotland Yard. He said, well, we know that you spoke to the princess in the hours before her death. We want to talk to you about that conversation. I felt an obligation to help. She and I were friends. She called me from Paris. We'd had a conversation. She was coming home and she was looking forward to coming home. She was desperately missing William and Harry. The police wanted to know if the princess had said to me whether she had become engaged. And I said, absolutely not. She had said, as she pretty much said to all the friends, and she always had a particular way of saying this. I mean, I need another marriage like a rash on my face.
I wrote the last story while she was still alive at the News of the World. So I get sent down to try and buy up some of the crew on the boat. So I've got a bag with 10,000 quid in it, and we actually get the first mate. And so he was quite a good coup, you know, because he watched them, he spoke to them. So it's like, great, well, you know, so how did they rock the Love Boat? Did they make love so passionately? Did it move in the water? So that's the kind of line I'm going for. Did they run across the stateroom with no clothes on? Did they go skinny dipping at 3 a.m., all that stuff? And he said, no, nothing happened at all. He called her mom. They sat at other ends of the table. She had her bedroom. When the kids were there, not even a peck on the cheek. And when the kids left, it was the same. But I wasn't allowed to print that because that wasn't what anyone wanted to read back in the day. There was an expression in newspapers about making it work. Yeah, just make it work. It's almost like make it happen. It's not make it up. It's not quite the same as make it up. But here's a story. Let's just make it work. Make it sound believable. Make it sound possible.
My belief is that the Princess of Wales never saw that ring. I think that Dodi Al-Fayed was going to present that ring later that night. Dodi didn't get the chance to ask the Princess of Wales to get engaged.
It's exhausting, isn't it? Being in love.
Here's to new friends.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun.
I hate what they're saying about you. It's gonna get worse yet, love.
I'm just trying to make you happy. This will make me happy.
If you think there's any way I'll ever abandon you, you're wrong.
People get away with it every day.
I start talking if I will.
It's just lie after lie.
You want my family!
Altogether different drama.
You can destroy us all.
See you at the next funeral. Unless it's yours.
Stream now on Channel 4.
I'm looking for a truffle pig. I don't understand. Someone stole it. We don't get a lot of things to really care about. Where's my bag?
Nicolas Cage stars in Pig on Film 4, Thursday the 21st of March.
Within the last hour, it's been announced that Prince Charles is to marry his long-term partner, Camilla Parker Bowles.
How are you feeling, ma'am? I'm just coming back first. Did he get down on one knee to propose?
Charles and Camilla have lived more or less as man and wife for the past 3 or 4 years, and this was an inevitable step. They'll hope things will be clearer now, even if they do not underestimate the challenge of selling this marriage to a skeptical public.
So we were given permission to bring the Mercedes back to the UK. The Mercedes was in 2 containers in a vehicle scrapyard on the outskirts of Paris. But while we were loading the shipping containers, you could see paparazzi in the surrounding flats taking photographs. We were followed all the way from Paris to the Channel. When we got out of Dover on the other side of the Channel, they were in the lay-by on the A2 waiting for us.
Delighted for the Prince of Wales and Camilla Parker Bowles. It's very happy news. We all wish them every happiness.
The general consensus is not a lot of people have a lot against Camilla, but she's just not Diana.
Diana was still dominating the news agenda around the royal family. I mean, they were desperate to move on and start again. In life, Diana had, if not tormented them, she had caused them an awful lot of trouble and certainly she had continued to haunt them. You know, she famously said she wasn't going quietly. And boy, that was so true.
But during our examination of the car, there were parts of the carpet that had been removed. And one part from Princess Diana's side was heavily blood-stained.
Now, the importance of that blood is it was pre-transfusion blood. It was pure blood from the princess.
This was picked up by somebody else as to whether that might be useful in looking to see if the question about her being pregnant could be answered.
We actually DNA'd it, first of all, to make sure this was the princess's blood. And then Professor David Cameron did very sophisticated tests on the blood. David Cameron came back and said, up to a certain level, all I can tell you is she wasn't pregnant. If she was pregnant by a short degree, it wouldn't pick them up. It just shows the lengths we went to.
I interviewed Rosa Monckton, who was a very good friend of Diana's, and she was saying that she could not possibly have been pregnant because of conversations they'd had just a few days before. I don't really want to talk about her period and stuff. I just don't feel that's,
The thing about pregnancy and the details about Diana's body were the most unpleasant part of what we did, to be frank. We had to go into intimate details of her sexual life, intimate details of the body clock, so to speak. I can understand anyone saying, well, why do you have to do that and go into the personal details? But to actually ensure that these allegations were investigated properly, to go where the evidence took us, you had to do it. It was very important. We didn't leave any stone unturned. We were going to go through a legal process in the coroner's court in front of a jury, which would be extremely stressful and difficult.
The British system of criminal justice is a tragic failure. There are those who say that with a little tinkering here or there, these failures can be prevented. They can't.
My name is Michael Mansfield. I was contacted to represent Mohammed Al-Fayed.
Michael Mansfield, who we all know is a very clever individual.
He specialised in criminal law for 25 years, founded law centres and human rights groups. He successfully defended a large number of major cases where civil liberties have been at stake.
We were up against him. You had Michael Mansfield, one of the best defence counsels. I admire the man in terms of his ability, with his legal team, looking at every single aspect of what we had done and did.
The basic question was, what's going on here? Princess Diana was right about the fact she was actually going to meet an untimely occurrence. So I started asking myself who benefits from this, and I started to think, well, I can think of all sorts of people who might benefit. Diana had not exactly ingratiated herself with the royal family. Maybe it was pure accident, but I found that difficult to believe from the beginning. And I thought, this doesn't add up.
So I wasn't frightened of the establishment. The decision was made to see Prince Charles because of the Borough letter and the allegations made in that letter. Princess Diana had stated that she was going to be murdered by her husband. We had to see whether any substance to that, and we had to have his reply to it. I'm sure nothing like that had ever happened before, so that was unprecedented.
I've never been to St James's Palace before. I don't know the right term. A footman, a butler guided us through. I do remember there were some of the rooms were ready for a Christmas party as we walked past because it was early December. I remember thinking I'd rather be going to that party than going in to interview the future king.
I explained why we were going there. It was the result of the publication of the letter. He understood the reasons for it and was only too willing to cooperate. He came in, was extremely charming. I put questions to him, which were noted down by Dave Douglas.
I'm not a monarchist. I'm not obsessed with the royal family in any way, shape or form. I have to say that Charles was actually very, very polite. Obviously, Lord Stevens is asking him questions, and he deliberately, on a couple of occasions, went past Lord Stevens to ask me general questions about Paget. How's it going? Is the inquiry going okay? He was putting me at my ease by actually including me in the conversation. I thought that's quite classy. Doesn't matter whether I like the monarchy or not. That's quite classy. I was impressed with that.
He denied being involved in any way, shape or form, and that was noted.
I don't want to go into what Prince Charles said. All I'll say is that when it came to all of the details in that note, the Prince of Wales couldn't understand any of it. He couldn't understand why it was written. He couldn't understand why those names were put in there. He just couldn't help us with it. He was as flabbergasted as anybody else.
When she wrote me that note, the princess was going through a very tricky part of her life. And so she wasn't stable and her feelings were erratic.
Oh, I think a lot of people felt, and Diana was a problem. This wasn't an overwhelming case of somebody who's off their rockers or whatever phrase you want to use. And of course, it's very convenient. If you want to write somebody off, you say they're a bit unbalanced. So they can explain Diana and the whole problem there because she was a little bit,
Well, I think the headline's throwing up at the top, but it's just a question of which of it you use.
I don't see how anybody can accuse Diana of being overly concerned with her security. She was aware, as the public became aware, that phone calls were being listened to.
Of the tape on pages 4 and 5 as well. Squidgy was the tape recording of Diana talking to Mag, possibly an extramarital friendship, which began to be circulated in late 1991.
The Sun newspapers say this tape is genuine. It records an incident.
A 45-minute tape, rambling, incoherent at times, angry about her lot, angry about the royal family.
Obviously, I think our readers will be absolutely fascinated by the dialogue. As I said, it's not revelatory in a major way. This is really a kind of soul bearing of a woman who's got many tormented aspects in her life.
Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? My life's torture. And there she is, poor Diana, looking very sad.
She did talk to me about her fears that everything she did was reported back to the other side. And to the other side, she meant Charles's lot, that because her phone calls were tapped, he knew who she was seeing, who she was meeting, where she was going. The evidence, as it seemed, was quite compelling.
She can't. No, she absolutely can't move to make that quite clear. If you want to be like me, you're going to suffer.
People just camped outside wherever Diana was, wherever Charles was. And while they were camping there, they'd just have a scanner on listening. And you'd obviously tape it because that tape is worth fortunes. For the first time, you actually got the royal family not as they wanted to present themselves, but as they really were. Of course, the public are interested in that. And why is that not in the public interest?
Years later, there was the Panorama interview.
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded.
We watched the Martin Bashir interview. How does it affect the crash? Does it affect what happened in the conspiracy? Is it relevant to that? And we said, well, no. I have to say it, just like everybody else, we thought this was a respected BBC journalist doing an interview for a respected BBC production, and the BBC broadcast to the world. So you think, well, that's just as it is. You know, it never crossed our minds that actually there was some deception behind getting this.
We now know, courtesy of Diana's brother, that Martin Bashir presented a whole series of claims and allegations that encouraged Diana to meet with Bashir, and the rest is history. But in the course of a sort of entrapping, and I'm afraid that is the phrase really for what Martin Bashir did, entrapping Diana, he concocted these stories that fueled her imagination. Some would say her paranoia, that she was being followed, that her phone calls were being tapped. It doesn't take a huge leap to go from that to my life is in danger.
One day a man came to see us. He said he was an ex-MI5 officer, and he went around all the apartments and listened for devices. Couldn't find anything. But then he dramatically said to the princess, well, we have to take down every mirror in the palace, because you can shine a beam from outer space onto a mirror, into a room, and listen to the conversation. She believed it was true. She knew that her world wasn't safe.
The team were told, be very careful. There may be phone tapping. A lot of thought and effort went into protecting the investigation.
There was never a time that we weren't on our guard. Because if you were not on your guard, there are people in the background who pull the rug from under you, and that's the experience I've had over the years.
You have to anticipate that not everybody's on your side. People are going to want to find out what you're doing. People are trying to get sources of information from you.
We knew at one stage that we were being followed.
There's a real feeling of isolation. And who are your allies? Who are your allies?
I don't even begin to say I understand the Princess of Wales and what she was going through. But I think when you're in that position, when you're at the centre of media attention all the time, I think you start to see shadows.
Join Ricky Tomlinson and Sue Johnston as they
take a trip down memory lane.
That's it.
That's
Oh, top of now, you say.
celebrating 40 years together on screen. They return to some of their most cherished places.
Got very close to Paul, we became really good mates.
Looking back at experiences that shaped them.
You just had yourself company, you know? We used to get an hour in the yard. That was it.
And looking forward to creating new ones.
The old thing was great.
Ricky, Sue and a Triple Two on More For starts Tuesday at 9.
All it takes is just a all it takes is one.
There were thousands of people flooding onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that.
I saw something come over his eyes like black.
It looks like
Andrew King, one of the most Google people in the world. This is like a manic look in his eyes.
Some of the things that you've shared with me that made me feel really quite worried.
all it takes is just a stare.
Altogether different documentaries on Channel 4. Stream now.
We're going back to investigating Diana, Death in Paris, now on Channel 4, which may be a change to the programme you were expecting.
Diana, Princess of Wales, has died. This is according to British sources.
The most photographed woman in the world has died trying not to have her photo taken. That doesn't make sense.
Mourir comme n'importe quel kidam dans un tunnel, dans un banal accident de circulation. Non, on ne peut pas y croire. Bah si, si. C'est la vie, malheureusement.
Hundreds of millions of people across the world use Facebook daily to interact.
If you look at how we're growing, we're really just at the beginning.
It's very difficult to defeat a conspiracy theory.
Rubbish, cover up, definitely a cover up.
I think it's a little bit suspicious for an accident.
Why would someone want to kill the Princess of Wales?
This was one of the most important investigations that the UK had ever had.
There's so many coincidences, so many odd things that just don't add up.
"12 members of the public will decide how Princess Diana and her lover died. Mr. Al-Fayed hopes they'll conclude it was murder.
85% of the ordinary people of this country believe Diana was murdered with my son.
The former Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Lord Stevens, is to publish the findings of his 3-year investigation into the death of Princess Diana.
We'd done the report, we'd come to conclusions, we had done a very, very thorough job. We knew in our own heart of hearts we'd done everything as best as we possibly could.
I felt a lot of pressure towards the end because you think, have I missed something here?
Every single allegation, the 104, has been investigated. Every single one. Well, there is the report.
You can't do any more than say, this is what we did. Have a look, pick it apart. We knew every amateur sleuth in the world would be going through that, not to mention some serious legal people.
It was not just a high-profile, dramatic case, but there are serious questions about members of the royal family. Maybe it was pure accident, but I found that difficult to believe. The basic question was, what's going on here?
The primary purpose of this investigation has been to assess whether there is credible evidence to support an allegation of conspiracy to murder. If 85% of the population think that the most popular woman in the world has been murdered by the Queen's husband together with MI6, then the whole of the legal system and the way we do things is in jeopardy. Had to be dealt with. The inquiry is largely concentrated on a number of separate claims made by Mr. Mohammed Al Fayed in documents and public appearances over the 9 years since the crash.
And she told me personally, if anything happened to me, be sure the finger is the person who have done it is Prince Philip. She said that to you? Definitely, definitely. Why I'm so overwhelmed, why I'm so convinced.
At the heart of Mr. Al Fayed's allegation is his belief that the crash was murder because of the relationship between Mr. Dodi Al Fayed and the Princess of Wales.
You also believe, Mohammed, strongly that Diana was pregnant at the time that she died, don't you?
This was 100%.
How can you be sure of that?
Because she told me herself, and Dodi told me, I know this personally.
Our responsibility was to show to Mr. Al Fayed, who'd made the allegation, this is what we've discovered. We weren't saying, Mohammed, we're doubting you, but we have to be able to prove that all these things took place, because that's how the police operate.
We are certain that the Princess of Wales was not pregnant at the time of her death. She was not engaged, and she was not about to get engaged.
As you go through an investigation, you may look at more and more of the allegations, think this is nonsense, this just isn't true. But you have to keep saying to yourself, keep an open mind. If there's evidence of conspiracy, go and follow it. And that led to an issue for Lord Stevens in deciding what he did with the inquiry when it got towards Prince Philip.
The allegations about Prince Philip were not specific. They didn't regard to any other evidence that we got in our possession. We contacted him and said, do you want to reply to any of what's been said? But he said he didn't have anything to add.
There's not a single piece of evidence that Prince Philip was involved in a plot to kill the mother of his two grandchildren. We've looked and looked and looked and looked and looked. Mohammed, have you produced anything evidence-wise? Nothing, nothing, nothing. I have a lot of sympathy for Mohammed Al Fayed. He lost his son. What I have trouble with is that he made allegations without any evidence at all against people who loved the Princess of Wales.
We have spoken to many of her family and closest friends.
I mean, I went to the press conference. They clearly were working on the basis that everything that came out of Mohammed's mouth was not to be believed, and that, he'd lost it, and he was just fantasizing. The establishment were very anxious to close Mohammed down.
I had a good relationship with him from the very beginning. He always used to have a glass of champagne ready for me when I went in there. I used to think it churlish not to have one glass of it. And this was a way of actually getting to know him better.
Mohammed wanted the commissioner to do this investigation, but he's the one person who will be prepared to stand up to the establishment because he had done it before.
I believe that any police officer has a duty to the public. report was honest, with integrity, and all of this relates to trust. The police will never get anywhere without the public trust.
The most important thing about that report, and that the wait a minute moment, light shining through the darkness suddenly, was the Mishcon note. The note had been put in a safe at New Scotland Yard.
I first saw it when I became commissioner. And the commissioner has a safe in his office where things are kept, which are just for his eyes only. When you take over, as I did from Lord Condon, he produced the Mishcon letter.
Late October 1995, 2 years before the fatal crash, the Princess of Wales went to see her personal legal advisor, a man called Lord Mishcon, very well respected lawyer. Clearly the Princess trusted him. She went to see him to tell him about something that was on her mind, and he recorded exactly what was said. So he's writing here, I attended on HRH, obviously Princess of Wales, at Kensington Palace yesterday, 30th October, at approximately 4 p.m.
And what the princess said then was that she'd been informed by reliable sources, whom she did not wish to reveal, that a car accident might be staged in which you would either end up dead or be seriously injured and removed from the scene. So she wrote at least 2 notes. One was to her butler. And then there's this one. It seems to me what she wanted to do was to leave a marker down with somebody connected with the legal profession.
After the crash, Lord Mishcon takes his note of that meeting to Lord Condon, who was the Commissioner of Metropolitan Police then, and says, bearing in mind what happened in Paris, I think you need to see this note of my meeting with the Princess.
The note is important because it's equivalent to somebody's premonition. If you were a police officer investigating it, you want to hand the account over to the friend. They didn't do that. They stick it in a safe and they don't reveal it.
Well, that was a decision made by Paul Condon. Paul Condon discussed it with Lord Mishcon, and he said he didn't think there was anything in that.
Because at that time, of course, it's just a crash. These, shall I call it, strange musings of Diana from 2 years ago, are they relevant to it? The assessment at that time was no. From 1997 onwards, when the Metropolitan Police were in possession of that note, it was always a judgment call about what you did with it. And the note was released to the coroner in December 2003, just before the pageant started.
They sat on it for years to protect part of the establishment, namely the royal family. What it demonstrates is serious reluctance to have this properly investigated from the beginning.
It's exhausting, isn't it? Being in love.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun. I hate what they're saying about you.
It's gonna get worse yet, love.
I'm just trying to make you happy.
This will make me happy.
If you think there's any way I'll ever abandon you, you're wrong.
People get away with it every day.
I start talking off everyone.
It's just lie after lie.
They want my family!
Altogether different drama.
You could destroy us all.
See you at the next funeral, unless it's yours. Stream now on Channel 4.
My name is Charles Sauvage.
A convicted killer, better known as the Serpent,
Young travelers were his victims.
has agreed, following his release, to be challenged by criminal experts
You can ask me any question.
about unsolved deaths he's linked with.
The evidence that we have is compelling. Facts that was found in your apartment.
Check your facts. You are wrong.
Has he been getting away with murder?
I will get him. I will get this man.
Won't say that I did it.
I'm telling you, you
Yeah.
did it. You're a serial killer.
New 3-part series, The Real Serpent Investigates a Serial Killer on Channel 4. Starts Tuesday at 9.
Mohammed Al Fayed remains convinced that the Princess of Wales and his son Dodi died as a result of a conspiracy orchestrated by the British Secret Services.
MI6 had spy on Dodi and Diana during their trip by bugging their phones, all the satellites, all the home, know where they are, find everywhere, every step. They've been murdered.
There was a lot in the media about an alleged conversation between Paul Burrell and the Queen.
This morning, it was the Queen who was at the centre of the revelations. Mr. Burrell says his meeting with her took place just a few days before he received an honour from her in November 1997. He says it took place in her private sitting room at the palace.
When you think about this as a conspiracy theory, you must not forget people financially had something to gain by it being peddled. People like Paul Burrell were making a lot of money. I'm not saying he made it up. I just mean that the temptation, of course, would always be there to kind of just give us a little one-liner, because then we'll give you lots of money and we'll serialize your book.
I can only tell you the truth. I'm not going to embroider. I am not going to make anything up. I will tell you the truth. Exactly what I heard and what I saw.
From Mr. Burrell's book, A Royal Duty, he read, as the meeting neared its end, the Queen said one more thing to me. Looking over her half-rimmed spectacles, she said,
"Do be careful, Paul. There are forces at work in my country of which even I have no knowledge."
And she fixed me with a stare where her eyes made clear the "do you understand?" We view that books, not Mr. Burrell, any book like this, is written for commercial purposes. Police reports are written to get to the truth of what happened and rely on evidence.
Basically, that is the truth of what happened. And she did look at me over her half-rimmed spectacles, and I remember her doing that and looking at me and saying, "Be aware that there are forces at work in my country." Since then, I've thought about that. And I think the Queen must be referring to the security forces. That's the only explanation I can have.
It's an interesting viewpoint, Mr. Burrell. But that's your version of what you think another person said, and you don't know what's inside her head. I'm not going to go and ask the Queen, do you remember a conversation with Paul Burrell where you allegedly said this, that, and the other? She'll say, well, what's that got to do with Operation Paget and what happened in Paris? I said, nothing, Mom. Why are you asking me? Because it was in Paul Burrell's book. So, no, we just deal with evidence.
My son being murdered, and I can't get to the truth. The campaign which MI6 are doing, how can I prove?
It's important to bear in mind, Mr. Al-Fayed didn't suddenly start accusing MI6. Everything that related to allegations about MI6 stemmed from an ex-MI6 officer by the name of Richard Tomlinson. Richard Tomlinson worked for MI6. He was an MI6 officer. He actually was posted abroad. He's done all that stuff you might think of as being a spy. He worked from 1991 until 1995. In 1995, they released him, dismissed him. He was extremely upset about this. In 1998, Richard Tomlinson saw a TV documentary about the crash. And he saw that in there was this talk about this bright white flashing strobe light that caused the crash.
Now, Mr. Leviste, there will be two flashes.
Yeah.
The distance, I think, will be just about the distance you say when there was a flash in the tunnel that night.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look out carefully here, that's the first one. And now wait, you should see another one
coming up?
Yeah. That second one.
Yeah.
That was the
second one. Yeah, sure.
So,
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Tomlinson says at this point in 1998, this is a year after the crash, that it reminded him of something he'd seen while he was working in MI6, which was the plot to assassinate a Serbian leader, and that plot involved a plan to kill them by staging a car accident in a tunnel with bright flashing strobe lights, disabling the chauffeur.
Mission of East identified the much bigger flash, the second one, and that came from this piece of kit. Now, this is an anti-personnel device, quite legal to buy in the UK, which sets off one enormously powerful flash of light. Shine this in somebody's eyes, and they'll be stunned, disabled, blinded for several minutes. If you're driving a car when it happens, you'll almost certainly crash.
I mean, I have seen a plan to kill President Milosevic of Serbia, so they do plan to kill people. To say that they were directly involved in the death of the Princess of Wales is a big step, but everyone has got a right to know what MI6 are capable of, what they actually do. And clearly there are a lot of information, a lot of details in MI6 files which are relevant, and I think those should be handed over.
So you've got an ex-MI6 officer who's inside the organisation saying these things. That has to be dealt with.
In order for us to fully understand whether there was any credible evidence, meant that we had to go and speak with MI6. There was Lord Stevens, myself, and David Douglas drove to Vauxhall Cross to ask them for access to their files and their records.
We were in territory that no one had ever been in before, asking for those records to be opened up in a way that was unprecedented. We hoped that at the end of the day we would convince them it was in the public interest, that they should open up their records so that we could do a proper job.
If we'd have turned around and said, we've found no credible evidence, but we haven't been to MI6, we haven't managed to gain access to their files, we would have left a gaping door for those who wish to continue the conspiracy theories to do just that.
We went to see the Director General of MI6 and we had a discussion about what we wanted to see and what we didn't want to see.
And during that meeting, MI6 said, we know the central plank of the allegation here, as Richard Tomlinson saying, there was this idea to assassinate someone in the Balkans.
There was that awkward moment where they did reveal that, there was some element of truth in the suggestion.
An officer, witness A, as he's known as, put it forward briefly to a senior officer, and it was only an idea, so it didn't go any further than that. The thing is that witness A showed Tomlinson. He said, look, this is my idea. What witness A is crystal clear about is there's no reference here to a tunnel or a bright strobing light, or all of this sort of stuff. There's just no reference to it at all. I interviewed Tomlinson during budget, and he said, yes, because of my anger, at MI6, I may have mixed up my understanding of what I knew then and combined certain things. When bright strobing lights and everything else falls away, this becomes completely divorced from 1987. But you can't blame Mr. O'Fire for listening to that in the first place.
At the core of what Tomlinson was saying was this scintilla of truth, that there was a plan to assassinate somebody in the Balkans. I think it demonstrates there is a state within a state which is not accountable, and trying to get hold of the truth is not straightforward.
MI6's records are meticulous. Every single thing they do is actually documented and put on record. I wanted access to everything. Only 3 people in MI6 would have that type of access. It's called God's access.
The lady who helped us was an MI6 officer, Miss X. She was given God's access. She could go anywhere in that system. Basically, we checked hundreds and hundreds of things. We wanted to find out if certain names appeared anywhere in their database. We did every search that we wanted to do for Operation Paget.
You can take it from me, there was nothing in there that had relevance to what we were doing in terms of evidence or taking our inquiries forward.
What we're not telling you is some of the precise details that we're not allowed to tell you.
I looked at lots of files which really didn't have any link or relevance to the princess, and I found extremely interesting, but that goes with me and Dave Douglas to our graves.
I'm in a privileged position. I know that we checked everything. Make your own mind up. But I know I'm telling the truth.
All it takes is just all it takes is one.
There were thousands of people flooding onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that.
I saw something come over his eyes like black. It looks like Andrew King, one of the most Google people in the world. This is like manic look in his eyes.
Some of the things that you've shared with me that made me feel really quite worried.
Altogether different documentaries on Channel 4. Streaming now.
Maybe I'm meant to be an unbelievable baker.
Join some of Britain's most famous faces.
What do you do? I don't know.
As they take on baking's toughest challenge. Have you practiced this?
I'm not very good at homework.
Hollywood.
It's Matt Balding.
It's a really good looking up. It's not going to be too sweet.
I can add pepper if you like. Will they excel in the tent?
This is number 5.
Our 4.
Paul's impressed with your piping.
Or will it take them to baking point?
That jerky is delicious. 8 layers of sponge. Never been seen before on Bake Off.
Brand new The Great Celebrity Bake Off for Stand Up to Cancer on Channel 4. Starts Sunday at 7:40.
Of all the conspiracy theories that have swirled around Diana and Dodi's death, the white Fiat Uno is one of the most persistent. Mohammed Al-Fayed claims that a white Fiat deliberately crashed into their Mercedes as part of a plot by the Duke of Edinburgh to kill the couple.
We do believe that there was a glancing contact between the Mercedes, driven by Henri Paul, and a white Fiat Uno just before the Alma underpass. And much has been made of the French photojournalist, Mr. James Andanson. It's been alleged that he was the driver of the Fiat Uno.
So I thought James Anderson was the man. He was a spy for somebody. He was in Paris. He drove his battered up Fiat Uno into the Mercedes. In 2000, he died in strange circumstances.
James Anderson's body was found in a locked car which was completely burnt out. James Anderson was burnt beyond recognition.
There was a hole in his head, which you could say, oh, that was a gunshot wound.
Test du suicide ou du meurtre?
There's all sorts of things in the newspapers saying, well, that's clearly the authorities murdering him, and therefore we had to look at him to definitively rule him in or rule him out.
I got to see the photographs, I got to see the post-mortem reports and the criminal reports from the firemen and the police officers. There's no doubt that there was an accelerant used to cause the damage to the car and to him. His body was so badly damaged by the intensity of the fire. The damage to the skull is entirely explained by the ferocity and the length of the burning. There was nothing to suggest that these were gunshot wounds in any way, shape or form. There was nothing in my mind that moved it out of suicide into murder.
we saw Mrs. Anderson, his widow. She said he couldn't have been in Paris when the crash happened. He flew down to Corsica that morning on an assignment to photograph Gilbert Bécaud, who apparently is a very famous French musician. There was a photograph that he'd taken of Gilbert Bécaud in his house. And behind Gilbert, the television is on, and you can see the TV cameras outside the Petit Salpêtrière Hospital, clearly focusing on what happened to Diana. So the bottom line, James Anderson, he wasn't involved. It wasn't his car. He had nothing to do with it. It wasn't James Anderson.
Diana and Dodie's Mercedes was involved in a glancing collision with a white Fiat Uno. But the driver of that car has never been traced, despite a massive investigation by French police.
In the overall scheme of things, it probably didn't matter in identifying the driver, but the type of vehicle was important, because the allegation being that the Fiat was used to deflect the Mercedes and cause the crash. Well, in my opinion, that's almost a laughable suggestion. The Mercedes is nearly 2 tons in weight. It was travelling at something approaching 70 miles an hour. It has a colossal amount of momentum. The Fiat is a little less than a ton, and it was travelling significantly slower. You can liken that to a huge New Zealand rugby player running down the high street and banging into a pensioner. Purely and simply from the speeds and masses of the vehicles, the Fiat cannot have been used to deliberately crash into the Mercedes to cause it to go on and have a further crash. Another question that had been left open was an allegation that there was a defect with the brakes on the Mercedes. Something had been done to the car to make it crash.
She had mentioned that she thought that the brakes might be tampered with, and that she might be the victim of an accident. I drove her car sometimes to reassure her, but she thought her life was in danger. The Diana I first knew 3 or so years earlier was not like that. This was different. This was sinister. She now firmly believed that there were certain people who had an agenda against her.
We examined the Mercedes in great detail, looking for defects or conditions that caused or contributed to the crash. We didn't find anything like that. It hadn't been tampered with at all.
When you know the facts, it's quite simple. What we know happened from the forensic evidence, from the debris, the work that Tony Reid did on the reconstruction, the front right-hand side of the Mercedes just clipped the rear left-hand side of the Fiat Uno. He tried to correct the movement of the Mercedes, steered left, and sadly went directly in to the 13th pillar, doing around 64 miles per hour.
The Mercedes hit the pillar more or less in the front, which meant that all the momentum was concentrated in one very, very small area. One massive impact where the occupants were subject to tremendous forces. Neither of the rear occupants were wearing a seatbelt, and I'm firmly convinced that if both of the occupants had been wearing seatbelts, they almost certainly would have survived. It was a survivable crash.
I'm confident on the evidence that we have now that a full and comprehensive picture of the events is there. Now, what exactly happened is a matter for the inquest to decide. However, our conclusion is that there was no conspiracy to murder any occupants of that car. This was a tragic accident.
We decided that we were going to give the report on the morning to the Princess, representing Diana, and to Mohammed Al Fayed, representing Dodi. And Lord Stevens made himself available to go to Harrods to deliver it. Mr. Al Fayed at that point, that was it. He wasn't going to see Lord Stevens again.
Do you still categorically believe that members of the royal family conspired to have your son and Diana murdered?
I am certain, 100%.
Mr. Alfred, when it was put to Lord Stevens this morning that you thought the inquiry is a cover-up and a whitewash, he dismissed you as a grieving parent. That
I go
judgment
crazy
is
and do things like that.
about it.
Yeah, because he's himself mental case to say that, to just to
Right.
do that, to say that I'm a grief father, I'm gonna talk nonsense. 90% of the ordinary people of this country support me, and with this support, I have the power. With God's blessing, I'm not resting until I expose the devastation those gangsters have inflicted on me.
What evidence do you have that Lord Stevens, whom you described when he was appointed as a man of total integrity who was determined to discover the truth, what evidence do you have that he's not behaving properly? There is so many unanswered questions. Is this really an honest inquiry? Well, he's just done what British intelligence have asked him. He has betrayed me, betrayed the country. Unfortunately, I have been let down.
I suppose when you put that type of effort in, you hope you've got a kind of a mutual trust between the two of you that he's going to give you a little bit of credibility for what you've done, and he didn't give any credibility to me at all. In fact, he accused me of being a criminal and a liar.
If Lord Stevens was corrupt, if he was a tool of the state, then we were, by extension, the same thing. You're talking about officers from all aspects of the police service who come along to do the best job they can. To suggest that we'd all got together and decided to conspire to make up this version of events is ridiculous.
We did a really, really thorough job. And you take a sense of pride in that you've done a good job. And yeah, at the end of it, we are all 100% sure there was no conspiracy.
It was an honest, straight down the line investigation by a bunch of people, ordinary detectives brought in, who just thought, yeah, let's go on and do this.
William and Harry have said today that they hope that Stevens' report will bring an end to the speculation surrounding their mother's death. What they can clearly never forget, though, is how the paparazzi behaved in the last moments of her life.
Before the report came out, I had a one-to-one with both princes to take them through the inquiry and answer any of the questions that they wanted to ask. It was a difficult session for them, and probably quite difficult for me, really, because they wanted to know. They had very pertinent questions about what had happened to their mother. And it was the first time they'd heard in detail what had taken place.
Harry in particular, he was almost angry that this big distraction about conspiracy that she was murdered was given so much airtime and so much legitimacy. And I've had that discussion with him. I mean, imagine what it's like. Not only do you lose your mother when you're 12 years old in a car accident, but then the only thing anyone ever says about you for the next 10 years, 15 years of your life is whether or not they were murdered.
William and Harry, we're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine.
Ultimately, you had two young boys grieving. They were probably more affected than anybody else. To have somebody suggest that their father and their grandfather had some responsibility for their mother's death, no matter how small that kind of concern was, and the fact that it was constantly being repeated in the press, to be able to give them confidence as to what happened and why it happened in itself was really important.
We are the first Penn family of country music. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. There can only be one queen. Bring it on, sister. Show must go on.
If you don't like this family, leave.
You think I can't continue this legacy? You just watch.
Monarch on Channel 4. Stream now.
Join Ricky Tomlinson and Sue Johnston as they take a trip down memory lane.
That's it. That's an old couple now, you see.
Celebrating 40 years together on screen. They return to some of their most cherished places.
Got very close to Paul, we became really good mates.
Looking back at experiences that shaped them.
You just had yourself company, you know. We used to get an hour in the yard. That was it.
And looking forward to creating new ones.
The whole thing was great.
Ricky, Sue and a Trip or Two on More 4 starts Tuesday at 9.
All of the matters contained in the Stevens report need to be thoroughly tested. Lord Stevens said that such matters were best decided by an inquest, and we certainly concur that everything should be put before a jury of ordinary people in public in a coroner's court.
Having an inquest was extremely important. I have a great belief in the jury system. I would much prefer an issue to be tried by a number of ordinary people than a professional judge who may have prejudiced views about particular issues.
Michael Mentz was doing his job highly proficiently. And when the jury's involved, there's a bit of theatre around it. You've got to be aware of that. And the theatre is, is he going to impress the jury that what we were saying was right? Was he going to try and influence the jury and come to the conclusion that all those 3 years were not done in the thorough fashion they were done? And if he could put a kind of question mark over all of that, then, he's done the job that he's been paid to do by his client.
It was the day that Al Fayed's personal obsessions would get their public hearing. There were clues on the court steps that he was going to let rip.
This is the moment for me to say exactly what I feel, and with God's help, I hope the truth will come out.
He produces photographs of Duke of Edinburgh marching alongside certain undesirable Nazis before the war. I mean, it's a sort of, he did all that. But in a way, that was half expected because he'd been doing it. That's how he's always performed.
Sir Al Fayed left the court looking delighted with his performance, but wasn't pleased to be questioned by journalists.
What evidence? From where? I'm not talking to you because you're a bloody idiot. You're part of the establishment and you're a journalist from. You work for MI6, you idiot.
Always in the back of my mind was the jury had to come to their verdict based on the evidence that we presented and what was presented also by Mr. Fayed's team and other people. The jury could have been highly critical, and that's the chance. You never know what's going to happen, and you hope for the best, and you do your best, but you don't really know what's going to happen at the end of the day. So I was nervous, all right.
She died in the prime of her life, at the height of her fame. A tragic death clouded by rumour and suspicion. For the jury's decision, there was no conspiracy, no murder. The verdict is unlawful killing, grossly negligent driving of the following vehicles and of the Mercedes. The jury also pointed to Diana and Dodi's failure to wear seatbelts and said the fact the car hit a pillar rather than the tunnel wall contributed to their deaths.
I was relieved when they came up with the verdict they did. I really was. The team deserved that because they'd worked their guts out to get to where we did.
I just hope that this can bring closure to what has been a traumatic event for a lot of people. Mr. Al-Fayed has said that he will accept the verdict of the jury.
On hearing the verdict he least wanted, Mr. Al-Fayed cancelled a planned press conference and swept away from court by car, leaving his spokeswoman to suggest that in his mind at least, the conspiracy theories rage on.
I am disappointed. The verdicts will come as a blow to the many millions of people around the world who supported my struggle, and I thank them. I've always believed that Prince Philip and the Queen hold valuable evidence that only they know. They were not even questioned, but they should have been. No one should be above the law.
At the end of it, there has to be a line in the sand. You have to reflect, and you've done everything that was humanly possible. Now, difficult though it is, let it go. Because otherwise it'll eat you up.
Mr. Al-Fayed, you said during the inquest that you would accept its verdict. Do you do so now?
I have decided. I think time for me now. I accept the verdict, but with a lot of really things which I am not approving 100%. There's still a lot of options, but I'm tired,
So you don't want to go on any further?
It's difficult.
For your own preservation, your own peace of mind, your own stability, you can say to yourself, I've done everything I can do for my son. And to give him his due, please let it go.
Mr. Al-Fayed, thank you so much. I'm sorry to have put you through this. So, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Yes,
Qu'il y a eu une enquête française qui démontre parfaitement les choses, une enquête anglaise qui suit, qui démontre parfaitement les choses. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut? Une enquête de quoi? Faite par le pape, l'église anglicane, par qui? Par qui?
Nous avons fait notre enquête du mieux possible pour démontrer ce qui était démontrable. Maintenant, il ne faut pas se laisser bercer d'illusions et de personnes qui vont profiter de ce drame pour être sur le devant de la scène pendant un instant éphémère.
By all means, question everything that's in that budget report. Question anything you want, but question it on the evidence and the facts. Don't question it on a headline that you saw last week or what your Aunt Mabel told you she'd heard the week before. Look at the facts.
That is just a dreadful story. You write utter nonsense because you know it's going to sell. My job was to write something people wanted to read. My job was to write a newspaper article that 5 million people would put their hands in the pocket and pay £1 for. Quite a lot of what I wrote was not true, but it was equally a little bit true. And that's why the papers absolutely love conspiracy theories, because they were, you just make them up basically, whereas the truth was much less interesting. Hola. I never met a journalist who thought Princess Diana was murdered. But I know a lot of newspapers that publish stories, including my own at times, that wouldn't have probably given that impression to the public. And you get in a situation where everyone can gain financially, and the one thing that just disappears out of the room is the truth. But my view of it never changed from start to finish. I wanted it to be a murder. It's a far better story. I mean, she's dead, so it might as well be a good story how she died. It's not. It was an accident. It should never have happened, and it's an incredibly tragic one at that. And that's the end of the story.
Princess Diana died in a car accident in Paris, France. A year prior to her death in 1996, she wrote a letter stating her husband had tried to kill her.
24 years after the event. Probably wasn't even alive at the time of the crash.
Facts that suggest that Princess Diana was murdered. There was 40 cameras in surround the area when Princess Diana crashed, and one of them was working.
Not true.
It is said that Princess Diana was murdered due to the fact she was pregnant with an X-rays baby.
Not true. Just look at the facts.
The more I get into this, the more this is really looking like a cover-up.
There's something, I think, in the human psyche where you just can't believe that Princess of Wales died in such a, I hate to say mundane, but a straightforward way, just in a car crash. That cannot be true. It can't be true. So they look for other explanations for it. There is no other explanation.
The French military agency locked up and prohibited access.
The conspiracy theories will never go away. It just couldn't go on, full stop.
You on the phone?
I can see where you want me to go.
Here's to your new home, to new friends.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun.
I hate what they're saying about you. It's gonna get worse yet, enough.
Can we not help each other when the time comes?
People get away with it every day.
Christina's been murdered. There's no evidence to support that.
I think you're going to like this.
Puts on a good show, doesn't he? There are boys dying all over the world. And I want to know why.
Why, if you're Jason, it's not worth it. Back off. If you think there's any way I'll ever abandon you, you're wrong.
No one's coming.
Do you think we're just going to go ahead like this is normal?
I've nobody's consolation prize. I'm going to live.
Altogether different drama.
You can destroy us all.
See you at the next funeral.
Oh,
This is yours. Stream now on Channel 4.
I'm looking for a truffle pig.
I don't understand.
Someone stole it.
You made the right choice, out there in the woods. There's nothing here for you anymore.
We don't get a lot of things to really care about. Where's my pig?
Oh. Stars in Pig on Film 4,
Oh, wow.
Thursday the 21st of March.
I spy with Milo Ice on the beginning of H. It's the answers. I don't appreciate that joke right now.
What, 12 fugitives at large? Let's go.
These two are about as sharp as two marbles wrapped in a sponge. Yeah, running around like headless chickens. Me and my mum are just chilling. They've got hands up, both fugitives in the property now. It's a bit of a bad time to get caught. Hold it there!
Oh my god!
Pull over. He's like the younger, sweatier version of Piers Morgan. Feels like I just wet myself.
Go. This is on.
Time to go Channel 4. Start Sunday at 9.
At Channel 4, we want to know what you're thinking about our shows, talent, what you'll have for dinner, all of it. But we want you to be able to do this and get a response in the same way you reached out. So if you're a BSL user, you can contact us in real time through website or the Sign Video app.
Strong language from the start now, and making sure the cutlery's in good nick isn't high on the agenda. Ramsey's Kitchen Nightmares, USA.
Looks like Abby's got her entertainment sorted for the night. But Barry looks like he could do with a laugh. Well, he's in for a treat. Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Previously on Kitchen Nightmares USA, by Galleria 33 was the dream of sisters Rita and Lisa.
She certainly doesn't mean me.
The daughters of Italian immigrants, they grew up in the restaurant business. You remember to have a restaurant in Boston?
Yes.
5 doors down.
Correct. Right across the street diagonally.
But right from the very beginning, this Italian restaurant was a financial disaster.
We lose money every single month. We're not getting by.
Rita and Lisa claimed they had no idea why.
I don't know how to fix it, because I don't know what's wrong with it.
But it didn't take Gordon long to discover
you have turned the restaurants into something dysfunctional.
That this restaurant was fraught with issues.
Whatever little customers you've got now, I'm amazed they're in here.
The owners treated the restaurant like their own living room.
Where are they all going?
Rita constantly smoking, and Lisa drinking on the job.
Are you drunk?
As for the food, well, it was pretty horrific.
Really bad. It's like someone's trying to put my plate.
Cooked by head chef Doug, who happens to be Rita's ex-husband.
I don't think you two should be running a restaurant.
At dinner service, there were a number of customer complaints.
It's really not very good. It's not fresh.
And Rita decided to challenge the customers.
Stick your finger in the ravioli and tell me it's cold now.
You seem like you're kind of not happy with me.
Instead of trying to please them.
Oh my God.
And then the unbelievable happened. Chef Doug, in full view of Gordon, did the unthinkable.
You just dropped it on the floor. You can't cook it.
Gordon confronted the owners.
No one has any pride.
And while Rita listened unhappily,
he's going to think you're crazy.
Lisa remained in denial.
Yeah, he doesn't want to help us. I've had enough. I can't do this. Not even.
Leaving Gordon no choice but to give her an ultimatum.
You walk out, I'm out.
What is that? You're serving rotten fruit.
You'll possibly kill them.
Then wake up! You wake up! Shut the place down! Get out of here! That is amazing!
Thank you, Chef.
You go, I go. Let me tell you.
I didn't sign up for this.
I didn't give a fuck what you said. Let me tell you something. You walk out, I'm out. Straight up.
Okay.
I've had enough.
I'll stay today, but I'm
No,
not.
I don't. You got to come back tomorrow. I'm out of there. Get your sister out here. I'm gonna tell her now straight. And do you know what's too much? Is none of you give a shit here.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I care.
You care?
Yeah, I do.
What, by wiping the ass of the chef like that? He dropped the chicken on the floor. He picked it back up and started cooking it.
I get that.
But you just
But
make
we're not
excuses
serving that. No, I don't give a fuck
If
about
I
him.
didn't
I don't
see
even
it-
like him.
If I didn't see it, we'd fucking serving it.
No, he would not have. There's like a lot of people out here. Can we like talk somewhere else?
Let's go inside.
It's ridiculous.
In here.
I really want to go home. I need a cooler. Like, I can't do this.
No. You go, I'm going. I'm out of here. I'm not going to stay here and pick up the pieces for your business for someone that doesn't give a shit. Let me tell you.
I do give a shit. But
So if you give a shit, then you'd stay and actually show some willing. I came to help.
Okay, I'm just gonna have a glass of wine. It's driving me to drink.
Unbelievable. What's happening here?
She's trying.
She's not trying. She's making excuses. Let me tell you something. Just in private. No, but just in private for 2 minutes.
She's gonna get slapped tonight.
I'm not here to fight you. I can see the pain. I can feel it. But this is beyond out of control. I don't know what to say. I honestly, I don't know what to say.
I know.
If you know it, you must be so good upset. I'm sorry.
This just sucks. It's humiliating.
I know it is, darling. I can see that.
I'm embarrassed. It's embarrassing. This was your idea. No, it wasn't. Don't blame me for this shit. It's not embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
I'm bringing it to your attention urgently. I want you to be successful.
I want to be successful. I do.
I do. I want that.
You have to strive for excellence.
I
That's
want
the bottom
excellence.
line. Average restaurants fail.
Listen, Lisa, we have to fix this.
Can you just leave me alone?
Unreal.
Next,
You need to listen to what I say.
an all-out war between Rita and Lisa and their waiters.
Whose fault is that after all? Yours? No, it's yours.
And the owners aren't backing down.
Shut your face.
But neither are the waiters.
Leave me alone. I'm working this way.
As things get very ugly at La Galleria 33.
Don't start. I don't care when you fucking start. And what are you gonna do?
Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
I Spy with Milo Ice, I think beginning of H. It's the answers. I appreciate that joke right now.
We've got 12 fugitives at large. Let's go.
These two are about as sharp as two marbles wrapped in a sponge. Yeah, running around like headless chickens. Me and my mum are just chilling. They got lines of both fugitives in the property now. It's a bit of bad time to get caught. Hold it there!
Oh my god.
Pull over. He's like the younger, sweatier version of Piers Morgan. Feels like I just wet myself.
This is on.
Hunted on Channel 4. Start Sunday at 9.
You're not someone you forget in a hurry. A young woman with a lot of spirit,
You're a nightmare.
a lot of potential,
He still looks like a Roman statue and I haven't changed my underwear in 3 days.
and very little patience for authority.
Do you want this? It was a moment, the moment's over. I'm all for shenanigans. But are you manic? You know what comes next. I could finally get baby a cruise, things won't really turn around for me. I fix problems and you have them. I need you to help me, is that okay? Of course I can.
Brand new comedy, Big Mood on Channel 4, coming soon.
Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
As dinner service winds down at La Galleria 33,
What he's saying is true.
sisters Rita and Lisa have just had a rude awakening from Gordon.
We have to fix this.
But Lisa still needs a little convincing.
What he's saying is true. And we have no, I don't think our food sucks. I believe some of the things, some of them could be better. Could be way better. Frozen lasagna, there's got to be a better way. And a frozen meatball, like, he's right. He's right.
I feel angry and embarrassed, and I just don't want to deal with it.
I'm struggling to see your hunger, your passion.
It's there. I'm upset.
Why are you upset?
It's just like so up here that we don't know what to do anymore.
Look, it's just, they don't respond to me.
They don't respond to me.
That's what I'm saying. We got to straighten that out. That's the one bit. You're the owners. What you say goes. I see two girls in front of me that want this business to work, but you've got to stop tiptoeing over the issues. You can't just say, I give up. I'm sorry.
I haven't given up entirely.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Okay.
The final orders are now leaving the kitchen.
Tell me to put the rack lamp back on the grill. Where is it? Where's the... No, it's ready. Please, it's already medium rare.
But just like everything else this evening, it's painful for owners Rita and Lisa.
You're going to overcook it.
And not surprisingly, many of the customers leave unhappy.
Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry. Tough day. Let me tell you. I've seen it so many times before.
We can fix it. It's not too late.
I'm here to help.
I know.
And at times you think I'm not. I'm here to help.
I know you are. I know.
But I'm not going to put a Band-Aid on it. A Band-Aid's not going to keep this business open.
No, it won't. No.
I want you to make a list of things that bother you the most that you want to change.
Okay.
All those things that you feel that you've been ignored, you've had the sort of crap kicked out of you.
Okay.
Get some rest.
All right.
And we start again tomorrow. New day. Good night.
Gordon knows there is a communication breakdown between the owners and their employees.
Peter, should we be doing something so he doesn't come here and start saying?
And so he has asked the sisters to share their list of issues with the workers.
Today, it's all about moving forward and changing. So, we're going to host a staff meeting. Lisa and Rita, I would like you to address the staff. It's an open forum. First one.
The first one is, I would like for the staff to stop treating La Galleria as if it were a competition to see who could do less.
What?
Everyone comes in, sits, eats, laughs, talks. Nobody checks if the tables have been set properly. Nobody ever does this to the chair to see if there's breadcrumbs from the night before to wipe them off.
So, why would you come into work to sit down before work?
And tell me you're tired. Don't forget that.
I disagree. Totally disagree. Number one, we sit after everything is done. We sit
Sarah, that's
after
not
everything.
true.
That is not true at all. Personally, I'm sitting when there's no customer in here.
There's never customers in here till 7 o'clock. Does that give you the right to sit all
No,
night?
that's not true. Sorry, that's not true.
You guys are all in denial. You guys need to own what you do. Rosa, how many days do you come in late? Say every day? Maybe 5 times you came in on time? You're a real sloth. Joe, when I ask you to do something like wash a window, you know the Miguel, you scratch your balls in the dining room.
But doesn't make me a bad way to scratch my balls. Come on.
It's inappropriate.
Listen, don't pick on me.
I'm picking on everybody.
You hate some people when they didn't do nothing.
Don't give me the bullshit. If you guys cared the way everybody thinks they care, we would be really successful and he wouldn't be standing here. Like, nobody gives a shit.
Is that true?
I guess we're lazy, that's all.
Why are you lazy?
Because what I saw, everybody not doing this, cleaning, this and that. I sit with them, I enjoy the party, and says, I don't care because nobody does.
Wow.
And honestly, I guess the culture of what I've seen has made me lazy as well. I'm not doing anything differently than the rest of these people.
I'm sorry, I disagree. I'm not lazy. I'm sorry.
Can I interject, please? Please. This is what I see when I walk in. You're sitting there, Sarah, chit-chatting, drinking coffee, and looking miserable.
No, that's not true, Lisa.
And just waiting for the bus people to come and pick up the dirty tables.
I disagree too.
You need to clean as well.
You guys never, ever asked us, can you please just finish the work with the busboy? Because for me to stay on, I shouldn't have to be asked. No, you guys don't like that. You have to tell us.
Sarah!
No, sorry,
Yes,
Lisa.
no.
Lisa,
Wait a minute.
sorry.
Let's talk
Okay.
real.
Yeah, we're talking real. Okay.
Listen to me. I only mentioned that because
Whose
that's
fault is
something.
that after all?
Yours?
No, it's yours. You expect everything to be done. This business, number one, is not under my name. It's under both of your names.
That's why you need to listen to what I say.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying there are no rules, Rita. So don't blame us for that because there are no rules.
There are no rules because nobody respects what I say.
Like what?
Let me just go down my list and you'll see where I'm going with this. Number 2 says...
Point number 2.
Nobody sitting here can take criticism. Actually, Rosa can. She does like 5,000 things wrong a night. But when you tell her, she says she's sorry, but doesn't really do anything about it.
Doug, why can't you take criticism?
I do.
You don't.
You definitely don't.
You don't. You don't take
Well, the way I
criticism.
see, I do. So you think different.
How about seeing it the way the owners see it?
Doug, when I say this dish sucks, you need to own it.
What can I do if I don't agree?
I don't care. You make another one. That's your job.
You cook as if you don't want to be here. Watching the way you perform, it's a man who's just turning up for the check.
I've been working here not for the check.
Then why don't you say to me and Lisa, you know what? I want to make a special today.
I did it there for Sealy. The other stuff just don't sell.
It don't sell because they suck. Those are not specials.
The vibe in here is oozing negativity beyond belief. No one gives a shit. From the chefs to the waiters. No one gives a fuck.
I'm sorry, I disagree.
Well,
Don't take this like a personal attack.
I'm just saying, point people out. Just just
I'm
don't
not-
say
you're
everyone.
taking everything
Okay, that's
personally.
fine. Okay, just one more thing. I don't want to be the target whenever guys you mention something.
I know you're a good waitress, you're efficient, you're fast. But I've had servers actually tell me if they don't want to work with you.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's supposed to mean that you are a money grub. And you hog all the tables.
I see the people. You guys the ones who see the people.
When I tried to rotate them, were you not the first one to complain? Be honest.
But
Let's
excuse
be
me, if you are a
honest.
good boss, you want to rotate, why you don't just rotate
No, actually,
without asking?
no,
Just
I'm
do
sorry.
it.
Because she's not willing to make less money. Shall I give an example? When I hired you, you were told you need to pay him 20% of your tips.
I tip more than 20%.
This busboy has never seen 15% from you. And that's
He has seen it.
No, he's not.
No,
Ask him,
sorry,
ask
sorry,
him.
that's
Ask
not
him,
true.
ask him,
Pat,
there he is.
have you seen more than 15% from Sarah? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tip. I'm not gonna tip.
Sarah, hold on, Sarah.
He cares about 50.
Listen to me. Hold on,
Taxes on that 20%.
Sarah, listen to me. Nobody's talking about when you make 15% of the charges. You know what I'm talking about? When you made $400 and you gave him 40. That's what I'm talking
Yes,
about.
that's right.
You
No,
absolutely
he did. No,
You
I
absolutely
didn't.
did.
No,
When
you guys
someone's
were not-
breaking their balls, yes, they
I
did.
was working my ass that day.
So was he.
If I'm here, I need to make some money. This is my job.
You make me pick and choose, Sarah. And
No, Lisa.
Yes. Sarah comes in, gets the best station. Sarah gets sat first, gets sat last. Sarah's making all the money. It has to stop. Like, it's ridiculous.
Sorry, I'm going home.
Thank God.
This is a waste.
That's time for you to fucking hit the road. What do we do about Sarah?
The problem with Sarah is that you've left yourselves open because of the lack of direction that's been shown to the team. And the fact that she's a good waitress, she's got over a barrel. She's got the reins. You've got to take control.
How?
You can't be beholden to one member of staff, one chef in the kitchen. The staff are dictating for convenience. And that is so wrong.
I'm to blame for that. This is my fault.
No, I'm not single-handedly. People
You are.
blame.
You're absolutely right. You both are.
I am.
How can you expect them to
Right.
take
Lead
example?
by example.
Because
Right.
it starts from the top.
Correct.
And a fish rots from the head downwards. As owners, you set the rules. And anyone that doesn't coincide with your rules, they're out.
I feel like this has really set a fire in me. No more drinking for me, no more smoking for you.
All right.
I want to lead by example and really start working to make this place better.
You set the rules, you raise the bar, and you all follow it.
Okay?
Okay.
I want control back. I'm taking it today. I'm taking control back today.
There's only one voice, and that's the voice of the owners. So what they say gets done. Period.
I realized I was wrong, and I'm wrong. I'll do my best to not be lazy anymore because it's wrong. And I want to improve myself on these little things that I wasn't doing good. I want to do much better.
Time to change.
Yes.
Got it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, I appreciate the meeting.
All
Yeah,
right.
well done. Good
Thank
points.
you. Thanks. I love this man.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
That wasn't so bad. That was fucking great. I love him. I love him. I hope he stays. God, please make him stay for
Are
like.
you just talking out of your mind? There he comes.
Chef. Chef is back. Hello.
Okay, then.
I have a surprise for you.
A surprise for me.
Yes.
Really? That's very
Yeah.
kind.
You want to see it?
Where is it?
Over here.
Okay.
You're gonna.
No, I'm a little scared. No,
You're
okay.
making me nervous.
Okay.
I'm hoping that you liked it. I figured you got so upset about that tiramisu and nobody cared enough to make it for you.
You made a tiramisu.
I did. I made you
Wow.
a tiramisu this morning.
Did you make it with Doug?
No.
No.
I made it myself.
How long did it take you?
Less than an hour.
Less than an hour. Look.
It is fresh. I hope you
Well,
like it.
the fact that we got it, look at that. Nice. You made this morning, seriously?
Yes, seriously.
Yeah? I'm impressed. Mm. It's nice.
It is. Really?
I like it. Yeah, it's very nice. Mm.
He likes the tiramisu. A winner.
That's delicious. Good job. Right, I need all of you. I've just
Okay.
been. Guys, come over, please. All of you, please. Let's go. God, no one moves faster, do they? It's like fucking camels getting off the desert. Let's go. Now, I've done a lot of research around the city of Boston. And this is a highly competitive area, right?
Yes.
How do you stand out from that competition?
We don't. I don't know.
That's obvious.
We are like almost like everybody. Not bad and not worse. I think we are good.
That's where you're wrong, young man. Last night, throughout service, I snapped off a few photos just to show you what your food looks like. Wow. What is that? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I don't want to see it.
You don't want to see it?
No,
That's not a good sign.
I do. I'm scared.
These are from my phone.
Oh my God.
Doug, what is that?
Raviolis.
It could be eggplant.
No, it's seafood ravioli.
Ravioli.
Actually, it's eggplant ravioli.
It's eggplant.
The fact that you don't even know what it is instantly scares the shit out of me.
Crazy.
Seafood ravioli. Let's put it up there. Yeah?
Do you have to hang them? Oh, God.
Yeah, it's the gallery, isn't it? Next.
What is it? God,
Paradiso?
God, Paradiso.
Does that look like paradise to anyone?
It looks like vomit.
Vomit.
Shut your pie hole. You're not the manager anymore.
Well, the inside of a colostomy bag. What is this?
Antipasto.
With balsamic vinegar spewed all over it? Do you think they do that in Italy?
No,
It's only
that's
supposed to
supposed
be
to
on the tomato mozzarella.
Ready?
Yeah.
Next.
Oh, please, no more. Oh, the rack of lamb.
The rack of lamb.
Our rack of lamb looks like a sick animal. I mean, I don't know a lot of sick animals, but like a sick animal.
That is currently leaving your dining room on a daily basis.
Looks like an abstract.
That looks like shit. Everything we serve is this weird orange, pinky color. It doesn't look like food. It wasn't appetizing at all. Oh my God, it's embarrassing.
That's your food, Doug. There, yes?
Into the shoftel.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Let me show you some other photos of what Boston's best Italian restaurants are putting out. Tortellini of seafood.
Oh, that's just beautiful.
It's nice.
Look at this.
Oh, that's nice.
Shrimp and linguine.
It's like a piece of art.
That does look good.
Lamb served in a local Italian restaurant. Looks nice. Little antipasto.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, that's nice.
Look at the comparisons. It's just a better version, visually and taste-wise.
Can you stop talking here?
What's wrong?
I don't know what he's saying. And
I'll tell you what he's saying. That's ridiculous.
Go on.
Its food looks better because those were taken as close-ups and these were far away. Okay, no.
If I had to pull out of that one and show you this one with the bits of crap, listen. Your food is dated, and there is no comparison.
No, there isn't.
It doesn't look good. Have a little bit of pride. Doug, are you willing to learn and raise your game?
I don't like to follow like people. I like to do things different my way.
A world-renowned chef is in here telling you like you're fucking up and you have no passion, and he's still resisting. I gotta look for somebody else.
Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Maybe I'm meant to be an unbelievable baker.
Join some of Britain's most famous faces.
What are you doing? I don't know.
As they take on baking's toughest challenge.
Have you practiced this?
I'm not very good at homework.
Hollywood.
Isn't that balding?
It's a really good looking up.
It's not gonna be too sweet.
I can add pepper if you like.
Will they excel in the tent?
This is number 5.
Out of 4. Who's impressed with your piping?
Or will it take them to baking point?
That jerky is delicious. 8 layers of sponge. Never been seen before on Bake Off.
Brand new The Great Celebrity Bake Off for Stand Up to Cancer on Channel 4. Starts Sunday at 7:40.
Astrid and Rafael are back. Solving more intricate murder cases. And facing their biggest trials yet. Still haunted by figures from the past.
Police, I'm in.
Walter presents a new series of Astrid, Murder in Paris on More 4. Starts Friday at 9.
Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Gordon has made it clear to the kitchen staff just how tough the competition in Boston really is.
The message here is that we want to deliver something better.
But has the message got through to the stubborn head chef?
Doug, are you willing to learn and raise your game?
Yeah. I think that we can make it look better.
We have to make it look better.
Yep. Yes. I know that the food he shows it looks better. And I want to be like that. I want to know more. So I'm open to any ideas.
I'm not interested in going backwards. That's not up for compromise. Raise the bar.
I'm hopeful for Douglas. I'm hoping he can embrace change. Like, it has to work. It has to work.
With more than 80 Italian restaurants in the north end of Boston alone, Gordon knows that La Galleria 33 needs not only to have a major upgrade in its food,
Just have a little gather over there.
but it needs something extra to help it stand out from the competition.
Oh my God. Here's the thing. As a new added feature to La Galleria 33's menu, we'll be offering small plates of classic Italian cuisine. Something different. Something that nobody is doing because of that diversity. Giving your customers the option to enjoy many flavors.
That is a great idea.
It's beautiful.
Starting off with homemade meatballs.
Beautiful.
Roasted chicken livers, blended with butter.
Nice.
And then truffle and lemon asparagus risotto.
Oh my God.
And cavatelli done with beautiful sun-dried tomatoes.
It's awesome. Small plates are great because despite my size, I actually eat very small portions. So now I can have like several different things.
Dig in.
Wow.
Very good. Very good.
The manager approves.
Oh my God.
I didn't imagine I'd be this pleased. I'm really, really very happy.
Just good stuff. I'm sorry. Scram. It's like night and day. You can't compare the new dishes to the old dishes. Did you taste that?
Amazing, isn't it?
It's like comparing, an apple to a banana. Both fruit, but not the same thing.
Doug, don't look so nervous.
You actually can make that.
Absolutely.
You can do it. Do it or be killed. Tell them to get something else. Tell them to see. That's his response to everything.
Doug, what I need is your attitude to change, that you want to learn.
I do.
Last time you said that, you got divorced.
Very
Does he need to be trained?
It's a very good point.
That's why I'm asking, because I'm smart. I know that.
What you need is a chef in here that can help you.
Are you staying?
No, but I have found a very talented individual that is going to be with you to help execute these amazing dishes. Here he is.
Get him in here.
Michael, come on in.
Success.
Young man, welcome. Hey.
Hi, Michael.
Michael Server. He's trained in some of the best Italian restaurants in the country. He's going to be here for the next month, training, working closely on a day-to-day basis with Doug.
Oh, nice.
I'm taking care of the check in order that he spends that time in here and implements that standard.
Okay, if I'm here day and night, I just want to learn.
Good. That's the attitude I want to hear. Excited for the challenge? Yes, definitely. Yeah? Good.
I'm so excited that we have a new chef. I just hope we don't scare him off, to be honest. I mean, we're very dysfunctional.
I expect us not just to be another restaurant, but I expect us to be the restaurant in the North End.
I'm very excited. We're very
I'm excited to run this restaurant with a different spirit.
I don't think we're a horror show anymore. I think it's a new beginning. It's like new dawn. We're going to be fine. We're going to be good. It's going to be good.
I might still be a horror show. I don't know. I'm going to Gordon Ramsay's house.
I'll be his nanny. I want just kids.
No, I don't really like kids, but I will definitely clean his house.
I'll be his dog walker.
I'll snuggle up on the bottom of his bed and keep his feet warm.
with everyone committed to change.
Put a little sauce on the bottom just to caramelize it, and a little bit on top too, gives it that nice color.
Chef Mike gets to work teaching Doug how to execute the new menu.
Looks great.
And later that night, Gordon's team turn their attention to transforming the decor of La Galleria 33.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
The next morning, waitress Sarah returns to La Galleria 33 with a new attitude.
Today is a absolutely humongous day.
And owners Lisa and Rita are happy to have her back, at least for now.
Today is where we put La Galleria 33 on the map. We cement the future of this restaurant.
I'm excited. I
You
just
excited?
want to get in there.
Right, guys, you ready to see your new restaurant?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
You're gonna love it.
Oh
Welcome.
my
Welcome,
God.
welcome.
It really is beautiful.
Right.
This is so nice.
Clean. Oh my God.
Welcome to your new restaurant.
I love it.
No more dark red walls. It's very chic, fresh, modern, and clean. That oozes that romantic feel.
Wow.
Gone are those hideous plastic clouds on the wall. We have a new contemporary look.
Oh,
Quite sexy.
that's awesome. Very excited to see those shits on the wall gone. Those are awful. It's so nice to see exposed brick. It looks great.
Modern lighting in order to sort of lift.
Our lighting
God,
sucks.
we love it.
And then, of course, the blackboard, this amazing North End
So beautiful.
map, highlighting two of the most important restaurants. La Galleria 33, right next to Mum and Dad.
Look at this. I didn't see the
The
cool
bread
cutting
board,
board.
that's right. So when you come in, we have this huge chopping board with La Galleria 33
That really
stacked
is
on there.
great. I love that cutting board. I'm gonna hit somebody with it. Probably Sarah and Migueli and Doug and Lisa. It's really
Happy?
lovely.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it looks amazing. I think you have a very contemporary, modern, chic Italian dining
It's
room.
beautiful.
I love it. I feel like we have our own identity as a restaurant now. I feel like it's us. I'm excited to work here and be here, and it's beautiful. This is the way it should be done.
So now instead of sitting down for 10 hours, we're gonna keep it clean.
It's the biggest night in the history of La Galleria 33.
Guys, some words of encouragement before the very busy evening begins.
And owners Rita and Lisa want to make sure that everyone is focused on the job at hand.
All right, this is our big relaunch. Time for us to work as a team. Please don't spill anything on the customers. No ball scratching. Rosa, smile. Sarah, do not argue tonight.
Don't
Oh,
mention
God.
it, though. We're not going to
Yeah,
argue.
no.
Just do your best. Everything will be fine.
Who's the boss in here?
Rita and Lisa.
Run this dining room with conviction. What's the special tonight?
The branzino,
Sell that, yeah? Describe the porchetta.
the porchetta.
What's it served with? You don't know, you should know. Describe the porchetta.
Porchetta is a roasted pork.
See, served on.
Served on.
Oh, God. Yeah, no. Okay.
Describe the ossobuco.
Sobuco is a lamb shank.
Lamb shank. You tasted
I know,
it.
but I don't remember all the.
Really?
Yeah.
Feel. You muppet. Can I suggest, just for 5 minutes, you take the menus, you talk to the chefs, and you start logging that in there. What's all that about? Lamb?
Lamb.
What?
I need some vodka.
While the waiters brush up quickly on the menus,
Risotto.
the doors open for the relaunch of La Galleria 33.
Hello, Oreo Trinity.
This is wonderful.
Oh. Good evening, ladies. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good. And I just want to let you know that we have a beautiful fish tonight. It's called branzino.
Smile.
Is very good. And the risotto is unbelievable today. Okay?
Explain the small plates. Small plates.
I'm going to start off with a small plate of lamb.
Two or some appetizers to start.
Arancini.
So meatball, calamari,
Rita, bring some orders here so they don't come all at once.
You okay?
People coming in and I don't see orders.
How long for the first order, please?
I don't know.
Oh my God, stink.
We need some orders in here, please, guys, yeah?
Rita,
What, honey?
it's not going in. I don't know why.
Oh, my God.
This thing is not working.
Chef,
Yes.
this doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
It's not going through.
It's not going through. Can we use the other one around the corner?
The one over here, Sarah. Try it over here, honey.
Why is that not going through? We had them on this afternoon, did we?
You okay? This has to be shut down. It's not working. Fuck. This one's not working either. Fuck.
It's really stressful. Is it okay? Is it on?
Not yet.
I think this place is cursed.
Fuck you, bitch.
Let's just use checks.
Yeah.
We need to regroup and, and just keep moving.
Paper checks. Yes. Yes, thank you. That was great from Lisa to step up that moment and bring us the regular checks. Paper checks. It feels really good that we have a boss.
Okay, Michael. Now there's no more computer. The POS system's gone down, and we do hand-written tickets.
Chef, order.
Let's do it.
With Lisa having a quick solution to the ticket problem,
Can I give you an order?
Yes. Michael, there's one here as well.
Thank you.
Chef Doug and Chef Mike work together to get the kitchen back into gear.
You ready to plate that gnocchi? You got your small plate ready?
Whenever you're ready, send it out.
That's for you. We're going on that first second. You ready?
Take this one.
And as a result, the much anticipated small plates
And the lamb plates and the meatballs.
are now heading out to the diners.
Wow, that's really good.
It's perfectly fried.
Very cool.
I like it.
This is amazing. I need gnocchi and chicken masala.
Okay, we need a gnocchi and marsala. It's working.
Okay, I need mancini.
Okay, let's start on that. No. Look, come here. Why are you doing that?
I'm sorry, I'm just used to putting my
I know you're used to. It's simple. But you make it so difficult. Who's expediting tonight?
Sorry.
The staff, they're just like a bunch of misfits. They don't listen to me.
Do you want to go backwards or do you want to go forward?
Forward.
Right, get used to change, young lady, or go home.
I really hope this fucking bitch doesn't mess this up for me.
Chef, table 2 anytime you can find.
What is it, man? You get it.
Gnocchi, agnolotti and marsala.
Yeah, you got it right now.
No masala, he does not have that.
No marsala?
I have a marsala.
Yes,
It's
make the
here.
masala.
Please,
Yes,
the
No
marsala.
marsala.
Jesus Christ, Mickey, get out of here.
I'll tell you what I need. Marsala and I need the agnolotti.
You need
Marsala
to
and
speak
agnolotti.
to me.
It's right over here.
Get
You
up.
just say
He
no
needs
marsala. I
a
need the
mas-
marsala.
Shut your face.
No, fuck me.
You know, I can't deal with this fucking stupidity.
Lisa, I need one. Long time ago, they ordered the list.
Don't shout at her.
Get out of here, Vinay. What is wrong with you?
Fuck you.
That's too stinks. Get a grip and start listening and do what
I
I
am
say.
listening to you, okay? Sorry, just leave me alone. I'm working this way. If you're not happy with me, tell me to get the fuck out. I will leave here.
Hey, look at me.
I don't care what you
Don't start.
I don't care
Don't
what
you
you
start.
okay?
Don't you
I
start.
don't care what
In front of these customers, don't you start. I'll drag you outside.
And what are you gonna do?
Yeah, do you know what I'll do?
Larry's happy. Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
You're not someone you forget in a hurry. A young woman with a lot of spirit,
You're a nightmare.
a lot of potential,
He still looks like a Roman statue, and I haven't changed my underwear in 3 days.
and very little patience for authority.
Do you want this? It was a moment, the moment's over. I'm all for shenanigans. But are you manic? What comes next? I could finally make a bigger crusade, things won't really turn around for me. I fix problems and you have them. I need you to help me, is that okay? Of course I can.
Brand new comedy, Big Mood on Channel 4, coming soon.
I can see why you want me to go.
Here's to your new home, to new friends. Oh, come on. It'll be fun. I hate what they're saying about you.
It's gonna get worse yet enough.
Can we not help each other when the time comes?
People get away with it every day.
Christina's been murdered. There's no evidence to support that.
I think you're gonna like this.
It's on a good show, doesn't it? There are boys dying all over the world. And I want to know why.
Why are you chasing? It's not why. Back off. If you think there's any way I'll ever abandon you, you're wrong.
No one's coming.
Do you think we're just going to go ahead like this is normal?
I'm nobody's consolation prize.
I'm gonna live.
Altogether different drama.
You could destroy us all.
See you at the next funeral. Unless it's yours. Stream now on Channel 4.
Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
It's relaunch night at La Galleria 33.
He needs a master. Shut your face.
And waiter Michaela's lack of communication with Rita
If you're not happy with me, tell me to get the fuck out, I will leave you.
is putting the dinner service in jeopardy.
In front of these customers, don't you start. I'll drag you outside.
And what are you gonna do?
I'll make you respect the fucking owners. Don't start.
No,
Don't
Seriously,
start.
this is like my big opening meeting. This is what you do to me.
Attitude stinks. It's like the lunatics leaving the asylum. You're expedite.
I am.
We're just shooting ourselves in the foot there. We're just destroying ourselves. I don't know why we're doing it. Don't take shit from them.
No, I'm not
No,
gonna
no
take shit.
fucking way.
Yes.
Lift it up now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Lisa, the restaurant's full now. You raise your game and follow the waiters every time. Own it now, yeah?
Yeah.
Lift it up a little bit.
Yes.
Here, got to drive them. Regroup them, get them together, and finish strong.
This fucked up is the staff. They're not respecting me. They're not understanding it's a new system. I have to beat them into that. Michele, I need you. I want you to listen to me. This is really important. No. I want you to listen.
When you call something, who's the one person you come to?
I come to you.
Me,
See,
because I get
something over Doug. He's in the thick of it now. He's busy now.
Okay, I'll call you. This one I didn't tell you. They're still working on the
But
appetite.
do they have these
Yeah,
appetites?
they're eating the
Okay,
appetite.
I need to know because I need to cross.
All right, so I will tell you when they're done for their drink.
Yes. Just take a deep breath and relax. You're just nervous. We can't revert back to, the old way of doing things. Rita and I, we need to take the reins and get back on top of things.
Fire 2 specials, a large gnocchi, and a veal buco.
We got this. We got this, guys.
Hey, listen, you're doing a great job. Rita?
Yes.
These Branzinos, go with one large risotto.
Sarah, yes, start to take these. Start to
I'll
take
start
these.
them right now.
And we have the lasagna, ladies.
I really apologize for the wait.
And there was your gnocchi. Enjoy everyone. Sorry about the delay.
The customers seem to really love the food. It's nice to see people actually finish a dish. They're not giving them oversized portions of orange shit. It feels good knowing that it's good, that we're serving delicious food and that people are enjoying it.
You got some chocolate.
That's gone, right?
Yep, so I'm just waiting on this and then all my tables will be.
Gnocchi, marsala.
Thank you, chefs. Very nice.
Thank you.
I think that's everything.
Okay, beautiful. I'm a champ. I am. It just rolls. My head is so busy. Isn't that great? It's wonderful to see teamwork. It really is. I took control of the Galleria 33.
Doug, good job. Well done.
We did good. It was hard.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Wow. What a night. Well done. It wasn't perfect. Yes, there were bumps, but we didn't give up.
No.
People love the food. And Rita and Lisa, that says a lot about your chef tonight. Doug really stepped up, really delivered, and you maintained your standards from the first dish to the last. So well done.
Very nice.
Really well done.
Very good stuff.
In the end, the most important thing is every member of staff here tonight listened to the owners. And it wasn't the owners listening to the staff. It was reversed. That's the way it's going to be. Get used to it.
That's the way it is.
Well done. Give yourselves a round of applause. Come on. Yes. I'd like 2 minutes with the owners. Please. Come over here. Come over. How do you feel?
I feel wonderful. I
Yes.
think that once they run this a few more times and that POS system isn't broken, I think it's going to be fabulous. I'll see you.
What's the matter?
You have 2 arms.
Oh, Jesus. Listen, here's what I saw. 2 owners running their restaurants, not the restaurant running them.
Yeah,
Now,
that's important.
It is.
you've got it. You've got to stay on it. But you never, ever, ever become beholden to your staff again.
Right.
All right.
Well done to both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, look after yourselves.
All right.
Yeah? Mwah.
I wish you would stay. Just,
Yeah.
I want to keep him. I feel like I'm holding a pistol when he's around. I just feel like so empowered by him. I'll tie him up to a boiler downstairs. Staying.
Thank you.
Tk you so much.
Wow.
I wish you could stay.
What a week. I wish it was that easy. There are other nightmares out there.
Bigger than me, you think?
Ask me that question in 6 months' time, and I'll tell you.
All right.
Look after yourselves. Okay, and good luck.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you. Fingers crossed.
Fingers
All right.
Good night.
Thank you, Chef. Good night.
Good night, good night, good night.
It's so sad to see him go. I never thought I would say that. I hated that man 2 days ago, and he's great. I really love him. He really lifted us up. Sad. He's leaving. Well,
Wow. This has been one of the most unusual yet one of the most enjoyable kitchen nightmares I've ever done. And I'm so proud of how far these two sisters have come in only a matter of days. They may be one of 80 Italian restaurants in the North End, but to me personally, they're always going to be very special, let me tell you. Wow. Ossobuco, lamb. You're kidding me. Seafood ravioli,
Gordon,
special.
wait, Gordon, Chef Ramsay, Chef Ramsay, you can't go.
I cannot stay.
You can stay. Just 20 more minutes.
I can't stay.
Just
20
one
minutes.
ossobuco more.
I can't.
In the weeks that followed, Rita and Lisa adopted Gordon's advice and took charge of their restaurant.
I want you to take the old Galleria out of your head.
They not only set new rules, but were diligent in enforcing them.
This is definitely going back. This wasn't the way the lasagna looked.
There was one casualty, however, and that was Sarah, who preferred her own set of rules.
Right here, Chef. I'll take it.
And now, just like their parents, Lisa and Rita have a successful restaurant in Boston's North End.
I just want to say that I was like a koala bear. Even though Lisa expressed all her bitchiness, I was ready. I was a soft, cuddly koala bear, but I had my claws ready to go just in case. But I loved
you didn't
it.
look like you had your claws.
I was ready.
Up his ass. No matter where he
Well,
went.
I wanted to hear what he had to say, everything. I loved it. I want him back. Where is he? I'm going to go find
I
him.
love him now. Yeah.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares USA, Gordon heads to Brooklyn, New York.
Oh my God.
And meets owner John,
It worked before. Why can't it work now?
who is no longer running his restaurant, and as a result, the place is a disaster.
Look at this mess.
There's an inspection that will have you in shock.
Frozen moly.
Conditions are so bad,
There's a man vomiting in the toilet now.
a customer pays the price.
Call an ambulance.
That's next time on Kitchen Nightmares USA.
That's what we call star-studded entertainment. Channel 4 Late Entertainment, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
In a world where everyone wants to be popular,
There's no guys out there like me.
4 celebrity icons are secretly playing God. Your job is to make Josh win
This is quite twisted.
against towering odds. An unlikely hero must emerge victorious.
It's cozy.
One man, one mission. Josh must win.
Yes, Josh!
I feel like I want to have celebration crisps.
Brand new series, The Underdog, Josh Must Win, coming soon.
Well, I just can't believe it's that time of year again.
Oh!
The Taskmaster and his assistant are back.
My old friends, let's do this.
Yes! With a new batch of fresh meat.
Want to see my sausage?
You've got Papa's attention.
I'm around.
Are they up to the task?
Well.
You ready?
Carry on, Swifter.
That was incredible. And I approve this message.
The new series of Taskmaster on Channel 4 coming soon.
At Channel 4, we want to know what you're thinking about our shows, talent, all of it. But we want you to be able to do this and get a response in the same way you reached out. So if you're a BSL user, you can contact us in real time through our website or the Sign Video app.
Strong and saucy language now on Channel 4. Can a pop star's mum find her one love? We're at the First Dates Hotel.
2, 3, here comes a little magic.
Live every first date moment. Proudly sponsored by Peroni Nastro-Azzurro, 0.0%.
The Amalfi Coast, Italy. One of the most romantic places on earth. But for those whose love life is all at sea, there is only one destination. The First Dates Hotel.
So what about the swimming? You know, the speedos, the small ones.
For men.
Yeah, la mutanda. Do you like it?
No, I don't like.
What they call in England? Vagina muggle. Muggle is a muggle. I think
As the staff prepare the hotel for another day of romance. Some early birds are settling down for an al fresco breakfast.
Don't you think it's weird that you're always one decision away from completely changing your life? So like this decision to come here could completely change your life forever.
Definitely, I actually love that. Also, like decision to get pizza.
I know.
Like, in a way, isn't that changed your day at least?
I mean, that's changed my day. Sorted out my hangover.
Sorted out hangover right now, which means you might be in better form for your day, change your life.
Cheers, babe.
Cheers.
Italy. You in Italy. Ciao.
There you go, buddy.
With new guests checking in.
What do you reckon? That's where the magic happens, right?
Others are content to check out the poolside view.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good
Coming
afternoon.
up here as well?
Yeah, do you mind?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
What's your name? Fiona.
Hi, I'm Emmanuel.
Nice to meet you.
This is 64-year-old foxy mama Fiona.
Have you got filter? I mean, is this like filterization? It's all like soft and makes you look. Yeah, so kind of like smooth out my lines, please.
Where did you fly from?
Gatwick.
Are you from that part of
No,
the
I'm sorry.
Ah, you're posh. So, do you have any kids?
I have one son.
What does he do?
He's a professional singer. He originally was in a boy band.
Right.
Yeah.
Go on, tell me which boy band.
So you can work it out.
Boyzone.
No.
A1.
No.
McFly.
No.
Go on. Okay, I'm sorry, Fiona. I failed.
He's in a band called Blue.
No way.
Yeah.
Ah, so you're the mother of Duncan.
Yes.
Following in her son's famous footsteps, Fiona has decided to check into the First Dates Hotel herself.
This picture was taken when I had written my autobiography, and this was a picture that we'd both posed for. What about you? What do you do?
I'm a classical pianist.
Are you?
Yeah.
Duncan did piano. He loved it. Yeah, he was quite good at the piano, actually. I'm here because my son came here last year and said it was so great.
I am biased, but the piano is by far the best instrument.
It will be absolutely superb to meet somebody that's a kindred spirit. Well, I love, saxophone.
Oh, yeah.
A bit of sax is fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. Sax, I said, not sex. When you're younger, it's all about sex. But when you're older, what's important is friendship. I'm happy to be their friend or companion, but most blokes don't want that.
What do you think blokes want?
What do you think they want? A bit of sax.
With afternoon service underway, potential lovers are loosening up for their loves.
I'm shitting my pants. I can feel my bottle going like this.
In Venus,
Hi, Dan. How are you? A bit nervous.
Wimbledon chef James is having a pre-match pep talk with his dad.
Novak Djokovic like made a joke like, should we go for a hit sometime? And I probably got far too excited because I started like bringing my trainers into work. I was like, mate, I don't think it's gonna happen. I was like, what happens now? Just getting ready, I was trying to decide between two outfits. If I could describe my perfect man in a dish, I guess it would have to be something that you enjoyed every day. Like you can, that sounds awful. My life's going in the wrong direction when I'm asking my 67-year-old dad for fashion advice. I'm going to really be like McDonald's, like different cars any time. It's like, it's easy, it's like quick, it's cheap. Don't be home late. Yeah, okay, perfect. Cheers, Dad. I'll let you know when I'm in. Love you, love. Bye. My job affects eating a lot.
This one's a free. Fucking hell.
Awkward steps. You take one at a time or two at a time. You don't have regular days off. You might work like 3 weeks in a row, like 7-hour days, and you can't see someone.
How are you?
Very well. How are you? I've had a number of guys like lose patience with it, and they're just like, "Mate, you're not serious about this."
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. Hey, how are you? Very well. How are you? Very well, thank you. All the better now. I've got a fully stocked bar in front of me. Well, exactly. How are you feeling about things? I'm feeling okay. I'm a little bit terrified. Thank you very much. Pleasure. I'm trying to scrub up as well as I possibly can. So, oh, you're not normally dressed like this, then? No, I work in the kitchen. So, what do you do in the kitchen? I'm a chef. Wow. Hard-working profession. I just started my own food line, which is still hard work, but a little bit more fun. Oh, congratulations. So come here, what are you looking for? Hopefully really, really rich. It's brand new food and doesn't really bring money in at the moment. I would want them to be very ambitious, look after themselves, like grooming, keep in relative shape, and like inside of the party.
No stranger to the limelight. It's James Bond.
Yeah.
13-year-old James, the touring actor, keen to find his leading man.
I'm bored of being with people in the theatre world. We call it like pantomans and tourmans.
Hi, Mum. I'm good. I'm about to do it.
Dating auditions, the same kind of thing. And I think I'm always self-reviewing myself, self-evaluating myself.
Don't because you're nervous, it'll go straight to your head.
Did I look at him strange or did he fancy me?
Bullies, they make me sneeze.
And guess what? The most common place for dust mites to live is in our beds and pillows. But the soft cover on the Dormeo Memory Classic is treated and infused to stop dust mites from living in your mattress. Each Dormeo Memory Classic is hand finished with the utmost care, so you can sleep in luxurious comfort on this wonderful mattress.
With the Dormeo Memory Classic mattress, a great night's sleep is guaranteed. Try it in your own home for 60 nights, and if you don't wake every morning feeling refreshed, revived, and full of energy, simply send it back for a full refund. And thanks to the wonderful high-quality components, design, and testing, Dormeo have given it a 15-year warranty. 15 years! And because you're buying directly from the manufacturer, it's available at an incredibly low price too. Call our sleep experts right now, and in a few days' time, you could be experiencing a huge change in your sleep, and therefore a huge change in your life. Call now.
I'd like to show you the ultimate demonstration of how the Memory Classic responds to pressure. Now, you may have seen one of these heavy-duty rollers along the road. It's an over 2-ton compaction roller. It delivers over 5,000 pounds of pressure to flatten the road surface. Let's see how well the Memory Classic stands up to our compaction roller. Remember, this is over 5,000 pounds of impact pressure, and the Memory Classic not only absorbs it all, but it automatically returns to its original form. That was amazing. Over 5,000 pounds of impact pressure, and the Memory Classic still returns to its original form. Think about how it will cradle your body and absorb the pressure. You'll sleep in luxury every night. Now when I'm getting up, I'm feeling brighter, I feel more energetic, more ready for my day, and typically I've not been a morning person, so it's been so nice to feel bright.
ready to go in the morning, all thanks to my Memory Classic mattress.
Your weight's evenly distributed, and so you feel completely comfortable and you don't wake up with any aches or pains. You feel revitalised, which having a young family is really, really important, isn't it? Even if we don't get a lot of sleep, it's about the quality of sleep. And the Memory Classic absolutely guarantees high quality sleep.
We couldn't be happier with our Memory Classic mattress. We're delighted. One of the best investments for health we've ever done. And I don't think we'll look back.
And for the future, it's not just one night, it's all those hundreds of nights. It feels comfortable, it's luxurious, and we wouldn't swap it, would we?
No, I mean, it's so important to get a good night's sleep. And with the Memory Classic, you get that every night.
You do.
Every night.
You do.
Take a look at this demonstration. In tube 1, we have regular bedding foam. In tube 2, we have coiled springs. And in tube 3 is Dormeo memory foam. When this heavy weight is dropped and pressure is applied, the egg is broken in tubes 1 and 2. But in tube 3, the egg remains intact, showing how well Dormeo memory foam absorbs pressure and how well it will help you have a comfortable, supported night's sleep.
So today, you've seen how the Memory Classic mattress from Dormeo gives you a truly comfortable, supporting, luxurious experience for deep refreshment.
Has been rescheduled to an evening kickoff on Tuesday, the 16th of April at 7:45 p.m.
Of the period, then they will come to the house. Even though we are just this house is whenever the woman is delivering a baby, so they will come to this house and they will stay after delivering the baby. They will stay there for from 15 to 20 days here before they return.
So birth and menstruation, all is any man allowed in here under any circumstances?
It's not allowed to touch them. It's not allowed to go inside.
Hello. Seem to be quite happy. So they're allowed to talk.
They are. It's a nice holiday for them. They're resting, good resting, because even the women, when they are having their period, they are fell weak again.
Yeah, so they don't have to do any housework.
They need a complete rest.
I see. So this is a rest and recuperation service as well. Very good.
Before rejoining the community, a new mother must first go to the temple for purification. Burning fronds and juniper and holyoke are used in a ritual cleansing to prepare the temple for the ceremony. Bread is baked by the husband as a symbol of fertility. It will be presented to his wife once she and her family arrive. Once she's been given the fresh baked bread, the last pass of the flaming branches means she's officially purified and can go back to her home. These ceremonies are so unlike anything I've seen in Pakistan that when I walk through the village with my guide, Saifullah, I can't help returning to the question of origin.
What are your theories about the origins of the Kalash people?
Greek people think that we are come from Greek.
Yeah.
We are Greek and coming from Alexander the Great.
When Alexander the Great invaded...
some will say that we are the Bulgarian people say that we are Bulgarian.
So you've got claim people, the Greeks want you, the Bulgarians want you. What do you think?
But our own history, we come from a place called Siam. Siam.
Yeah.
But we don't know where it is.
That's quite a walk. You're used to it, aren't you?
We're used to it.
You live on the vertical all the time.
Yes, we are just born here.
Yeah. It's a great view there. So what is the Kalash god? How's it? Is it one god or?
We have one god, yes, as I told you that. we have a creator God. We believe on creator.
Yeah.
Who's creating the whole world and all human beings.
What happens when the Kalash dies? I mean, is he born again? Is the reincarnation?
We believe that when we die, our soul will go to the white mountain called Lat.
White Mountain?
Yeah.
Which is an actual mountain?
It's the next mountain is that one there. Yeah. You can see the white peak over there.
And that's the mountain where your Kalash souls all go?
Yeah, all the souls we go there. We can't see it now, but we believe that there's a kind of big thought of the soul of God.
I see. It's hard to know quite what the future holds, Kalash. I can't help thinking that their unique culture will become diluted the more the valley is opened up. The danger is that missionaries, anthropologists, tour operators, and well-meaning TV crews could make their way of life more show than substance. Well, it's time to get ourselves up to the Shandor Pass. The horses have already gone ahead for the great polo match, and we've got, about another 7,000 feet before we get to the Shandor Pass. We're stopping on the way to help acclimatization. Raza Khan is my driver. He's from Chitral. But they don't speak Urdu, they speak Koa. And I'm learning a bit of Koa together. One wonderful word I've discovered is the word for foot is pong. Is that right? Pong. Yeah, very suitable. More later. Around us, the mountains rise increasingly steeply. But wherever there's a level patch, there'll be someone making a living from it, by the simplest means possible. This is the painless way of making the 7,000-foot climb from Chitral to the pass. The team's horses have walked up. And not everyone's polo mad up here. I thought of offering them a spot of coaching, but there's no time. I've got my homework to do. And what a delightful language Koa is. Father is Tut, mother is Nun, grandmother's Wow. Shun. It certainly helps take my mind off landslides, which, judging by the constant presence of the road gangs, must happen more often than I like to think about. Alongside the Himalaya and the Karakoram, the Hindu Kush is one of a trio of mighty geological upthrusts that make this such momentous scenery. On its western flank is Chitral, on the east is Gilgit, and the two proud communities will meet each other here, 2¼ miles above sea level, on the Shandor Pass. Very good. Well done. The tradesmen, Chitral and Gilgit, are already setting up shop. They're expecting a festival crowd of thousands. The butcher's doing brisk business as families prepare for a 3-day picnic. I think I might just stick to salad. Well, for the next few days, like everyone else here, I shall be camping. I mean, the Shandor Pass has no permanent accommodation at all. Most of it is just a desolate wilderness. So the police bring their tents, the authorities bring their tents, polo teams bring their tents. And I'm told, reliably, that in the next 2 days, there are going to be 10,000 people like me coming here to be fed, watered, and evacuated on the Shandor Pass. So watch this space. This is going to be our dining room and banqueting hall on top of the world. And along here, tents various. I'm not sure who's in that tent. We have a little library area there where we encourage them to learn and be educated. And the kitchen. And here is a kitchen tent with a lethal flame leaping up the tent. And there's Zahor. Zahor, come and say hello. Zahor is the chef. Our chef, good man, very good, very important, most important man. That's the chef, and firewood, very, very important. And this is our hot water supply. This is the only hot water we'll have for the next few days. It's in there and needs a lot of wood because it takes much longer for the water to boil at this altitude, which I remind you is 12,250 feet. And along here in the nice little mountain walk, are the toilet facilities in various colours, but you won't need to follow me there.
It's early morning and the two teams are out practicing together. The Gilgit team is led by this man, Bulbul Jang, 55 years old and riding his favourite Punjabi stallion, Truk. He's led the winning side for the last 2 years and is looking for a hat-trick. Chitral's captain is Sikandar ul Mulk, Siraj's younger brother. He's riding Bucephalus, an Afghan bay with youth and speed on his side. At the end of the practice, they retire to their separate camps. And before laying bets, I set out on a fact-finding mission.
I've driven now a little further along the pass, away from the central festivities to where the Gilgit camp is set. It's up here. I suppose we've become rather close to the Chitralis. It's a bit like sleeping with the enemy, but we are the BBC. We're not even having freestyle polo. So this is the Gilgit camp over here. Chitral organised. Chitral. They are army and they are police.
Despite being army and police, they're very welcoming and happy for me to talk to Bulbul while Truk has his lunch.
You're captain of the Gilgit team this year, and you've been captain before. How many years have you been captain?
4 years.
And how many times have you won?
2 times we lose, 2 times we win the match.
Now, they say that in this game it's 80% horse and 20% man. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
Your horse is very special, I believe, because you've had the horse for a long time. How many years has your horse taken part in the game?
In Shandor, 15 years. There, this was 15 years.
Yeah. And what is it about Truk that makes him such fun to play so many games, 15 times here, 21-year-old horse? What makes Truk such a great horse?
ट्रुक और दूसरे घोड़े में फर्क क्या है कि मतलब ये इतना 15 साल जहाँ खेले और कोई और घोड़ा में इतना दम नहीं है। बहरहाल ये सवाल तो ये किसी और प्लेयर से पूछता तो as far as Truk and himself go, they have a perfect understanding. And Truk, probably with the body weight and all these understandings, they know each other very well. And that is how they combine well to perform here. It is Truk, he says, that tells me whether we are going to win the tournament or if we are going to lose. He definitely communicates with me. He says that he can give me that feeling that I'm perfectly all right and I'm going to win this match for you.
And what does Truk say about this year?
He's in a very good mood, he says this year.
I think I'll go and have a word with Truk before I lay my bet.
In the Chitral camp, things are much less rosy. Horses unrecovered from injury, another lamed in training. In fact, so persistent have been their misfortunes that I put it to Secunda that there are rumours that black magic, a potent force up here, may be being used against them.
Why have all these things happened to you? I don't know. Is it this way? You think, Secunda? Do you believe in that? Well, I never used to believe it, but now since everyone does, so I've also started believing in it. Who are the people to watch out for on the Gilgit side? The people you would rather not play again. Number 6. He's got a very fast horse. How about their captain, Bulbul? Bulbul is, well, they're depending on his horse, because his horse is about nearly 21 years old. It might, if it is a fast game, if he manage to give them a tough time, I don't think that horse will be able to finish the game. How do you think it'll go tomorrow? Tomorrow, well, they have an edge, but I don't think not that much. It's not really lose. First of all, no one will come near you on the polo ground. And if you win, then they don't even allow you to stand on the ground. They keep you up in the air. But if you lose, there's no one even going to come who's going to come next to you. And even on the road, they might start hooting and things like that. It's a terrible thing going back. If you go back to town, go back in the sky. We try to go in the dark.
On the eve of battle, ominous clouds hang in the sky. Next morning, things are no better at Chitral camp. The call to prayer rings out as the small town that's grown up on the Shandor Pass wakes up to the big match day. There are women supporters, but they'll watch from a separate ladies-only hill. Mulling over what I've seen these past few days, it's pretty obvious that efficient Gilgit should start favourites. But Chitral have a relaxed, happy-go-lucky approach, and I've helped them. It is freestyle polo after all, and they seem to embody the spirit of the game. They're in it for the hell of it, and I like that.
Yeah, the horses are all fine. I bet you can't wait to get on with it. Get out of your way. Good luck. How are you? How are you feeling? Good. How are the horses? Well, we've almost bought one horse, a new horse. Oh no. A big horse. The last minute. Nobody needed it. Yeah. But we weren't able to get it. All right. Last night we managed to get that horse. Now we are the best horse. So this was it's a big horse. Yeah. It had come with the team. All right. It belonged to someone else who was not ready to give it to us. Yeah. So you have to negotiate for you. So the rider knows the horse? The rider knows the horse. Oh, great. Good. So you're happy there? Yeah. And the Cephalus? He's okay. He's okay? Happy, perky? Yes, yes. Yeah, great. How you feeling? He seems to be enjoying the job. Yeah. How are you feeling? Good. You want to get on with it? Yes. Good luck. Yeah. Cheers.
Secunda's putting a brave face on it, but the new horse could be a problem. Now there's nothing more either side can do. The moment of truth has arrived. The riders will give everything, but everyone knows that at this punishing altitude, the outcome depends on the ability of these horses to absorb the relentless pressure. Chitral take a surprise lead. Gilgit soon equalised to cancel it out. International polo play is stopped every 7 minutes. These horses must run non-stop for 25, then for another 25, all the time struggling to pull in oxygen from the thin air. Rumble and Trook rule the field, but suddenly it's Chitral who are making all the running. A go-mouth mix-up puts Gilgit back in the lead. Almost immediately, Chitral press forward and equalise. Half time, and it's 2-2. Gilgit start the second half the stronger and force their way into the lead again. Boring, butting and body checking increase, and as the polo becomes truly freestyle, Gilgit run in a fourth goal. The pace is beginning to tell. Riders and horses are straining every second. Then the coup de grace, Bull, magnificently unflappable, puts Gilgit into an unassailable lead. The Chitral supporters are already heading for home. Gilgit fans stream across the ground to hail their heroes. Everyone becomes so happy that the police have to be called in. I pushed through to try and talk to the man of the match. How was it for you, Bobo?
I'm very much happy. Thank you. Yeah. You see the troop? Yeah. Thank you.
It might be black magic for Chitral, but for Gilgit, just magic. The festival over, it's time for everyone to make their way home, by whatever means possible. Most are going back down the mountain, but we're going up, higher than Shandor, into the land of ice and snow, to a place where few people ever set foot. Close to the Chinese border is a place they call Concordia, where two great glaciers meet, and 10 of the world's tallest summits surround them. K2, second highest peak on Earth, is 5 miles away. The jagged ramparts of these frozen canyons seem about to swallow me up. Next time on Himalaya, strange goings on at the Indian border. My first beer for a month. Mass catering and holy relics at the Golden Temple. A moment of peace in war-torn Kashmir. A train ride to Shimla, self-catering of course. At Dharamsala, I throw flower, learn what I was in my previous life, attend a concert, and meet a god king. Himalaya, the week's high spot.
BBC iPlayer. Love what you find. Find what you love.
Off you go.
Binge watch brilliant shows. Or it's probably worth to be it. Live stream TV. Find your next big obsession. Ready to play? Just press red. For the best way to watch TV on BBC iPlayer.
Okay, I'm ready to get bed. I'm not fucking out. Oh, that back is nice. Yeah. I shall leave for breakfast. Oh man. Fucking hell. Mm. Oh. Oh, I'm freezing. Oh, I must be fucking sold out now, I reckon. I must be. But I was back for what? Oh, God. God. Fucking hell. Oh. Oh, No. Yeah. Oh man. Oh. Yeah. Lovely. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Now. Mm. Oh. Oh. That's lovely. Mm. Oh. 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 Mm.
In China and Korea and Southeast Asia. So that it does matter. And of course, as you were saying in an earlier report, I mean, Japan and the US have very, very strong and significant economic ties. So how Japan does have a major impact on economies around the world.
Yuichiro Nakajima, thank you very much indeed, joining us from Crimson Phoenix. Thank you. We are going to head to Australia, where the country is dealing with a rather interesting dilemma. It has far too much wine. It does sound like a nice problem, doesn't it? But there is a very serious side to this. A fall in global demand has been exacerbated by political tensions between Australia and China, cutting off what had become a major market for Aussie wine. Grape growers are now being forced to pull up millions of vines to try and rebalance the market. Jeremy Cass is the CEO of Riverina Wine, grape growers in New South Wales. Thank you for joining us here on the programme, Jeremy. Just how badly have you been hit?
And was last seen at her SOAS
Some of our modelling is showing that our growers are actually delivering grapes to wineries this year at a cost to them of $2,000 a hectare. So, yeah, it's a very bad place to be in at the moment. We're severely worried about some of the mental health of our growers going forward.
Are you getting any support from the government?
Well, we haven't been up to date, but there's just been a task force announced on Monday from the government, so hopefully that will develop into something that might help us out in the long run.
I don't know if you're aware of this news, Jeremy. There is news that China has moved to dump the tariffs on $1 billion worth of wine exports, recommending that it drops those tariffs on Australian wine, and it's worth $1 billion. Are you aware of this?
Yes, we are aware of that. The recommendation came through the other day. We're still waiting for the be finalised. So we are hopeful and we welcome that news. We recognise the fact, though, that it won't be the same as when we left back there. We were exporting $1.2 million worth of wine into that country, and their consumption has dropped. If we can get back to half of what we were putting into there, we'll be very unhappy.
So this is basically what a change in place. We've seen our habits that has driven this, or has it really been those tariffs that have hit you?
Well, yeah, the tariff basically started it all, and then it was exacerbated by COVID and supply chain issues. But yeah, we are seeing a difference in consumption worldwide. Alcohol consumption is dropping, and we're actually seeing competition generate alcohol versus what boutique beers and boutique spirits. And then you've got to take into account that China produces a hell of a lot of wine on Australia now, and it's getting better and better.
Okay, so if these tariffs are dropped, I suppose for many vineyards like yours, it's too little too late. What are your plans moving forward?
Well, our plans moving forward is to try and bring our industry back into balance as soon as possible. The oversupply means that what was getting exported and 40% of our exports were heading to China is now ended up on the domestic market, and that's the bulk market, which means that we're seeing wine on that market as low as 25 cents a litre. The wineries are telling us that it's got 40 cents a litre to produce. So, and they're getting pushed around by the big supermarkets who are just suggesting that, because they buy off their buyers' own brand and so low prices and make suggestions for a wine and can't meet those prices and they'll lose shelf space, which is what we're doing.
Australian wine had a fantastic reputation, very unique position, regionally, but also on the table, very low in preservatives. Do you think it can ever retain or get that position back again?
Oh, yes, certainly. I think it's just a remodeling of the whole thing. We've got to probably downsize a little bit in the short term to bring ourselves back into balance and find some way of ridding the excess wine that's in tanks that's starting to age and probably degrade a little bit so that, you know, it takes that pressure off the bulk market and brings it back into balance. When those sort of things happen, then I think we'll be back on good footing again, but it might take some time for us to grow back to where we were.
Okay. Jeremy Cass of the Riverina Wine Grape Growers in Griffith, New South Wales. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Finally to the world of fashion, because from 1920s stylists to the supermodels of the 90s, the fashionist's Bible, the British Vogue, of course, has seen it all. Well, now the Glossy magazine has a new boss. Fiona Landy has replaced Edward Ennifel to become the first ever black woman to sit in the editor's chair. Ahead of her first publication, Fiona Landy next.
Style, famous faces, outlandish outfits. For decades, Vogue and its editors have informed us of the biggest fashion trends. Now the British magazine has a new woman in charge, determined to make her mark.
Yeah, his show was one of the best. You're the first woman of colour to hold this post. What does that mean to you?
It's obviously an incredible honour, and I think thinking about the sort of younger baby Choma, thinking about what she might have thought, I know how meaningful it is for younger people to see someone like me who looks like me in a position like this. My first childhood memories is just fixating on a pair of shiny shoes, these patent leather shoes when I was a kid, and I just remember getting my dad to buy them because my mom wouldn't. And I feel that getting dressed is one of the most joyful things I get to do every day, and I like to bring a sense of colour and joy and optimism.
Choma spent the last 14 years working at Vogue in New York before returning to London, where she grew up.
The thing I brought to American Vogue was a sense of British style and that eccentricity and that sense of cherry-picking some different things. And I think leaving in the UK made me realise just how much of a London girl I was. I really love this cover image.
For her debut issue, Margie's face was featured as singer FKA Twigs, a nod to her early days as a music journalist.
That colour was all over the runway.
The magazine's circulation has remained steady over recent years, but it does still face challenges.
Vogue has been criticised for being out of touch and for displaying fashion that is unaffordable to most people. What would you say to that? For me, when I open a magazine, that's really what I want to see. And there is obviously a fantasy aspect of fashion, and that's obviously what drew me in to what we want to see. How would your colleagues describe you? Are you sort of a terrifying Devil Wears Prada type editor, or are you more easy there? I hope I'm not terrifying. I would say I'm pretty easygoing, but I also have a really strong sense of what I like. So this is...
Her new chapter starts now as she takes the helm of the industry's fashion Bible. Nora Nanji, BBC News.
Stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello. Well, the weather's been very mild in the last day or so. In London, temperatures on Thursday reached 18.1 degrees Celsius. Spring is definitely in the air. How about Friday? I don't think it's going to be quite as warm, and if anything, a lot of cloud and a good chance of catching some rain. Now, currently, an area of low pressure is crossing us with its weather front, and that spells a lot of rain-bearing cloud. And in fact, through the night, it will have been a wet picture across many parts of Scotland, rain also around the Lake District and elsewhere. We've got showers crossing the UK. Temperatures early in the morning on Friday, double figures for London and Norwich, and many of us around 9 or 10 degrees. A bit colder there in Scotland, 5 for Aberdeen. The forecast then for Friday, and a lot of cloud first half of the day, very few glimmers of sunshine, showers possible through the morning and afternoon across England and Wales. Cracks of thunder likely. But out towards the west, and in some other areas as well, there'll be some bright spells. Temperatures, well, from Yorkshire southwards, I think we're still talking about the mid-teens, but further north and west, closer to around 10 or 11. And then Friday night, the sky's clear, and into Saturday morning with lighter winds, it is going to be a chilly start. So crisp sunshine early on Saturday. 3 degrees Celsius. I don't think it's going to be frosty in the south. But Saturday, lots of bright, if not sunny weather between northern and eastern areas. But this weather front is approaching. It's southwesterlies, pushing rain going south, so there will be some further to southwest, Wales, where we see temperatures so around 10 to 13 degrees. And then for the rest of the weekend, well, weather front keep on crossing the UK. Notice that the winds are blowing out of the southwest, that's a mild direction. So if anything, despite all the cloud and the early outbreaks of rain, I think on Sunday, with that even southerly, I think the temperatures are going to rise. We're talking around 15, 16, maybe even 17 degrees Celsius in one of the spots across the south. Let's have a look at the outlook. It is going to be a mixed bag, every weather icon you can possibly imagine, but those temperatures are going to remain on the mild side. Mid-teens across the south, around to 8 to 13.
Oh, snore. Oh my God.
Going back and seeing the fruits of my best friend, it's gonna be lovely. Going through reward a few celebs to help out with Red Nose Day. You know, it's your turn. Find out how you can help at bbc.co.uk/Red Nose Day.
Shipping up at police station. Shipping up its finest, half back.
Some crap is useless.
One of the fishing boats with a body process. They make splendid frosted cakes. They just don't really small.
Beyond Paradise. So Friday at 8 on BBC One and I.
Hello, good morning. The time is 6 o'clock, Friday, 15th of March. And this is BBC One.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Charlie Kate and Margaret Monty.
Headlines today. Children cursing violent content online while still in primary school. The newly regulated describes it as inevitable and unavoidable.
Deputy Labour leader Angela Rayner has said she would like to see Brian Abbott return as a Labour MP, following her suspension and comments being made about Jewish people.
Young men are 4 times more likely to be convicted of dangerous driving but would graduate with licenses to save lives. Good morning. Is the male grooming market giving our high streets a makeover? There's been an increase in the number of barbershops in our town and city centres. I'm in a salon in Manchester this morning for my home. Good morning from Cheltenham, where they're getting ready to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Gold Cup. Ahead of the start of the
Oh, man.
I've been speaking to the winner of this latest trophy.
We shared this to a group called League last week, and I realised we got a couple of joints.
After 39 years at the helm. Plus, do you fancy some more?
Didn't think so, but I know that a lot of money to come for many of you.
This weekend, some regular times, but hopefully, and a bit more brightness too. Having a football test here at Breakfast.
Well, those different pages.
Good morning, it's Friday the 15th of March. I'm making stories today. Exposure to violent online content is now unavoidable for children in the UK, who many seniors are still in primary school, according to the Ofcom report.
The regulators
to social media companies to strengthen child protection on their platforms. Our technology reporter, with Hannah, has more.
How much time did you spend today?
Even Prince William is asking these questions when meeting with a group of school children at a West London youth centre yesterday. So when children are on their smartphones, their innocence will be compromised. Ofcom say out of the 247 children it spoke to, all of them had encountered a risky violence, including gaming content, verbal discrimination and fighting. And all of them, some as young as 8 years old, have seen these posts pop up on social media, video sharing and messaging sites only before the minimum age requirements.
Children should not feel that serious content, whether that's violence, or eating disorders, or suicide, self-injury, should be an inevitable or unavoidable part of their life. I think today's research really sets out clearly that the platform just needs to
So what can be done to prevent this from harm? Well, from this research, a lot of children didn't know, and felt they had no control over it, and they also said they had no trust in authority systems on social media platforms. The children in this research said they wanted the internet to be a safe place to be, but many had to rely on themselves to keep it that way rather than the adults in charge. Now, of course,
Yeah, and sorry, that's Facebook. They do that all the time. It's fucking crazy.
it cannot be unseen. Esther Jai knows that all too
It's not like
well.
YouTube. I
Her
mean,
daughter Brianna was murdered
on YouTube,
after
you're
her
just
parents
alive
were
until
able
you
to
stop
access
it. I mean,
violent
fucking,
content.
it might be a day or fucking 3 days, you'll be still alive, bro. Fucking hell.
And I really think that if this was in place before, then this could have prevented what happened to Brianna. Kids are so much more tech savvy, and like, I wasn't aware of what Brianna was looking at online.
2 other studies for Ofcom also had similar messaging. One said suicide, self-harm and eating disorder content was prolific on socials. The other said cyberbullying had a negative impact on children's health. All make for grim reading, but the recurring theme here was the children's lack of trust and confidence in reporting these problems online. Shona McCallum, BBC News.
Oh, that's fucking lovely.
6:06. Charlie, you're taking a look at more controversy, speculation surrounding Diane Abbott after a particularly interesting week.
Yeah, there's a few elements to go through on this one. Labour's deputy leader, Angela Rayner, has said that she would like to see Diana Abbott back in the Labour Party. The MP is currently suspended after suggesting Jewish, Irish and Traveller people are not subject to racism. This comes as the Conservatives refuse to confirm or deny reports. The donor, Frank Hester, who's the centre of a racism row with Diane Abbott, has given more money to the party. Let's speak to our political correspondent, Hannah Miller, who's in Westminster for us this morning. Morning to you, Hannah. So start us off with this suggestion from a significant figure in the Labour Party that Diane Abbott should be welcomed back into the fold.
Morning, Charlie. Yes, Diane Abbott was suspended after a newspaper published an article in which she appeared to suggest that while Jewish, Irish and Traveller people may experience prejudice, she said they don't experience racism all of their lives. Now, she apologised almost immediately and said that the letter that had been published was only intended as a draft. And the subsequent Labour Party investigation into what exactly happened around that has now taken almost a year. Angela Rayner, the deputy leader, said that she would like to see Diane Abbott back in the party. She then did go on to say that it doesn't matter what she thinks because she is not part of the process. But there's no getting away from the fact that it is significant to hear that from the deputy leader of the party. And she also said that she's frustrated about how long the process has taken. That is certainly a sentiment that is echoed by a number of other Labour MPs as well. Now, of course, Diane Abbott has been in the news this week because she finds herself at the centre of a row over comments made by one of the Conservative Party's biggest donors, Frank Hester, comments that he made which the Prime Minister has described as racist. We know that he gave £10 million last year. That was around a fifth of the total donations to the Conservative Party. And there's now a question mark over whether he's also given an extra £5 million this year as well. The Conservative Party are not denying that. They say that donations will be published in the usual way, which means we'll have to wait until June to find out exactly what has happened. But Frank Hester has previously suggested in newspaper articles that he would consider supporting the Conservative Party with more money as long as it helps Rishi. I think there's now a question mark over whether his donations, if he has given another donation, as it seems he may have done, whether that really does help Rishi Sunak or whether that thrusts this back into the spotlight once again, with Labour and the Liberal Democrats calling for the donations to be given back.
Hannah, thank you very much. And Hannah mentioned the Prime Minister there, Rishi Sunak, has now ruled out holding a general election on the 2nd of May, when voters go to the polls for local elections in England. Prime Minister had previously said his working assumption was that an election would be held the second half of the year. Until now, I dismissed the possibility of a spring election. MPs will get a 5.5% pay rise from April, increasing their annual salary to more than £91,000. The Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority said the decision was in line with the award agreed for senior civil servants. Russians go to the polls in the country's presidential election. Critics say Vladimir Putin is expected to win. Voting taking place over 11 time zones will continue until
I've seen that jumper. I was wearing that jumper.
Little opposition with just 3 uncritical
It's
contenders.
up there for some reason. I don't know.
Serious rivals are either dead or in prison or in exile. We'll have more on that election. It's ongoing this morning for you during the morning. There's growing anger in Hull as people wait for answers about what happened at a funeral directors in the city. Investigators are continuing into legacy independent funeral directors, where 35 bodies were removed by police. Our reporter Leanne Brown has this report.
The door is boarded up and flower baskets that hung on the walls are on the floor. This is the Anlaby Road branch of Legacy Funeral Directors, where anger is growing.
It's disgusting. It's utter disgusting, it really is. And to be round here, local as well, absolutely. I can't even imagine what families are going through. Absolutely disgusting.
All answer is disgusting. You know, it's, I mean, I noticed somebody put the window in. Somebody be up put all the windows in. You know.
I'm just shocked, really, and dismayed that it's happened. You know, it's just unbelievable in this day and age.
In the company's leaflet, which is available outside, they say they pride themselves on the quality of care they offer their clients. They go on to say they treat people with dignity and respect, and they understand that it's the small things that matter the most. But police have removed bodies and a quantity of ashes during a raid at their Hazel Road site. A man and woman were also arrested on suspicion of fraud and prevention of a lawful and decent burial, but have since been bailed.
I think it's the uncertainty. It's not knowing whether or not your loved one has been involved, what's gone on, or whether they've been dealt with as you thought they were. There is anger in the community, and I think it's probably to a degree understandable, because obviously the funeral and the part of its close relatives is one of the most emotional times in anyone's life.
One therapist says for the families affected, it's a new layer of grief.
There's going to be a mix of real emotion, so from anger to sadness to overwhelm. I think one of the most traumatic things is that people sense of trust has been violated. So lots of not knowing, and that can be really unsettling. So we might see changes to mood, so highs and lows in mood, perhaps feelings of anxiety.
As families anxiously wait for news, signs have been removed at the Beverley branch as the community can't bear to see Legacy's name. Leanne Brown, BBC News.
11:06 is the time. North Berwick in East Lothian has been named the best place to live in the UK by the Sunday Times.
So the Scottish seaside town was picked among 72 locations around the UK. It does look beautiful, doesn't it? It was praised for its combination of family-friendly houses, high street with independent shops, and there you go, great scenery.
It is a stunning town.
I'm guessing, Matt, as we all look at that lovely image, it's not looking quite like that today. What do you think?
No, look at the best they did yesterday. It rained all day, 6 degrees, a bit chilly compared to 18 in London. Quite a contrast across the country yesterday, but
Mild or chilly, there was plenty of rain around. Very good morning to you. And I hate to tell you this, but there is more rain to come today. If you've not already stepped outside, some of you are particularly wet start this morning. I think some of the heaviest and worst of the rain will be this morning, but we could see some thunderstorms across southern parts as we go into the afternoon. Here's where the rain is. Persistent rain in northern Scotland and snow on the hills and mountains. Very heavy rainfall at moments in parts of northern England, clearing away from North Wales, and there's the showers just packing in across the far south of England and Wales. They're going to come and go through the day. A little bit of brightness in between. The persistent rain in northern England should ease off, but further north, we'll swap the persistent rain in northern Scotland for a mixture of sunshine and showers later. There will be a switch to more of a northerly breeze. Still a bit chilly here, still some winteriness in the hills as well, but certainly brighter compared with this morning. Cloudy though across the rest of eastern Scotland, Glasgow, Edinburgh, North Berwick, probably grey and drizzly this afternoon too. Northern Ireland, worst of your weathers this morning, brightens up into the afternoon, and it should move up across parts of Northern England, North Midlands, and North Wales. But instead of that, be prepared for some lively, heavy showers around, even your rumble and thunder too. But temperatures still higher than we don't expect this stage in March, 15 to 16 degrees, by around 4 or 5 Celsius. Now, as we go to tonight, most of that rain will clear away. Still got some breeze blowing down some eastern parts of the country. That will stop the temperature from dropping too much here, but for the rest of us, chance of a frost tonight to take us into tomorrow morning. So a chilly start to the weekend. Best of weather on Saturday in the morning, rain later. But as we go through into Sunday, we're going to see a few showers around, but a little bit of brightness in between. Not quite as wet though, as we've seen during the last 24 hours.
Good. Thanks very much, Matt. See you later.
13 minutes past 6 the time, the brother of a man killed at a high-speed crash is calling for action to stop young men from killing themselves and others behind the wheel.
This comes as new analysis from the BBC reveals that men under the age of 25 are 4 times more likely than other drivers to be convicted of dangerous driving or careless driving, and 4 times more likely to be caught drunk driving. They're also twice as likely to be caught drink driving.
In all, each year, more than 1,500 young drivers are killed or seriously injured on the UK roads. One of those was 19-year-old Sam Phillips. His older brother, Jamie, has been investigated why so many young men are killed on the roads.
Young men, fast cars, it's a lethal combination.
We're full of the speed, smoking tyres, you know.
You just feel like you do feel like you're invincible. My name's Jamie Morris, and I'm 25 years old. My brother Sammy was 19 when he was killed in a horrific high-speed car crash, along with the driver.
So obviously left the road, hit there, It was just carnage. This collision will stay with me forever. It's probably one of the worst ones I've been to, I've seen. Stop there, wait.
Sammy's friend Lewis was driving. The police found his blood alcohol was 3.5 times the legal limit. Hearing all the excruciating details was tough.
Extensive skull fractures, and both of their deaths were a result of the catastrophic and traumatic injuries that they had sustained. He won't have suffered. He really won't have suffered. That would have been instant.
They're outside of any life saving. Yeah. Anybody in that? Yeah, okay.
Chris was the first paramedic on the scene.
I quickly went over to the car where Sammy and his friend were, felt in for pulses and things. And the level of injuries that they had, there was quite obviously nothing that we could do to reverse it.
Seeing the car, the speed they were going, the age, what goes through your mind?
You kind of, in a way, if I'm honest, you think, you idiots, what were you doing?
Yeah.
This could be so avoidable,
My brother's friend John was with Sammy and Lewis earlier in the evening on the night they died.
We're all silent and happy in that photo. And it's my most cherished memory. Yeah.
God, yeah. The fact that there's like a time on it as well, I find is just, what I mean?
Yeah, look at them drink.
An hour later. Yeah.
Fucking young people drinking.
It was actually less
fucking
than an hour
crazy.
after Sammy and Lewis were dead.
I was supposed to give Sammy a lift home.
No, they're dead.
I ended up not, because Lewis had a new BMW, and Sammy had not been in it yet, so quite excited for that.
Show off the wheels. Yeah.
How many times do I have to say to fucking give up drinking?
It scared you. Yeah,
Fuck's
definitely.
sake.
Yeah, definitely has, mate. Yeah, it's like a lot of stops for you. I think people need to realise that it's not like
You think it's great to socialise and go into a pub and start drinking and all that. It's bollocks, it's bullshit. Fucking forget it.
Jamie, do you remember this video? that
Go to a
I
coffee shop.
After Sammy died, Mum found a couple of videos on his iPad. He filmed them at different times over the years.
It's just really frightening.
We've no idea whose car he's in, but my brother's filming from the passenger seat. We found no evidence Sammy ever shared his videos, but when I looked on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, I found some shocking posts. People boasting about driving dangerously.
Can people be prosecuted even if no accident occurs just from posting that?
Yes, most definitely.
Young people are fucking stupid. They're fucking mental. They've got a problem, you know what I mean? It's fucking terrible.
Themselves and their law breaking.
Dr. Sean Hellman is from the Transport Research Laboratory in Berkshire.
The psychological trait of sensation seeking peaks at mid to late teens. So this is at literally the point where we're giving them access to motorised transport, and they're kind of unleashed on this new world. And unfortunately, that's really, really risky for some individuals.
Like many bereaved families, Dr. Hellman believes graduated driving licenses are the way forward, with a minimum supervised learning period, curfews, and a limit to the number of passengers new drivers can carry.
Those systems are really effective. We think they save between 20 and 40% of collisions. We know it can be done because many other countries have done it.
When I talk about my flow, I mean the frequency, running through our bodies very secretly. I learned my lesson a lot more from my license being revoked than actually crashing myself.
Rapper Ned Price is from Sussex. He passed his test at 17, and the very same day he crashed, rolling his car 4 times. It didn't scare him as much as it should have.
After being able to survive something like that, you do feel like you're invincible. You shouldn't think like that, but at that age,
I've never crashed.
I didn't really
Not ever.
that much from that.
Years and years of driving, never fucking crashed.
I crashed that into the back of a Beamer.
Actually, I'll tell you what, the last thing I ever done was when I was in my freelander going to see my daughter, and I bumped into a car, and I had a freelander, and this woman's like, oh, my neck. And I said, yeah, here's my car, here's my insurance, fucking sort it out a bit. And then I said to my daughter, I'm going to drive them all, that's it. One time in my life, I had a little bump, that's it. Just, I couldn't see fuck all, you know what I mean? That's how it was, and I thought, fuck it. I'm not going to drive them all.
The hardest thing for me now is when I think about the future and I think about all the things that I might have to look forward to. It's upsetting because they're all going to be without him. They're going to be without Sammy.
Yeah, look, your brothers and sisters, you know, fucking dead and all that. I mean, what the fuck?
Jamie's documentary.
Because you're driving like shit. That's what you're doing. You're fucking rubbish. I mean, you're driving like a cunt. I mean,
So it's Friday morning. Let's have a look at some of the front pages for you today. Let's start with The Guardian, focusing on the racism row, which has engulfed the Conservative Party, following alleged comments made by the prominent donor Frank Hester about the MP Diane Abbott. The paper says the Prime Minister is under growing pressure to return a further £5 million in donations from Mr. Hester, on top of the 10.2 million previously recorded.
I'll say what, if anyone donated money to me, I'd do some good with that money. I'd look after a lot of people.
This follows a campaign by Esther Ranson. The paper carries quotes from the broadcaster who has terminal cancer, who is urging her supporters.
I've been doing that for years. I've been helping people all the time. And my benefits. It's crazy. NHS misdiagnosed me. They fucking say a lot of shit about me. And they pay me whatever money for a severely disabled man. But I'm not severely disabled. I'm sort of myself out. I'll say what it is. The NHS fucked me up. So I've got my own fucking medication, which I bought myself for me to get me sorted. You know, this is it.
But an expert of biodiversity says the meat, which tastes a lot like chicken, apparently, could be more sustainable, poultry, pork, or beef.
Don't they say that about most things? Like if you've got alligator or crocodile, they say it tastes like chicken.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it does. Someone probably will try it. I don't know.
I have.
Oh, you have? Hi to me.
Well, snake meat. I've been aboard.
And?
Yeah, it tastes like chicken.
I've got 7 fucking
very
7 bags.
intense, like swordfish or something like that, thick meaty fish.
I think we're going to have a little look at Concord now because these extraordinary images here are Concord, as people we were aware, one of them is in New York. Floating down the river, it's just redone, ready to be put on this exhibit once again. So it's been lifted.
That's it. Yeah, they were one of them.
Brooklyn Navy Yard.
8. That's it. I'm 25 and now I've got 8.
Done up.
And
the Trucking Museum in Manhattan have been handling it. It's decommissioned, can't travel by land, obviously, or be carried properly. So it's just a giant crane that has lifted it up and plonked it into the position it will end up in. Very delicate process. 300-foot crane, Pier 86 if you're going to go there, and you can go and watch it. Do you know what? Every time, I just say it again, Concorde, when it was flying, its record time from New York to London was 2 hours, 52 minutes and 59 seconds. I'm not sure where you're traveling today.
Many journeys.
I don't travel nowhere now.
3 hours.
Yeah, look.
Remarkable.
This is my passport.
The time now is 23 minutes past 6 for start of spring, just days
Good
away,
for me.
which means it could
That's
be
my
one of the
passport.
busiest times of year for farmers.
One pair of sisters, it's an especially busy time down taking their first lambing season since taking over their father's farm following his death last year. Our reporter, Judy Hobson.
Oh, lambs are coming out.
Oh, fuck it.
It's the busiest time of year for sisters Fiona and Alison.
Ugh.
See there, we've got 2 massive black lambs. They were the accidents from January. So the top ones were escapes.
They have around 100 sheep and 200 lambs.
We've only been lambing for 3 weeks and we've lambed 75 days, so we're well on the way. We've had lots and lots of twins, which is ideal because each you can feed 2 lambs, so hopefully not too many on the bottle.
This is Fiona and Alison's first lambing season since taking over the farm after losing their dad.
And we've lost Dad in October, so we've been going for 3 months now without his advice. Like, even when he was poorly, he definitely gave me lots of
How much more, Dad?
instructions when he had his calculator and
Hold on, more, Dad.
manning the fort however he could. So it's definitely a gap that we've had to fill navigating our way without the guidance. But fortunately, a lot of my friends are very involved and they're good to keep me in the loop and give me pointers when I need to be thinking about different things.
And there's a lot to do. As well as sheep, the farm has 300 beef cattle, turkeys and crops. They also open their doors to the public for lambing and for pumpkin picking during Halloween.
Fiona looks after the farming side of it, lambing the ewes, making sure that everything's going well from like an agricultural perspective. I sort of head up the events in terms of the marketing side of it, getting the social media ready. We sold out for the past weekends, which we've opened up to the public, and the public have all given us really good feedback and really good news. They're seeing a glimpse of farm life that they would never have access to otherwise. Being a little bit noisy as they're working out where their own lambs are, and the sheep will only let their own lamb drink milk, so if a different lamb put up to them, they're quite brutal in stopping them just to protect their own milk for their own lambs. I'm only 25, but there's not many farmers that are making all the decisions at this age. Usually you have support in the family and staying with you, so it's a big change. But it's going well so far, like we're all pulling together.
So lambing season's almost over, but then they'll have to turn their attention to the crops. There's always a job to do here at Bates Farm.
Lovely afternoon off. In November and January, we have fairly quiet times on the farm, so we've been doing a lot of tidying up just to take advantage of the quietness at the moment. But hopefully, once we're organised, that'll be time where we'll hopefully get away and just recharge our batteries for the next busy season.
Judy Hobson, BBC News.
I'm trying to think of the connection between that story and the next story, which is male grooming.
Sheep shearing.
There is an element of that, isn't there?
Yeah. We're talking about male grooming, a booming business, and this isn't just not just getting your hair cut or having a quick trim. Apparently, men are spending much more time on money and sport.
Is that true? Rita, what's happening?
You're looking very dapper, by the way.
Oh, why, thank you. Well, I thought I'd make an effort as I'm coming to a grooming salon, of course. And actually, we're mentioning sheep shearing. I've gained one of these, which I might see if I can use a little later. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, welcome to King Street Grooming in Manchester.
Now they specialise in beards and hair here, but this is much more than a barbershop. I could get my eyebrows tinted, which I believe is a thing. I could get my beard tinted if I hadn't had it shaved off yesterday. More on that later. This is Gareth and Nathan, the bosses. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for letting us come along. We're here because we're talking about a real growth in barbershops. So in fact, first 6 months of last year, around 300 or so new ones appeared on the high street. And of course, that's so important at a time when actually high street businesses have been struggling. It is a massive market and it's growing. And we're here really to chat about why. I mean, is it all about image or is there something about sort of well-being going on as well? I mentioned these clippers. So this is Toby here. Good morning. Morning, Toby. Good morning. So what are you having done today?
Just a little skin fade.
Little skin fade. Now, are you happy with me having a little go?
Yeah, go for it.
Right, okay, that's good. That's good. So maybe more on that a little bit later. We've got some other people who are going to be having all of their hair cut off, I believe, a little bit later. Plenty more to come from here. Until then, let's get the news, weather, and travel wherever you're watching breakfast this morning.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the south. Young men are 4 times more likely than other drivers to be convicted of dangerous or careless driving, according to new BBC analysis. DVLA data also reveals men under the age of 25 are 4 times more likely to be caught drug driving and twice as likely to be caught drink driving. Jamie Morris's younger brother, Sammy, was the passenger in a car which crashed at what one witness described as insane speeds in Oxfordshire. The 22-year-old driver was 3.5 times over the legal alcohol limit. Both he and 19-year-old Sammy were killed on impact.
It was just tears and crying. All of you are just broken. I think we've just got to do more to help young men through what is probably the most dangerous time in their life and to stop them from killing other people on the road as well.
Quite often, offences that are committed on the road aren't referred to as crimes or they're referred to as minor offences. That's absolutely not the case because anything which puts other people's lives at risk is a crime. The car is a weapon if you get behind the wheel and you do not drive it responsibly.
And you can see the full story in the documentary Drive Fast, Die Young on the BBC iPlayer. Isle of Wight Council has announced it will be replacing the Cowes Floating Bridge. The £3.5 million chain ferry across the River Medina has been plagued with issues since it was installed 7 years ago. Council leader Phil Jordan said he knew it was a decision people had been waiting for, and so had he. Consultants say any replacement vessel would have to be radically redesigned. An unprecedented closure of the M25 in Surrey this weekend has led to a plea to drivers to follow diversions and ignore their sat-navs. The motorway will close from 9 o'clock this evening until Monday morning, both ways between junctions 10 for Guildford and 11 for Chertsey. A footbridge is being removed. Traffic will be diverted onto other routes through towns and villages in Surrey, and long delays are expected. Right, time for a look at the day's weather forecast. Bea Tucker has the details for us.
Hi, good morning. We've got another fairly cloudy day today across the south. The winds will be slightly stronger than yesterday with the risk of a few showers. And those showers quite widespread this morning, but the wind's moving them through quite quickly. I think there will be a risk of a shower today. They'll be heavy with the risk of some thunder, but the wind's moving them through quickly. And actually, we could see a few bright spells developing into the afternoon. Those winds coming up from a southwesterly direction, so staying mild, but we could see gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour. Showers clearing overnight, the winds ease. A lot of the cloud clears away, actually. There will be a little bit more pushing into the west, but for most of us, a colder night than we've seen recently underneath those clearer skies. Tomorrow, 1 or 2 fog patches. First thing, quite cloudy, a risk of a shower, but the shower's not as widespread as today. Still quite blustery, but those winds slightly lighter come the afternoon and staying mild.
And that's all for now. I'll be back in half an hour with more headlines from the south. I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Good morning. You're watching Breakfast with Charlie State and Naga Munchetti.
Now, a fresh attempt to tackle puppy smuggling will be discussed in Parliament again today by MPs.
Now, the ban would stop puppies and kittens younger than 6 months old from being brought into the UK. It was first pledged by the government more than 2.5 years ago. Our political correspondent Helen Catt has more.
Just a few weeks ago, 5-month-old puppies Zonic, Leo and Togo were in Romania, and life was looking very different.
Puppies of that age are very vulnerable in Romania. The shelters aren't heated, they're not lighted, they don't have regular veterinary care. So the chances of recovering from a disease like parvo, which can be deadly, is over 68% for a dog that receives prompt veterinary care, and it is less than 10% for a dog that doesn't. No dog over there receives prompt veterinary care, and so it is significantly riskier.
Rachel's not-for-profit dog rescue has brought them to Merseyside with their mum, Magda. She says all the dogs which she imports are jabbed and tested for diseases. She thinks the law does need tightening, but under the proposed changes, these puppies wouldn't yet be able to be in the UK, and that worries her.
I believe that there is a need for change, but I believe that that change is necessary in relation to puppy farming, which is extremely cruel, and there is quite a lot of it, particularly in Eastern Europe, but also further afield. What I would hate is for hard-working, not-for-profit rescues who are desperately needed within the countries that they operate to get full foul of that and those dogs to suffer.
Several major animal welfare charities do support raising the minimum age to 6 months and have been campaigning for it for years.
This bill is really going to help to crack down on the age at which puppies can be brought into this country, meaning that not being taken away from their mothers too early, and not being exposed at such a young age to so many illnesses and so many potential things that could cause behavioural problems later in life. And it also means that it's making them less marketable to the people who are exploiting their cute puppy charms.
As well as tackling smuggling, the proposed new law will also ban another welfare concern, mutilations. It's currently perfectly legal to import an animal which has been mutilated in a way that would be against the law here.
It will mean that it will now be illegal to import a dog who has got cropped ears, who has got a docked tail, and it will also be illegal to import cats who have been declawed. And these are all processes which should not be undertaken because they are really significantly impacting the animal's welfare.
The government promised to make these changes more than 2.5 years ago. It dropped some legislation that would have done it last summer. It's almost certain that it will back this bill, but there's still no guarantee that it'll actually become law. How confident are you that this is going to happen before the election?
I will do everything I can, but unfortunately, it's not my decision when the election is, but I will certainly be driving it like a train to see that we can get it through as quickly as we possibly can.
The final details of the bans are still to be worked out, but animal welfare charities hope this may finally move the long-promised crackdown on those who import puppies without care for their welfare a step closer. Helen Catt, BBC News.
It's 26 minutes to 7. It's also the final day of the Cheltenham Festival, and this year marks the centenary of Gold Cup Day.
Yes, Mike is there for us this morning. Matt was explaining the weather. It is, I can tell you, Mike, you're probably not interested, it's absolutely tipping down in Salford. And we asked the question as we came in, what will it be like for Mike and all the horses on this very special day at Cheltenham?
Well, I know it was tipping down last night. I got rather wet. Hence my hair's a bit fuzzy this morning, but it's actually stopped in the last half hour. Yeah, the sun's up, or daylight's up. There's no sign of sunshine. But you know what? Even if it's overcast, even if it does rain later, nothing will really dampen the celebratory mood here today. As you say, 100 years of the Gold Cup. And as you look over the course up at Kings Hill there, you can really appreciate why it's become so iconic, this course, with the natural amphitheatre that forms, which amplifies the famous Cheltenham roar of the crowd as they come up to the winning post, the famous slope. And they'll be doing that this afternoon, wondering if Galopin Des Champs can win for a second year running. For Willie Money, what a great win he's had. But as you wander around, it's just good this time of day. Later on, there'll be over 60,000 fans in here. You won't be able to move properly. But as you walk around, you can see so many memories from the past, so many iconic moments, like Golden Millet immortalised there in bronze, the most successful Cheltenham horse ever. Won the Gold Cup 5 times in a row between 1932 and 1936. What a memory. Talking of historic moments, I've been to see the oldest living winning jockey, Stan Hayhurst, who won the Gold Cup in 1958, where things were very different there in that year. I took him back to his first race course in Northumberland. Have a look down memory lane. Welcome home, Stan. Welcome home. Back to where it all started, at Hexham Racecourse and the stunning landscape of Northumberland, where Stan Hayhurst rode his first winner in 1950.
One of the things you think about, which is daft,
you think, am I going to ride another winner? Yes, you do. It's all in your mind.
Not only did Stan ride 100 more, but 8 years later, he rode the winner Kirsten in the 1958 Cheltenham Gold Cup.
She was a mare. You couldn't squeeze at the fence because she would do an exaggerated sort of jump, and so it was a question of getting her settled and then taking up the running and cruising down the hill. So I thought, this is it. I thought I'm going to win it. Once you get within the size of the last fence, you've got that roar, even then. You have that Cheltenham roar. I was really proud of the North. Because we didn't have many top class winners in those days from the North of England. We were second class,
Afterwards, there wasn't then the life-changing fame and fortune that Gold Cup winners enjoy today.
No interview, went straight in the photograph, unsaddled it.
So what did you get?
No plaques, no cups, no glasses, no bottles of champagne.
You didn't buy it yourself?
I could buy them.
That's what you spent your winnings on, was it? Back at Hexham, the weighing room makes Stan feel hungry these days, as he remembers what he did then to lose enough weight for racing.
I lived on carrots and oranges for a week. The creditors had to do what I was told. Once you sign your intentions, you've signed your life away. If the train becomes your parent.
In this special anniversary year at Cheltenham, it was time then to properly honour Stan as one of the jockeys who's won what some regard as the World Cup of jump racing. He'd never even seen it until this moment.
See, 1948. Thursday. Yeah.
What does that mean to see?
That's why you do these things, isn't it?
And your name will be in the book.
Kirsten, the winner, number 15, called and once without any hesitation, no record to the camera. Kirsten, owned by Mr. P.H. Moore, trained by Burley Joyce, and ridden by Stan Hayes, is the winner of the 1958 Gold Cup.
What a moment for Stan, finally getting to see and hold the famous trophy, the Gold Cup. And of course, he didn't have to wear gloves like I did, because if you've won it before, you don't have to wear gloves. Yeah, it was lovely meeting Stan and hearing about his memories and how different things were back in 1958 and his diet of oranges and carrots. How about that? Very different for the winners here yesterday. And two famous former football managers were dancing the night fandango in the winners' enclosure after famous victories yesterday. We're talking about Sir Alex Ferguson and Harry Redknapp. Really caught the attention of the crowds here yesterday. Ferguson, who managed Manchester United for 26 years, enjoyed a double victory indeed as Monmoral, trained by Paul Nicholls, gave the part owner a first win at this meeting. And it got even better because that was followed by victory for Protectorat, who won the Ryanair Chase. As Ferguson, who's been a long-standing racing fan and owner, finally realised his ambition of a festival winner, not once, but twice. And Redknapp, the former Tottenham, the West Ham boss, of course he managed other clubs as well, then saw his horse shake him up, Harry, win the Trusted Trader point, and the horse was named after a spectator who offered advice when he was in charge of the Hammers. And Redknapp, like Ferguson, on a lovely scene, clearly over them with the moment of the day's events. That's what it can mean to saddle a winner. As for West Ham, last night they played their biggest ever European win. Last night they beat Freiburg 5-0. This was in the Europa League, overturning a 1-0 first leg deficit in emphatic fashion to reach the quarterfinals for the third year in a row. Mohamed Kudus scored the pick of the goals, running from his own half to score. Wow, what a goal that was. And Rangers, they are beaten by Portuguese side Benfica 3-2 on aggregate. Rafa Silva's second half goal silencing Ibrox and sending the home side out of the Europa League. Well, Liverpool ran amok against Sparta Prague, winning 6-1 on the night, so 11-2 on aggregate to reach the quarter-finals with ease. They were 4 goals up inside 15 minutes with Mo Salah back amongst the goals again. But Brighton's first season in Europe is over. They were 4-0 down from the first leg against Roma. They did win 1-0 on the night. Danny Welbeck gave the home fans a
Real Sam Raver chat.
So that's the Europa League. What about the
family friend
Europa
cap.
Conference League, where Aston Villa brushed aside Ajax to reach the
I'll give it to my
quarterfinals
daughter.
of this competition? They won 4-0 after the Dutch club actually had a man sent off. Ollie Watkins gave Villa the lead midway through the first half, although he went off injured not long after, which might be a concern for Gareth Southgate, who's just selected him for the England squad. That squad announced yesterday. And it's not every day. How about this? You see, bees stop play. But that was the case at the Indian Wells Masters, where the quarter-final between Carlos Alcaraz and Alexander Zverev was suspended due to an invasion of bees. The players were led off court as the bees congregated around the cameras. Eventually, play was restarted, only though after an expert beekeeper was called to the scene. Wow, what scene's there? Now, I don't think there's any danger of bees here today, although they don't mind damp weather, they just don't like heavy rain, nor do we really. Although you can imagine, if it is Willie Mullins again, saddling the winner of the Gold Cup, Galopin de Champs, that he won't mind a bit of
I'll do it as well.
and of course, the beautiful County Carlo in the Willis enclosure. And that is a big question. Can anybody stop Willie Mullins doing it again with Galopin de Champs, the amazing winner from last year? And for us race goers, the big question is, well, will I need the umbrella? And Matt, will I need a hat? I don't wear hats well, so I'd rather not.
Never mind, we'll still get to see you in a few hats, I'm sure, Matt. Let's find out then, Mike. Thank you. Well,
Bit of both, maybe. I thought, well, it's not as bad as it has been, though. Cheltenham Festival can often bring
I think that's
pretty
good.
severe weather. We've seen stands, temporary
I'm
stands.
thinking about pictures. I've got loads of
Wind's
back
not
there.
too strong today, but enough of a breeze. Let's take a look at the forecast then for today, because it does look like there'll still be some downpours around. You might get lucky if you're heading to Cheltenham, though, because the areas around the country, there's going to be a little bit of brightness too, and those showers could pass very close by. Quite a strong breeze pushing them through, so if you do get wet, it'll be just a short shower before it works its way on. And you'll notice the temperatures, 12-13 degrees, not desperately chilly out there either. Now, if we show you the satellite picture from space at the moment, you can see what's going on. Lots of cloud in northern Scotland, that's bringing persistent rain and some hill snow. This is the cloud bringing the heavy rain across parts of northern England, North Wales. But to the south of that, the clouds are well broken. Now, there will be those heavier showers, which could turn thundery during the afternoon as they run towards the southeast. The cloud and rain across parts of northern England should break up and should brighten up here. But across Scotland, the persistent rain in the north will turn to showers, but staying very cloudy, cool, outbreaks of rain or drizzle heading its way southward. Some of the best weather today will be in Northern Ireland. After a drizzly start, it will brighten up. The afternoon will be dry. Temperatures today, a bit of a contrast still. 15 in London, 7 in Aberdeen. Not as chilly in Edinburgh, where it was just 6 degrees yesterday. Now, into tonight. Well, this evening, there's still some showers around, particularly eastern areas. A bit of a stiff breeze blowing down the eastern parts of the country. But things will turn drier and clearer. And with that, they'll also turn colder. Widespread frost expected tonight, parts of Scotland, northern England, quite chilly down the spine of England and Wales too. The temperatures will be rising towards the southwest later. That's because we've got this area cloud spilling its way in. So for Saturday, a bright but chilly start for many. Quickly clouding over to Wales, southwest, outbreaks of rain and just mainly light there, but turning heavier in Northern Ireland, northwest England and southwest Scotland. Parts of eastern Scotland and eastern England. West England will stay dry through the daylight hours and still very mild here. Chilliest in the northeast of Scotland. Into Saturday evening, though, that persistent rain really sets in across Scotland, northern England. Some heavier downpours towards the south for a while, but they will gradually ease their way eastward as we go through into Sunday. Still got this weather front here. What that means will be a zone of thicker cloud and a few showers moving in across the west through the day. Potential for some longer lasting spells of rain just to begin with in parts of East Anglia and the southeast on Sunday morning. That will clear through, things will brighten up. Overall, though, during the afternoon, a lot more of the way of sunshine around compared to Saturday afternoon. Just a few showers, though, mainly across the west. But look at the temperature mild out there, 15, 16, 17 degrees. As we go through into next week, though, a quick look, I think concentrate mainly on some of these temperatures because it will be overall a mild week. Temperatures will be above where we normally expect for this time of year. The Rain symbols appearing on the charts there, but don't take it too literally because it can only be a small part of the day you see some rain. And compared with it just gone, Nugget and Charlie, it does look like things will be twice as wet. But still no sign of some longer spells of dry weather just yet.
I did ask you this morning, didn't I?
You did. And it's what we're all asking, I think. My lawn.
I know we had a really wet February.
I think I'll give that to Moderator. Yeah.
Any indication of how March is looking? Because I think people are still saying we're just getting so much rain.
Already across parts of central southern England, you've seen well over a month's worth of rain. Only halfway through the month, it's already been much wetter than normal. We've seen nearly a month's worth of rain falling parts of North Wales and just take place for hours as well for the day. It's just must be another pretty wet month, especially across the south again.
I think people will be leaving this time.
Because we don't know it. I wouldn't know that.
Right, 6:47 the time now. So UK's busiest motorways, the M25, will close this weekend for the first time since it opened nearly 40 years ago.
It's often referred to as Britain's biggest truck market. It's set to live up to that reputation with the closure of its busiest section, and that's for essential maintenance work. Our correspondent Tom Edwards has looked.
Opened in 1986 by the then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, the M25 is an orbital motorway encircling London. The aim is to bypass the capital and create a relief road, which quickly suffered from chronic congestion. Some joke the traffic jams made it Britain's biggest car park.
Now it's being redesigned and rebuilt, but that will mean this weekend the first daytime closure of the M25 in its history.
And the collisions is the issue, is it here in particular?
The collisions occur on the approach to both the M25 junction 10 and also the A3 as it approaches junction 10. It's just because of the sheer volume of traffic and people changing lanes, often at last minute. So multiple collisions, not generally serious ones, but just the sheer number of them.
Today we were given a tour of the construction works. The M25 will be closed this weekend from 9 p.m. on Friday to 8 a.m. on Monday between junctions 10 and 11 in Surrey. This is the footbridge that's going to be demolished over the weekend, and it'll mean they'll have to shut the M25. The first time they've shut it for that amount of time. 4,000 to 5,000 vehicles every hour use this section of the motorway, so you can imagine how bad the disruption is going to be. Transport bosses say it's going to be significant. The scheme has faced opposition, although it has taken 10 years to get to this point, and it'll cost £300 million. So it is going to be significant, the disruption here, do you think?
I mean, if I'm candid, it probably will be. It'll be disruptive on some of the local roads because you can't take 4 lanes of traffic, as you see on the M25, and funnel that all into a single carriageway. So as long as people are heeding our message and as far as they can, avoiding this part of the country, it will really help us.
This weekend, diversions will be in place through surrounding towns and villages. Drivers are being told to avoid the area unless it's absolutely necessary. And more closures are planned for later in the year. Tom Edwards, BBC News.
I think you will probably guess the pictures behind us there.
27.
Red Nose Day. It's today. Sir Lenny Henry will be presenting his final comic relief tonight. 40 years since he first started. Same time as the length of the M25. We said the M25 started 40 years ago as well.
That surprised you, didn't it?
I did think it was
Think it was more.
The final bit was.
Took ages, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Lenny Henry co-founded the charity. He fronted the first programme in 1988, and that was built on the success of Band Aid. And since then, Comic Relief has gone on to raise millions of pounds for good causes.
What will all that look like tonight? Our culture reporter, Nanji, has more.
What are you doing? So professional now, I can't believe.
The Big Comic Relief Night is back. Time to once again do something funny for money.
Richard Neatley, tell us what do you think you could bring to Red Nose Day?
Oh, well, that's easy. I mean, obviously, you've got to be funny.
And there will be a lot to laugh about, including when the cast of the TV series W1A reunite to find Sir Lenny Henry's replacement.
Yeah, hi, yeah. Well, yes, so like Ramesh Ranganathan's here.
Right, great. Ramesh?
Yeah, I know, yeah, but I couldn't stop him.
You know, I might as well get out of here. I mean, what's the point? I mean, Ramesh gets everything, doesn't he?
everything. Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a night of comic relief.
There will also be a special show dedicated to Sir Lenny's 39 years of comic relief, including a vote that will see the public choosing their favourite Lenny sketch.
What you got there, fam?
I'm not a Lenny Henry fan. Maybe when I was younger, yeah, but more.
See a new generation of people taking it forwards. You know, we've got Maya Jama, we've got David Tennant, Ramesh Ranganathan. There's such a huge amount of people coming up that it'll be fantastic to leave knowing that there's, I'm getting emotional now, a new group of people taking over and treating it the way we did.
The Traitors. The movie.
Other highlights from the fundraising bonanza include an all-star lineup in The Traitors, the movie.
Prepare to die, but in like a super nice way. It's the first time I felt real terror.
This year's challenge took place in the Arctic Circle in Norway. It was Comic Relief's coldest ever challenge, where stars Laura Whitmore, Vicky Patterson, Alex Scott, and Sarah Davies all pushed themselves to the limit.
One of the mornings we actually woke up in a hut, and that was in a sheltered area, and I looked at the thermostat and it said minus 13. That was inside. And it's a different type of cold.
And this is why it all matters. The money raised on Red Nose Day goes towards funding projects like this food redistribution charity in northwest London. So how important are comic relief funds to a project like this?
This year we'll rescue about 50,000 tons of food. So funding supports all of the infrastructure and distribution that gets that out into the community, which is incredibly important.
Comic Relief also supported the Felix project with the cost of providing this massive freezer. Having the increased storage capacity allowed them to give us 30 million meals last year. Behind all the fun and games, a serious goal: raising funds to help people in the UK and around the world. Nora Nanji, BBC News.
Come on, baby, do what you do.
It was marvellous.
It does seem like I'm ashamed to stop that, doesn't it? Because it is blissful.
He'll still be involved, he just won't be fronting it. Well, Comic Relief is on tonight at 7 p.m. on BBC One and the iPlayer.
I'm not going to watch it.
7 o'clock this morning, we're going to be joined by David Tennant, who's co-presenting this year's programme.
Comic Relief.
Busy sofa this morning. David Tennant coming up.
It's going to take more than that to fucking get over fucking NHS harassment in section units. Fucking bollocks.
It's a new day.
That's all getting very smooth, isn't it? That's the former Spandau Ballet frontman Tony Hadley joining us on the sofa 10 to 9 and talking about his new Vinyl Swing album. Touring the UK with a big band sound. That was smooth, wasn't it?
Also to come, it was very smooth. It was very, very smooth. You just seemed really taken by it. I didn't want to spoil your moment.
Just play that for a bit. We'll all calm down. It'd be nice.
Well, we're not going to calm down because we're going to talk about parking tickets.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm going to be always thinking about how shit the NHS are.
Been delayed. So perhaps you've been hit with a steep parking fine.
Do you know what? I've never seen so many fucking black people when I've got sections. There's fucking black people everywhere.
People recording videos of getting
In the daytime, it's white people. In the night time, it's fucking black people. That's how it is. I mean, that's how it is in the section units. I'm telling you the truth. This is it.
1230440. Scan the QR code. Your phone's camera. That will automatically start a chat with us. Email to all of those ways. We'll have legal advice as well. And you could, if you've got pictures of yourself that you watch over and over again of getting a parking ticket, you could play some nice, smooth music.
There you go.
Help you get over the moment.
You have all the answers. We'll have more with the headlines at 7, but first find out what's happening where you are.
I'm John Cuthill with the news in the south. Young men are 4 times more likely than other drivers to be convicted of dangerous or careless driving, according to new BBC analysis. DVLA data also reveals men under the age of 25 are 4 times likely to be caught drug driving and twice as likely to be caught drink driving. Jamie Morris's younger brother, Sammy, was the passenger in a car which crashed at what one witness described as insane speeds in Oxfordshire. The 22-year-old driver was 3.5 times over the legal alcohol limit. Both he and 19-year-old Sammy were killed on impact.
It was just tears and crying. All of you are just broken.
Give up drinking, for fuck's sake.
Got to do more.
If you're going to drive, stop drinking.
What is probably the most dangerous time.
Just make it a part of your life, not to drink. If you're going to keep your license, don't drink.
Quite often, offences that are committed on the road are referred to as crimes. Or
I can't drive because I can't see the side there to see it, right? But my license is clean as a whistle. I've never been fucking a bad driver. I've been a good driver over the years.
If you get behind the wheel and you do not drive it responsibly.
And you can see the full story in the documentary Drive Fast, Die Young on the BBC iPlayer now. Isle of Wight Council has announced it will be replacing the Cowes floating bridge, the £3.5 million.
I did that in later years. I spoke to, but actually when I was on the pianos and everything.
Council leader Phil Jordan said he knew.
Well, I wasn't smoking no drugs or nothing really until my boss employed someone called Steve Gorman. Steve Gorman is Steve the Veg, yeah, that's what we called him. And there was also oh, fucking hell, what's his name?
The North Wessex Downs across Berkshire, Oxfordshire, Hampshire.
Duncan, yeah, and you got a nurse as a wife or whatever. Down the way. Yeah, Duncan, you got a good memory. But you also smoked a bit of cannabis and all that, didn't you? Do you remember that? Yeah, and I kind of started smoking it and all that, and fucking. In those days, we tried fucking LSD and fucking poppers. It's just like, oh, it's funny, really. Yeah.
With the risk of a few showers. No showers quite widespread this morning, but the wind's moving them through quite quickly. I think there will be a risk of a shower today. They'll be heavy with the risk of some thunder.
Oh, it's going to be showers, is there? Oh, fuck's sake.
And actually, we could see a few bright spells developing into the afternoon. Those winds coming up from the southwesterly direction, so staying mild, but we could see gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour. Showers clearing overnight, the winds ease. A lot of the cloud clears away, actually. There will be a little bit more pushing into the west, but for most of us...
Yeah, I'm giving my daughter the orange Millstone Raven cap and orange family friend cap. I wanted to keep it really because what it is, I've got an orange t-shirt and I was going to wear it in the summer or whatever. But I'll probably just give it to my daughter. Okay.
That's all from me for now. I'll be back with an update on headlines in the south in half an hour's time. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.
Shipton Abbott Police Station.
Shipton Abbott's finest are back.
Let's try and crack this case, shall we?
There's people in there. I mean, isn't there? One of the fishing boats has reported a body lost at sea. You are priceless. They make splendid frosted clams.
We just won't really want this to work, whatever it takes.
Beyond Paradise starts Friday the 22nd of March on BBC One and iPlayer.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Charlie States and Naga Monchetti.
Our headlines today. Children first see violent content online while still at primary school. The media regulator describes it as inevitable and unavoidable.
Russia goes to the polls for an election that Vladimir Putin will almost certainly win.
35,000 parking tickets are issued by private companies every day. Government plans to deal with the issue have been delayed.
Good morning. Is the male grooming streets a makeover? There's been an increase in the number of barber shops opening in our town and city centres. I'm at a salon in Manchester to find out why.
And good morning from Cheltenham, where today they're celebrating 100 years of the famous Gold Cup. The big question today is, can anyone stop Galopin Des Champs and Willie Mullins winning for a second year running? We'll get the thoughts of two formal minutes for you just after 7:30.
And can anything stop the rain? More of it to come today, especially this morning, but there will be some brighter spells later and this weekend. A little bit more brightness than rain for some of you. Our full forecast here on Breakfast.
Good morning. It's Friday, the 15th of March. Our main story today: exposure to violent online content is now unavoidable for children in the UK, with many seeing it while still in primary school, according to a new Ofcom report.
The regulator is urging social media companies to strengthen child protection on their platforms. Our technology reporter, Shona McCallum, has more.
How much time do you think you spend on your phone a day?
Even Prince William is asking these questions when meeting with a group of school children at a West London youth centre yesterday.
But I bet you feel better coming here.
But when children are on their smartphones, their innocence can soon be compromised. Ofcom say out of the 247 children it spoke to, all of them had encountered a range of violence, including gaming content, verbal discrimination and fighting. And all of them, some as young as 8 years old, had seen these posts pop up on social media, video sharing and messaging sites, many before the minimum age requirements.
Children should not feel that seriously harmful content, whether that's violence or content about eating disorders or suicide and self-injury, should be an inevitable or unavoidable part of their lives online. I think today's research...
I reckon it's mad, right? Because I say kids are not kids no more.
So what can be
They
done
get a phone
to
and
prevent
that's
this
it.
type of
Before you know
harm?
it, they're fucking.
Well, from this research, a lot of the
Well,
children
you know, they're mixing with everyone, fucking all sorts of people.
over it. They also said they had no trust in the reporting systems on social media platforms.
The children in this research said that they wanted the internet to be a safe place to be, but many had to rely on themselves to keep it that way rather than the adults in charge. Now, of course, when a child has been exposed to violence, it's really too late. It cannot be unseen.
Esther Jai knows that all too well. Her daughter Brianna was murdered after her killers were able to access violent content.
I would like to see phones that are made suitable for young people. And I really think that if this was in place before, then this could have prevented what happened to Brianna. Kids are so much more tech savvy, and that I wasn't aware of what Brianna was looking at online.
2 other studies for Ofcom also had similar messaging. One said suicide, self-harm and eating disorder content was prolific on socials. The other said cyberbullying had a negative impact on children's health. All make for grim reading, but the recurring theme here was the children's lack of trust and confidence in reporting these problems online. Shona McCallum, BBC News.
4 minutes past 7 is the time. Charlie, there's an election happening today. I'm not sure with most elections we kind of watch to see, the outcome. I think this one might be slightly more predictable than others.
Absolutely. Talking about Russia. So Russians are going to the polls in the country's presidential election. Critics say Vladimir Putin is, of course, expected to win. I can just show you an image. This is from one of the polling stations in Moscow. Been watching this image this morning. We've just seen people coming and going, casting their votes. We know that voting is taking place over 3 days. Mr. Putin faces little opposition, of course. His most serious rivals are either dead, in prison, or in exile. But that's the live images of one of those polling stations. Let's speak now to our Russia editor for BBC Monitoring, Vitaly Shevchenko. Morning to you, Vitaly. There is something, and you know this story so well, there is something very compelling at looking about that polling station in the sure knowledge of what we all know about the political landscape.
It's so carefully stage managed that I'm tempted to use the word election in quote marks, because even though there are 4 candidates on the ballot paper, one candidate is, well, he towers above the other 3 so high, and his name is Vladimir Putin. He has created an extremely bleak and barren political landscape where he can rule and run for quote-unquote re-election unchallenged. That, it's not an election that most people would probably call a free and fair contest. So with that in mind, it's not really going to change much. And on the Monday after the election, Russia is going to wake up pretty much the same country as
I've got a charge of fucking headphones. I've got 2 sets of headphones. These ones.
It's a ritual
And these ones.
anointment, if you like, a revalidation of him and his policies. Because, well, few autocrats, they like being called autocrats. They need some kind of validation to their own people and people abroad. So this is really what we're observing right now.
Vitaly, thank you very much for that. So in terms of elections here, Rishi Sunak has ruled out holding a general election on the 2nd of May when voters will go to the polls for local elections. That's in England. Prime Minister had previously said his working assumption was an election would be held in the second half of the year. Till now, it dismissed the possibility of a spring election. MPs will get a 5.5% pay rise from April, increasing their annual salary to more than £91,000. The Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority said the decision was in line with the award agreed for senior civil servants. Now, Labour's Deputy Leader, Angela Rayner, has said that she would like to see Diane Abbott back in the Labour Party. The MP, currently suspended over comments she made about Jewish people, comes as the Conservatives refuse to confirm or deny reports that the donor, Frank Hester, who is at the centre of a racism row with Diane Abbott, has given more money to the party. Little complicated, some of this stuff. Let's go to Hannah Miller, who's in Westminster for us this morning. Do you want to take us through the situation with Diane Abbott and the Labour Party, first of all?
So Diane Abbott was suspended after a newspaper published an article in which she suggested that Jewish, Irish and traveller people, they may be subject to prejudice, but they're not subject to racism all of their lives. She apologised almost immediately. She said that the article that was published was a draft, but the subsequent investigation by the Labour Party has now been going on for almost a year. Angela Rayner, Labour's deputy leader, has now suggested that she is frustrated with the length of time that the process can sometimes take, and she said that she would like to see Diane Abbott back in the party. She stressed at the same time that she is not part of the process of deciding exactly who gets back in the party, but there's no doubt that it's significant to hear that from the deputy leader. Now, of course, Diane Abbott is in the news because she is at the centre of this row over comments made by one of the Conservative Party's biggest donors, Frank Hester. And we know he gave £10 million to the party last year. There's now a suggestion that he gave a further £5 million in the first few months of this year as well. The Conservative Party haven't denied that. They've said that their donations will be published in the usual way, which means we'll have to wait until June to find out exactly how much Frank Hester has given. But Labour and the Liberal Democrats are calling for that money to be given back. And I think there's a question mark over how helpful it is for the Conservative Party, for Rishi Sunak, to still be receiving money from Frank Hester at this stage.
Anna, thank you. At the end of another difficult week for the royal family, both the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex took part in an event paying tribute to their late mother last night, but did not appear together. Prince William was at the Diana Legacy Award ceremony in London, while Harry joined later via video call after his brother had left. Our correspondent Sophie Long has more.
There was a time on a night like this that the Prince of Wales would have had his brother by his side. Not now. With the divide between them as deep as ever, William attended the Diana Awards alone.
I'm thoroughly delighted, as always, to be here to recognise the transformational achievements of 20 exceptional young people from across the world. Each and every one of their stories, which you will hear shortly, are testament to their character, their passion and their determination to make a lasting and meaningful difference to the lives of others.
His Royal Highness presented the prestigious Diana Legacy Award to young changemakers from all over the world who selflessly created positive social change. Many of the recipients weren't born until after his mother was tragically killed in a car crash. Now they are proudly part of her legacy.
She's very much loved in Nigeria, and our legacy kind of like transcends generation. And I think for my generation, because we have social
Nigeria,
to read about her.
You fucking scammers. I mean, what the fuck? You're like $3,000 out of me, you bastards. I mean, why don't you fuck off? Get off the telly. I mean, fuck me. Nigeria. What the fuck?
Award winners showing little sign of strain amid the health issues facing his father and his wife Catherine. After William had left, his brother Harry congratulated the winners from California via video phone.
My mum would be incredibly proud of all the work that you've done. I'm incredibly proud, and thank you for doing everything that you do.
A sign that despite their differences, the two brothers remain committed to honouring their late mother's efforts to empower young people, but also that any chance of resolving the rift between them remains remote too. Sophie Long, BBC News.
Lady Diana was a lovely woman.
12 minutes past 7.
I wanted to marry her,
Really enjoyed this revival at Chester's.
but she wouldn't marry me because I'm just a piano man. That's it.
It's a small one. Giraffe. To determine whether this Rothschild giraffe calf is male or female. But it's a big baby. 6 feet tall, 70 kilos.
I think I'll make some weed in this.
I'll have to work out.
Where'll I put up weed? Over here somewhere.
The big one. Yeah,
There it is.
Here we go. Yeah, it's just one of 2,500 Rothschilds on the planet. And the reason you can tell them apart from other types of giraffe is because they're taller when they grow up.
I couldn't smack them anymore last night. I was like, fucking hell. Whoa.
Legs. This is where we need to see the lower legs. Yeah, you can in the background. So their markings only go down to their knees. Okay. Sweet, isn't it?
How high is that on the cutometer? Where do you rate?
Oh, very high.
Is it an 8 or a 9 out of 10? What is it?
7, 8, I reckon.
I agree with you because I
7, 8
think
for that.
baby elephants are cuter than baby giraffes.
Yeah, and rhinos.
Yeah, and hippos.
But even though they're young, still taller than me.
That's for you to say, Matt. That's for you to say, Matt.
Probably true. Anyway, let's talk weather, shall we? Very good morning to you. This
Oh,
is
we have a pee, oh my God.
by our weather watch, Glenn. It really sums up the day. Lots of grey clouds around, producing quite a bit of rain for some
I'm
of you.
dying
at
for a pee.
times, but
That's a
still
coke.
be some
It's
people
going right through me.
breaking through, especially later on. I wanted to start right, but here's where the rain is. Some hefty showers not far from Worthing in the moment across the south. More persistent rain northern England, extending from Lancashire, Cumbria through towards Yorkshire now, and persistent rain in northern Scotland. It's on the move south. It should turn to sunshine and showers. The rain across parts of northern England will ease a little bit. The drizzle clearing from Northern Ireland. The showers keep going across southern parts, becoming a bit more extensive at times through this afternoon, and they could become thundery in places too. At the same time, as I said, a little bit more brightness compared with this morning. Some drier moments for the far north of Scotland. Northerly winds, still feeling a little on the cool side here, 6 to around 80 degrees. Cloudy, damp across eastern parts of Scotland again. Northern Ireland probably enjoying the best of the weather throughout today. Some drizzle this morning, admittedly, but brighter later. Brightening up for the likes of Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Sheffield, Wrexham, and Birmingham compared with this morning, but still some heavy as we go through into the afternoon. But still pretty mild here. 18 yesterday in London, around 15 today. Now, as you go into tonight, well, evening showers there for a while. They will clear through. Bit of a breeze blowing across eastern areas, but some clearer skies around. It's going to be a colder night tonight. There will be some frost, even some ice around to take us into tomorrow morning. Cloud gathering though towards the west. So after a cold but bright start to your Saturday, there will be some more rain later. Some eastern areas though will stay dry. After Sunday, a mixture. Some rain at times, but a little bit of brightness too. Some sunshine. 1 or 2 on Sunday. Naga and Charlie will stay dry throughout. That's good.
Matt, thank you very much. See you later on.
It is 7:15. Now, the risk of death from alcohol, drugs, or suicide is higher in deprived areas such as those in the north of England and seaside towns.
A new study suggested the rates of deaths in England were highest in Blackpool, 6 times the rate of the lowest area, which is Barnet, in Greater London. Our health correspondent Dominic Hughes has this report.
Okay, my mum again. Oh,
Paul's had a long struggle with alcohol, but this could be a moment of change after years of drinking.
I'm not going to get cold now. Fuck it.
His support worker, Dave, has played a key role in getting him this far. But now Paul is about to enter detox and a long stint in rehab. It's going to be a tough journey.
Chance with my life, difficult. Really good opportunity. Got to grab it and
So I'll put that in the morning. I've thought to see
Well, this is where a lot of our service users hang around. They drink around here, some of them. There's a lot of good users.
She love that. She's like, oh my god,
Stephen
Dad.
knows exactly what Paul is going through. After all, it's a life he too has lived. And against the odds has somehow saved. I didn't know that people recover. I didn't see anybody recover. You either went to prison, you got locked up, or you died. There's no ifs and buts about it. I overdosed 3-4 times. So I would be dead now. And if I wasn't dead, I'd be doing a long time in prison.
More than 20 years of drug addiction and a life spent in out of prison was
That's
changed
two pictures.
forever by a prison talk given by a
Three rucksacks.
offering Stephen
Some Maltesers. A real slow rover cap. A family friend camp.
Stephen is part of the lived experience team, the charity empowerment, staffed by those who've come through addiction and working alongside the local NHS and social workers are trying to help others get clean.
Now a new thing called Mrs. Eames, and I think they say that that's like 500 times stronger.
And in Blackpool, that work is needed now more than ever.
There are lots of different factors that influence our health, where we're born, raised, live and work, our level of education, the jobs we do. But in some towns, like Blackpool, those factors seem to conspire against us. So there's too much ill health and too many early deaths.
Fatalities related to drink, drugs and suicide, what are known as deaths of despair, are significantly higher in poorer areas, especially in the north of England and seaside towns. And Blackpool has a higher rate of those deaths than anywhere else in England.
So the UK is a wealthy country, but it's also quite an unfair country. Some of those factors associated with deaths of despair, like unemployment and economic activity, are more concentrated in the north of England. So there's an interaction with existing inequalities.
And that inequality is playing out on the streets of Blackpool.
I started drinking drugs at a very young age, to the point of oblivion sometimes.
So for those like Kate, not her real name, who found herself pregnant, homeless and in the grip of a terrible addiction, the empowerment team are lifesavers.
For someone to be there and have that support from when I was really bad in addiction to now being clean and having someone there regardless and still wanting to support me, it's an amazing feeling.
I'm going to let nobody down. Nobody. I'm not even going to push it up.
Kate and Paul were both at risk of becoming statistics, adding to the numbers who have already fallen prey to deaths of despair. But with the help of the empowerment team, people who have lived the life, they are beginning the long and difficult road to recovery. Dominic Hughes, BBC News, Blackpool.
Coming up to 20 minutes past 7 now. Today marks 5 years since the government passed legislation aimed at protecting drivers from unfair parking charges. Now, the law, which was first discussed in 2019, was introduced to address the millions of parking tickets issued by private companies each year. The government has, though, faced criticism over the delay in bringing the new rules into force. Let's go to the latest figures from the RAC Foundation, which shows that private companies are handing out an average of more than 35,000 parking tickets every day. This means more than 32 million tickets have been issued since the legislation to reform parking charges was passed 5 years ago, with each ticket costing drivers up to £100. There are calls now for the government to bring in the changes as was promised.
It's actually 5 years, so we're celebrating the fifth anniversary of a piece of legislation that was widely supported in Parliament because there's a clear need to have a better framework for managing private parking. 5 years have ticked by and we still don't have it.
Well, the government has said it's committed to introducing the Private Parking Code of Practice to help improve regulation. Spokesperson for the British Parking Association, lots of terminology here, said they're working with the government to introduce the Code of Practice. Sitting listening to all those figures is Mr. Gary Wycroft. As he said when he came and sat down with us just a moment ago, I know about this business. You're the perfect person, Gary. Can I put something contrary to you in a way? If I own a piece of private land and I want to open it up for someone to park, it's handy for the local shops. Why can't I charge people to go on there and expect them to pay?
No one is suggesting you shouldn't be able to do that, Charlie. We like people that it's an entrepreneurship. No one is saying at all that the owners of private land shouldn't charge people for parking there.
Okay, so let me just go through that logic. So if I put a sign up saying, I tell you what, if you want to park on my land, which I own, and you go over a certain length of time, it'll cost you £200 to pick an arbitrary figure. Why can't I do that?
The mischief is that people are finding the system difficult to navigate. So no one is saying that you shouldn't pay for the privilege of parking on people's land. The problem that people are facing and the frustration that people are facing is that when they are accused of going over or not paying the full amount, they find it very difficult to navigate the appeal system, and they are finding those charges to be quite high, because don't forget, the local authority that issue fines have that capped at £50. And so what the Code of Practice was going to do, when it was going to be introduced, it's been kicked into the long grass now, but it was going to cap those charges that private parking companies could levy so that they were in line with the fines that are issued by the local authority at 50 quid.
What's the most ridiculous, or most expensive, I should say, cost for a parking fine?
Well, at the moment, there's no ceiling on the actual charge, but the issue, Naga, that people find is not the actual charge itself. They do tend to be more reasonable. It's the, quote, penalty that people are given if they are accused of staying longer. And maybe, you know, we've all done it. We go shopping, we're running late, we're 5 minutes late. If you're 5 minutes late, why should you be charged £250 as a penalty? Why should you have aggressive language? I was just talking to your lovely makeup person who's made me look much more attractive than I do normally, and she was telling me about how she took her sister who has a blue badge to park somewhere. There was nowhere to park, there was nowhere safe for her sister to move around. She was, you know, told that she was going to be given a £100 penalty. She was then being chased by, quote, debt collectors. People find this very distressing, don't they?
We need to be really clear as well, I think, for people about the language that is used in often those letters, that communication, because sometimes it's not legal, but it is really threatening. It is really concerning, isn't it? What should you look out for?
As a motorist and a lawyer, I find that language really offensive, actually. And this is one of the things that the government picked up upon in the code, was that they were going to ban what we call pseudo-legal and aggressive language, because it does frighten people. And let me make a really fundamental point. The local authority issues fines. They, in effect, have delegated authority from a court to issue a fine if you park on the public highway and don't park properly.
I think I'll get some more of these today, actually.
Private parking companies
BLTs, oh my God.
Private parking companies do not have legal authority to issue a fine. These are not fines. All they are issuing is an invoice for using their land.
A bill.
Yeah, it's a bill. And if you feel that you don't want to pay, if you have a defence against what they're asking you to pay, they have to go to court and prove their case. And that's a fundamental difference than you being issued with a fine, which on the face of it is payable. It's already been issued by the court. They've got to prove their case. So I would say, if you've got a defence, always run that defence and turn the tables and say, you prove your case before you start threatening.
And do you say that because it's unlikely or less likely that they will follow it up because it costs money to go to court?
It costs money, doesn't it? They've got to do a cost-benefit analysis on whether they actually want to pursue your case, especially if you do have a reasonable defence.
What's the success rate? People are loath, aren't they, in those circumstances? We all know that feeling. You're worried about going into disputes that could end up in court. You know, that's a worrying situation to be in. What's the success rate of people going, I think you've got this wrong. I'm prepared to pay, this, but not that. Do they back down? What's the success rate?
I don't have the stats, but my experience is that people do back down. The parking companies do back down if you go back at them. Call me cynical, but I think that the business model of some parking companies, many parking companies are very responsible, of course, and they do follow a voluntary code, some of them, but some parking companies, I think, have a business model where they think, you know what, we're threatening someone with £100 or £30 if you pay now. For that kind of low-level amount, it's still a lot of money for some people, but for that low-level amount, some people just pay it so that it goes away.
That's another thought, Gary. If people have that concern about ending up in court, and I appreciate there's a long process to get there, is there a reasonable assumption to think that whoever, a magistrate, I'm not sure who would judge a case like that, magistrate presumably, would say, even if it's found against you, that number that they were talking about, the £200 fine or whatever, is not. You could argue at worst that you'll kind of pay an appropriate fine. And do the courts tend to go in that direction? Giant fines through the courts.
I've not heard of people actually having to pay those giant fines because the court do take a reasonable view and they treat it as a bill, as Naga says, and say, okay, maybe you were 5 minutes over, so why don't you pay £2.50 or something like that?
It ends up being a token, almost like
a token amount. And even if you do go to court and lose, that shouldn't impact on your credit score in the future if you straight away. So I always think it's worth pushing back if you genuinely feel that it's unfair.
And it's also just repeating again, you are buying a service and you are paying a bill for that service. It's very different to local authority.
They try and make it look like the local authority fines, but it's a completely different thing.
Gary
has had a parking ticket, by the way, shared with us, haven't you?
But you appealed it. So.
I appealed it because I kind of drove into a car park, decided not to stay, and then left. So I didn't actually use the service. Now, this is something that was going to be clamped down upon in the Code of Conduct.
If it comes through. If it comes through. Gary Rycroft, solicitor, thank you very much. You know, we'd like to talk to you. It gets everyone talking, this, doesn't it? Perhaps you've been hit with one of those parking tickets. Perhaps you did, like, clap back and just say, no, I'm not paying for it, and appeal. Put a video on your phone. Send it to us and let us know about it. You can do it via WhatsApp. You can scan with that QR code there with your camera, and that will start a conversation with us.
You'll park carefully outside our studio.
Luckily, I got a taxi here this morning.
There you go.
We get the news, travel, the weather where you are now. See you in a minute.
Hello, I'm John Callahill with the news in the south. Young men are 4 times more likely than other drivers to be convicted of dangerous or careless driving.
Big shout out going to the chat of YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. Whoa, here I am. Yeah, I've been sat on Facebook for a bit. I'm live on Facebook and YouTube. Facebook. I mean, they let you go live for so long, but not too long, and then they end the broadcast. They make the choices. Whereas me, I mean, I could be live forever.
It was just tears and
on YouTube. On YouTube, it's been 10 hours and 52 minutes.
I think we just
That's crazy.
More to help young men through what is probably the most dangerous time in their life, and to stop them from killing other people.
Quite often, offences that are committed on the road aren't referred to as crimes, or they're referred to as minor offences. That's absolutely not the case, because anything which puts other people's lives at risk is a crime. The car is a weapon if you get behind the wheel and you do not drive it responsibly.
And you can see the full story in the documentary Drive Fast, Die Young on the BBC iPlayer now. An unprecedented closure of the M25 in Surrey this weekend has led to a plea to drivers to follow diversions and ignore their sat-navs. The motorway will close from 9 o'clock this evening until Monday morning, both ways between junctions 10 for Guildford and 11 for Chertsey. A footbridge is being removed. Traffic will be diverted onto other routes through towns and villages in Surrey, and long delays are expected. The aim of the work is also to reduce hold-ups. Collisions
Lovely.
on the approach to M25-10 and also the A3 as its approaches Junction 10. It's just because the sheer volume of traffic and people changing.
Do you want a mask? I've only got the one mask. This is it. I'm going to get some more done. Well, I don't know if it's worth it or not.
Okay, time for a look at the weather forecast. B. Tucker has the details for us.
Hi, good morning. We've got another fairly cloudy day today across the south. The winds will be slightly stronger than yesterday, with the risk of a few showers. And those showers quite widespread this morning, but the wind's moving them through quite quickly. I think there will be a risk of a shower today. They'll be heavy with the risk of some thunder, but the wind's moving them through quickly. And actually, we could see
shower, thunder. Are you serious?
Direction, so staying mild.
I've got my shorts on.
See gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour. Showers clearing overnight. The winds ease. A lot of the cloud clears away, actually. There will be a little bit more pushing into the west, but for most of us, a colder night than we've seen recently underneath those clearer skies. Tomorrow, 1 or 2 fog patches. First thing, quite cloudy, a risk of a shower, but the shower's not as widespread as today. Still quite blustery, but those winds slightly lighter come the afternoon and staying mild.
And that's all for now. I'll be back in half an hour with more headlines from the South. Bye-bye.
This is a lovely joint.
Hello, you're watching Breakfast with Charlie States and Nugget Munchausen.
Welcome back, 7:31. Male grooming is big business now, getting bigger all the time.
7:31 in the morning.
With trim, there's a lot more money spent on skincare, all sorts of things.
And Peter is at a salon for us in Manchester. I think you're in your Nirvana, aren't you? Have you had any treatments yet?
I've been eyeing up a facial, but I'm trying to save the money, so perhaps not. We'll see how tempted I get. Good morning, everyone. Yes, welcome to King Street Grooming. Now, it's a barber, but way more than just clipper cuts happen here. Luca is on the table, and Luke is doing the treatment. Luke, what are you doing for Luca, and what's the benefit of all on here?
So I'm currently performing a chemical peel treatment on Luca. It's actually one of the most popular treatments we offer here at Rejuvic Medical Aesthetics. It's a fantastic treatment for those looking to rejuvenate the skin, reduce hyperpigmentation, and improve the overall quality and tone of the skin. Just get ready for the summer months.
For the summer months, right. Well, we are aware it's Manchester, so those summer months might still be a way off. Luca, good luck.
Yeah,
That
breakfast.
sounds,
That's great.
Intriguing. But,
I've got what my breakfast is this.
we're here really because there's been a real...
There's another one there.
in
Look,
barbershops
one more
in
sandwich.
the UK. In fact, in the first month of last year, more than 300 new places opened up on the high street. Remember, it's a time where high street businesses are really struggling. And male grooming, well, it's a massive market worth more than £790 million. A lot of that is to do with new product launches, especially skincare and hair care products designed specifically for men. Now, the question is, though, with so many new barbershops, what does that mean for the more traditional places? Well, I've been to Wilmslow in Cheshire, which has seen an influx of new businesses, to find out exactly what's going on.
I do my hair toss, check my nails.
Our high streets may have struggled as shoppers snip back on spending, but take a glance at many town and city centres, and it's clear male grooming is booming. Forget barbershop quartet, within a couple of minutes walk of where I am, there's at least 16 salons dedicated
That
to
reminds me
men.
of London.
It's not just the classic short back and sides. I could get waxed,
I don't know why.
lasered, threaded. I think I'll play it safe.
I do my hair toss, check my
Sam's the man with the steady hand, a new barber on the pretty crowded block. There's a lot of competition around here, right?
If you trust yourself, you won't be worried about competition. Because at the end, clients, what they want good customer service, quality, and nice hygienic and good hygiene. Men, they look after themselves a lot. Like they do threading, they do facial, they do beard, they keep the beard, they look after it. Sometimes some clients, they spend with them about 1.5 hours, 2 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Why not? They're just looking after themselves.
Traditional barber or something more modern?
Something more modern. My wife's hairdresser who comes at the house, and we have it done at the house, so I get like a good deal. I cut it myself.
Really?
Really?
Number 4 and a cut on top. So very close.
I used to cut my hair when I had long hair.
How would you describe your
I'd
barbering
trim it
style?
up and wrap and make it look good.
There you go.
Then I got stressed out with being long hair and all that, and fucking so I was like, cut it all off.
96, but we have been in Wilmslow for far longer. So we've known a lot of clients for 50 plus years.
And how have things changed in that time?
There have been shops open in Winslow. I think every other premises, the customers do actually joke about when they come in and they see an empty shop, oh, that's likely to be another barber's.
Because some of the newer salons are doing all sorts of things, threading, injections,
True.
facials, pedicures.
Yes, we haven't ventured into that. We're considering maybe bringing in some of the services in the future.
But trendy treatments aren't for everyone. Facials, pedicures, threading.
No, don't do any of that.
How come?
Just like to get it done and get it over with and crack on my day.
How you feeling?
There we go. Facial's not for everyone, but I have to say that hot towel shave was absolutely lovely. So we've come downstairs to where a lot of the action is happening. So we've got Barty, Mo and Luke over at the end. You saw him at the beginning there, who's all very busy doing skin fades and all sorts of things going on. I haven't been let loose with the Clippers anymore. Let's chat to the bosses though, Gareth and Nathan, isn't it? So look, we were talking and I had a bit of video there about this growth in sort of barbershops. What's behind this sort of kind of growth, do you think? Because you guys are quite new. Why did you want to open up?
Yeah, so in 2021, we saw a gap in the market where people were offering singular treatments. And we thought it might be a better experience if you come to the barbershop and you're able to get all of your treatments, whether it's facials, anything else, in one place. So it's more of a self-care experience than just barbershop.
Because the people in the video I was speaking to were saying that some people sort of come for like 1.5, 2 hours. You can hear quite a long time. Apart from the traditional clipper cut and the skin fade I was having a go at earlier, what are kind of your most sort of popular things that people are wanting to do?
Facials, microdermabrasion, we do a lot of male grooming, body waxing. The aesthetics as well, we've seen a huge increase in people booking in for Botox and fillers.
Do people still ask for a short back and sides, something traditional?
They do, but I think this is quite a popular one at the moment.
Okay, we've got a trend. So we've got a trend. I was asking you to try and find a haircut for someone on Breakfast who's got an amazing head of hair, Charlie. So you've got a suggestion. This is very popular.
I think Charlie would definitely suit the mullet.
The mullet look here, and this is pretty big at the moment.
Definitely, yeah. We see a lot of people coming in for this.
Okay, absolutely. Right. Well, I will show that to Charlie in a moment. This is about a lot more than kind of treatments, though, isn't it? People think, oh, this is just people being vain and wanting to look good, but actually there's sort of a well-being aspect to this as well.
There is. So with the rise in social media and influencers guiding people and what they want in their styles, we've seen that the stigmas have just been broken about what men should and shouldn't be getting, and we just seem to be able to indulge yourselves in own self-care to get that bit of confidence and that bit, just a little smile on your face as you walk out the door after feeling pampered.
And you guys are sort of therapists as well, right? You're quite often having conversations with people that perhaps people wouldn't be having otherwise.
Very, very true. When myself and Nathan are upstairs and we've got people relaxing and doing facials, the whole lives just fall out. But it's confident. We just keep it in that room. They can tell us all the stories. We can just
the whole range of emotions.
All those stories. Well, thank you so much for letting me come along. And as I say, we'll have a go at the Clippers, but not on air. Maybe I'll have a go a little bit later. Nathan, show us this picture of what we're going for Charlie. Then this sort of mullet. Charlie, what do you think today after the show?
Okay, so the thing is about this, and you can tell the team down there, I have been down the mullet routes previously, and so I've been there and I've done that. So that back in the day, that was very much the thing, and I was there, so I've already done it. Thank you very much.
Again, and you've got experience, so now's the time.
I'm not really seeing it, but good. Thank you for the thoughtfulness. Very nice. What a nice bunch of people they've seen there. Everyone seems very happy, don't they?
Feel free to say if you think Charlie should have that mullet haircut. Get in touch the usual ways. From your mullet to Mike with a gold cup, I don't really know how else to do that.
No connection.
There's no connection. A glorified. I can't even get the words out. A glory haircut.
Let's talk about Mike's gloves. How about that? Because they're special gloves for a special day and a special cup.
Yes, exactly. And I did have a mullet as well, Charlie, back in the day, but not today, of course. But it is rather wet. Started raining again. But yeah, the white gloves are on because the golden, the smallest but most precious trophy really in racing, the Gold Cup. Remember, it went missing. It was found in an attic. Went missing for years. They didn't have it here at the course, but was found in an attic in 2018 and was restored to its rightful place. 644 grams of 9-carat gold. Whatever that means, I don't really know too much about gold, but there it is. All the names of the winners. I have to wear white gloves because I'm not a winner, so I can't touch it with my bare hands. Someone who can, he's just put his umbrella up, is the twice winner of the Gold Cup. Well, 59 winners, the most successful ever at Cheltenham. Ruby Walsh won on Corto Star.
Thank you very much. I'm just standing here with my umbrella up and use no umbrella, but
I don't need it. But you have a good feel because you don't need the gloves as the former winner. But on this special day, 100 years of Gold Cup memories. Just talk about your own memories of Corto Star. The horse you said was a horse of a lifetime.
He was the horse of a lifetime. 2007, when he won his first Gold Cup here, it was an incredible day. But I think from an emotional point of view, when he regained it in 2009, was even sweeter. It was incredible that day, how easily he won the race. But it is their best horse race in national road racing, 3 miles, 2 furlongs, and it's a test up this Cheltenham Hill, packed grandstands, 70-odd thousand people, and it is. And it's a sense of achievement, though. To say you're a Gold Cup winner is an amazing thing.
To put us in the saddle with you, because you've also won the Grand National, but what's special about this, winning the Gold Cup, what they call the World Cup, if you like, of jump racing? Talk us about the emotions as you're coming up the famous slope.
I suppose, thinking about it, you never think you can win a Grand National. It's a handicap, 40 runners, 34 now, and all those fences. You think, if I can get around, if I can complete, that'll be an achievement. Whereas in a Gold Cup, you're always dreaming that if I can find a horse good enough, I could possibly win a Gold Cup. And it is a sense of achievement. It's history. I mean, you grow up looking at it, and you talk about different dominance in sport. I was born in '79, Ireland won the Gold Cup in '77, and when I was growing up, there was only 2 Irish winners to the Gold Cup.
Yeah.
Dawn Run, and then you had to wait another 10 years for Imperial Call. So it was like something that you couldn't achieve.
Yeah. What are you aware of as you're coming up the slope? Are you aware of all the other riders alongside you, or are you just zone out? Do you hear obviously the crowd drowns everything else out, I suppose?
It does a bit, but I suppose you're a professional. It's like any sport, you're playing the tactics, you're riding the race. And I guess once you jump the last, if you're far enough in front, the noise does hit you, the crowd hits you. Courage Enclosure, the best made enclosure as it is now, be absolutely jammed, and you're riding into a cacophony of noise from both sides. It's incredible.
We're talking of Irish dominance. What a week it's been for Willie Mullins, breaking the record, 100 winners, miles ahead of anybody else. And Galop under Champ could make it the perfect ending, winning for a second year running today. What are the chances? I've seen that horse in its stables in County Carlo, and you can see how magnificent he is. What are his chances?
He's got an outstanding chance, and he was brilliant here last year. He was very good in the Savage Chase in Leopardstown at Christmas time. And look, for Paul Townend, if he could go and ride him to win a 4th Gold Cup, he'd join Pat Taft as the only person to have ever ridden the winner 4 times, and that'd be a massive achievement for him as well.
So talk us through Galop under Champ's main challenges then. Who would you say could steer this crowd?
I think a lot of them are going to be Irish. That's one of John McConnell's. Fast or Slow would definitely be at the top of the list. Jerry Calam, Gentleman's Game, Corrick Rambler for Scotland, Brave Man's Game for Paul Nichols in Somerset. Gold Cup's a deep race, very competitive race, but Galop under Champ just seems to have that X factor, and he's going to be hard to beat this afternoon.
Absolutely. I'm feeling you might take off. Mary Poppins style in a moment with the wins.
I said there's more chance of you letting go of the umbrella.
Okay, yeah. Well, we've seen our first horse as well, which is pretty exciting. More to come, but we'll hand you back now and go and take shelter because a storm seems to be blowing in sunny, doesn't it, Ruby? We don't mind, we're used to it.
It'd blow in or blow out. It'd be right on, but understood.
Yeah. Okay, but it means it's going to be very heavy going.
It is, but John Pullman in particular has done an incredible job with the track here, how he's managed it throughout the year. We have fresh ground this afternoon and we have a good racing surface.
Thanks so much, Ruby. There we are, the Gold Cup. We're going to get it back under cover, keep it dry for the winner of the Gold Cup in this special 100th year this afternoon.
Always taken back how perfect that trophy is. You see giant trophies in sport, and that one is just so perfect.
I thought it looked like a soup tureen.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. I like the theory, bad weather blows in, blows out. It will come, it will go. Matt, you know this, but I think if you're living somewhere rather lovely, rather tranquil, and makes it all the easier to cope with bad weather, which we've all had a lot of.
You can cope with it a bit more, can't you? And there's one part of the country which probably copes with it better than most at the moment. It's been voted best place to live in the UK by the Sunday Times. It's the 12th year of the guide, and it's the first time a Scottish town has won. Let me just show you a beautiful, stunning place. It's been commended for its transport links, for its family-friendly housing, independent shops, and also for its great schools. And I think you'll probably agree from some of these shots, it looks stunning. Weather-wise here, it may be on the east coast. Quite often gets a mist and low cloud come in, but it's got as much sunshine as they do in Birmingham. And it has half the amount of rainfall that Glasgow sees in a year. But where is it? Well, it's here, just half an hour's train ride from Edinburgh on the north coast. Weather there was pretty rotten yesterday, not looking great today, but the forecast is getting better. Even on Saturday, you showed some rain. It's only later in the day and a lot more in the way of brightness and feeling warmer here for the next few days if you do plan to make a visit. Now, the cloud that's coming North Berwick's way today is towards the far north of Scotland right now. That'll be pushing its way southwards. We've got this cloud producing lots of rain across parts of England and North Wales at the moment, particularly northern England. A thoroughly wet start for many, but it will improve here. South of that, you saw the showers rattle through Cheltenham. There'll be more of those through the day, but they'll pass through quite quickly on quite a stiff breeze. Showers in the south could be heavy at times, could be thundery too. Now, the persistent in northern Scotland pushes into the south and east later on. It does mean northern Scotland brightens up to sunshine and showers. Some of the best weather today, actually, Northern Ireland. Morning drizzle clears, brighter through the afternoon. Still mild towards the south and southeast, 15 degrees. It was 18 yesterday. A chillier day the further north you are, but maybe not quite as chilly as some saw yesterday. Now, as we go into this evening and overnight, showers to begin with across eastern areas, fair bit of cloud. That will start to clear away. Showers continue in opening Shetland with a stiff breeze, but with the clearest skies across many parts of the country, there will be a more widespread frost tonight. Much colder night, and with the ground damp, there could be some ice around parts of Scotland, northern England, into parts of East Wales especially. But it does mean the weekend starts on a bright note for most. Lots of sunshine to begin with, quickly giving way to cloud. Wales, southwest, Northern Ireland, outbreaks of rain developing through the day, pushing its way into western parts of England and western Scotland. Some in the north and east of Scotland, eastern England, will stay dry during the daylight hours on Saturday. Increasing amounts of cloud, but still reasonably bright and still fairly mild. As we go into Saturday evening, some heavier rain then across parts of Scotland, northern England, heavy showers towards the far south. That, though, will ease its way eastwards through the night and into Sunday. Clear skies developing. This weather front will complicate things just a touch for Sunday. So we start Sunday with rain, East Anglia. A bit uncertain just how quickly that will clear through, but it eventually will do, brightening up through the day. Many eastern areas, not a bad day at all once that morning cloud's gone. Showers are developing in the west, becoming a bit more frequent in the afternoon, but a lot more in the way of drier weather, certainly compared to today across the country. Some sunny spells to go with it too. Note the temperatures across the board, double figures, 13 to around 16 or 17 degrees. And if we look at the outlook as we go into next week, we continue with that run of milder weather. I think the main thing to take away is the temperatures on a capital city forecast staying in the teens, if not upper teens for some. Will be a little bit windy at times, particularly on Tuesday. And even though the rain symbols are there on the forecast charts, they'll only form small portions of the day. Overall, next week doesn't look quite as wet as the week has just gone, which is a little bit of welcome news. Although I think, Nag and Charlie, most of us have already had enough of the rainfall.
Definitely had enough. Definitely.
Indeed.
Thanks, Matt.
7:48. From taking on a £4 burrito, £4. I was just thinking about that as I was reading. £4, twice the sum, 2 bags of standard size
2
sugar.
kilos, nearly 2 kilos.
That's a big burrito. To slurping his way through 15 dozen oysters, really, Adam Richmond, no stranger to extreme eating challenges.
Taking a little step back from that now, the former Man vs. Food presenter is exploring what dishes are on offer this side of the pond in a new programme exploring Britain's culinary delights. Take a look.
Yorkshire parking, please. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Is this a no parking zone? If I eat this in here, is it public parking? Huh? Parkin is traditionally eaten on Guy Fawkes Night, and in 19th century Leeds, the 5th of November was even known as Parkin Day. This sumptuous squishy cake is baked and left for at least 3 days to allow it to soften so it can get its characteristic stickiness. I've seen a lot of things I've never seen before. This same place does jack and potatoes with tuna fish. My brain is exploding. I'm trying to eat this cake to keep calm. Parkin cake, from what I understand, the ingredients are flour, molasses, and oatmeal. Oh yeah, it's super duper sticky. Super moist, which I really like.
Adam's just, if you heard him chuntering away there, Adam, morning.
Morning.
You were sort of explaining about your history of food, family background-wise.
Yes, I know you had just asked me, Nago, what was mom's specialty, what was dad's specialty.
Yeah.
Dad ruled the backyard barbecue with an iron fist. And my mom, I think, could cook anything. I think you could give her a trainer and some salt and she would make ambrosia. But my mom's spinach pie is proof God loves us and wants us to be happy.
Ooh,
it's not like Greek spanakopita, it's like her thing. And it's just, yeah, it's just a taste of home.
That sounds lovely. I think you're a bit like a sort of one of those animals that sniffs out like truffles with food, because as soon as you come in here, you looked under the
pig.
No, I didn't mean that. I could see where that was going.
I'm Legato Romagnolo. What am I?
No, what I meant was, just trying to backtrack a little bit. When Adam came in, he looked under the bed. He immediately sourced the food, which is the porridge.
Oh no, I nearly kicked your porridge pot down there.
So you see it, like, there it is.
Oh, it wasn't like I sniffed it out.
Yeah, I think that came out the wrong way.
I felt like a psychic. I sensed porridge. Yes, exactly.
You have a thing that you're drawn to food, aren't you? And stories around food.
Well, you hit the nail on the head right there. I think ultimately it's the story of food and the language of food. And I feel that if I meet someone from Liverpool and talk about having scallops or salt and pepper chicken, and meet someone from Bury and I tell them that, oh, we filmed at the market and I had black pudding there. I just was meeting some people here at this very studio and saying, oh, you live in Ancoats. Have you been to the Flat Baker? We just filmed there. And I think, quite honestly, I mean, when most Americans say, oh, I've been to England, by and large, they've been to London. Maybe
Joint number 2. Oh my God, here we go.
To be fair, British food is often unfairly maligned, and I think it's because it's often misunderstood. And I think it's important for people to see that whether it's Cheddar Gorge or whether it's Whitstable oysters and Whitstable,
I've just had a thought, actually.
Do like, you know, Bakewell, Tartan Bakewell.
I could give my daughter one
all the highways
chain.
and byways just have like a breathtaking culinary story to them.
That one.
Finding Cameroonian food in the Peak District is a perfect
And the grandchildren can have these.
an amazing food find in a likely place.
Why do you think? Because I kind of bristle a bit when I hear that British.
Yeah, I think
food
I'll put this in a bag and they can have them.
Fantastic cuisine.
We
have a fantastic mix of all different cultures' food in this country. You can get anything here, and it's always changing. We're always discovering new things. Why do you think British food is maligned? Against whom? Versus who?
I think, simply put, it's what's come, like what has left the borders. So if you go to an English pub, everywhere from Thailand to Times Square, you're going to find things that are battered and fried and buttered, etc. And people will know about fish and chips or bangers and mash, but they won't realize that the modern British bounty encompasses flavors of Southeast Asia, Africa, Central America, Eritrea, Middle East. And I mean, we're in a city right now with a curry mile. I filmed in Leicester. I had no idea that there's a Bali celebration in Leicester, rivals out of Southeast Asia itself. And I think what did Heraclitus say? Dogs bark at people they do not know. And I think that hopefully people will know who I am. And they'll go, well, if he likes it, maybe I'll go to Derbyshire. Maybe I'll go to Perthshire in Scotland. Oh, he's not barking after trying some haggis. He's going to be okay. Maybe I should give it a shot myself.
I haven't heard the word bark for a while.
I know. It was definitely, as I said it, I was like, oh, 1984 call. They've won their way back. Yes, exactly. It's totally rad.
Do you think, you're saying about maybe an image of British food.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we have a bit of snobbery about what we think about American food? I mean, like, for example, if one of us were to go to America and do a similar kind of thing, what is it about hot dogs in Cincinnati or something? Do you think there's similar kind of things going on?
Sure. I mean, I think that there's certainly, especially my show, probably fuels a little bit. The original show, Man vs. Food, probably fueled a little bit of that perception of everything being enormous and maybe a tad overindulgent or a tad over the top. But that is just one part of American food. The American landscape.
What's going on?
Oh, that is a throwback. That looks like Chompies in Arizona.
Chompies?
It was the restaurant in Arizona, and it was a slider challenge.
What were you saying about American food not being over?
Well, this is, but this is exactly what I'm saying. That's like saying all British food is fish and chips and bangers and mash. But I mean, we're going back to 14 years ago. So I think that there have been other food stories to tell. I know that this is kind of the more sensational thing to show and look at, but it's hardly indicative, I think.
Does that feel like a form of life now? Because
I think to an extent, I think because I've been blessed to move on and tell other stories about food, whether it's telling the stories of barbecue here or talking about why the Eton Mess is called the Eton Mess, or Bakewell tarts have certainly jumped the pond, but to go to Derbyshire and just see that the sheer beauty of that place. I had never been to the Peak District before. I had never been to Scotland before filming here. And then all of a sudden, I'm in Aberdeen having Cullen skink by the water, and quite literally my crew stops me and there's dolphins jumping around behind, and like the sheer scenic beauty, but also again, I think most people's perception of Scotland, it's a bunch of people in kilts running around with their faces half painted blue, eating fried Mars bars, and then you go and there's just this wonderful, like, profoundly diverse culinary scene, and I hope people can appreciate that.
Have you eaten rabbit since you ate it on, I think it was episode 1 or episode 2?
I know my face was quite a
You were
picture.
very, very concerned, weren't you?
It's very funny. I think it's just because it's not something I grew up eating, and I know that people ethically source them, and if you're going to be an omnivore, be an omnivore. It's not my go-to protein.
But you did enjoy it?
In spite of myself, yes. I mean, the chef just had such prodigious culinary skill. And also, I mean, I think that, you know, my father, may rest in peace, used to say, you don't have to finish it, but at least try it, and always treat someone who's feeding you with respect. And I think the culinary skill at that restaurant, you're referring to the Owl in Leeds, he just put forth so much effort and culinary skill, and he opened his doors to us. I think that, you know, you have to treat it with respect when you eat it.
Adam, have you sampled the BBC canteen?
I have not. Is there a particular morsel that I should? Is there a signature BBC morsel?
I don't know. I just
I'm being told, what's that? The Rocky Road?
The ice cream?
Ice cream. Oh, and the hash browns.
Like the cookie. Yeah.
Oh, that's a bar, and then apparently the hash browns are very good.
And you only recommended to me fried potatoes and ice cream, just so you know. This is what I'm saying. Like, I want to go, wait a minute, there are salads here. There really are. We were in Perthshire, and they made a sausage casserole and a bread bowl. And I was like, what's all this green stuff? Like these green leafy things next to my sausage and cheese. Oh, salad. I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Well, it's a fun program. It looked like you had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Adam.
Good to see you guys as well.
Adam Richmond Eats Britain. Scott, available to watch Mondays at 9 p.m. on the Food Network and stream on Discovery.
It's time to find out what's happening wherever you are. We'll see you very shortly.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the South. Young men are 4 times more likely than other drivers to be convicted of dangerous or careless driving. DVLA data also reveals men under the age of 25 are 4 times more likely to be caught drug driving and twice as likely to be caught drink driving. Jamie Morris's younger brother, Sammy, was the passenger in a car which crashed at what one witness described as insane speeds in Oxfordshire. 22-year-old driver was 3.5 times over the legal alcohol limit. Both he and 19-year-old Sammy were killed on impact. And you can see a documentary, Drive Fast, Die Young, on that subject on BBC iPlayer now. What's being described as an unprecedented closure of the M25 in Surrey will take place this weekend. The motorway from 9 o'clock this evening until Monday morning, both ways between junctions 10 for Guildford and 11 for Chertsey. A footbridge is being removed. Major projects across the south have been given a share of government funding to create and restore important habitat. North Wessex Downs across Berkshire, Oxfordshire, Hampshire and Wiltshire are getting £1.5 million. Grants are also going to projects in Dorset and the New Forest. Let's have a quick look at the weather. Today we'll see a mainly cloudy
I sent
day.
one of those to my daughter yesterday.
These heavy and possibly thundery. A few bright spells possible later on.
Yeah, she's probably got it by now, I reckon. She'll probably get it today, I reckon.
14 Celsius. That's all from me for now. I'll be back in half an hour with more headlines from the south. See you then. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Charlie State and Naga Monchetti.
Our headlines today. Children first see violent content online while still at primary school. The media regulator describes it as inevitable and unavoidable.
Russia goes to the polls for an election that Vladimir Putin will almost certainly win.
Young men are 4 times more likely to be convicted of dangerous driving, but would graduated licenses save lives?
And good morning from a rather damp Cheltenham, where they're celebrating 100 years today of the Gold Cup. And I've been to meet the oldest living winner, Stan Hayhurst. We'll hear from him after 8:30.
And it's time for Lenny's last turn. The comedian will present his final comic relief tonight after 39 years at the house. We'll talk to fellow presenter David Tennant.
Sadly, nothing comical about our weather at the moment. More rain to come today for many of you, but there will be some brighter spells too, and that will continue at times through this coming weekend. I'll have your full forecast here on Breakfast.
Good morning. It's Friday, the 15th of March. Our main story today, exposure to violent online content is now unavoidable for children in the UK, with many seeing it while still in primary school. That's according to a new Ofcom report.
The regulators urging social media companies to strengthen child protection on their platforms. Our technology reporter Shona McCallum has more.
How much time do you think you spend on your phone a day?
Even Prince William is asking these questions when meeting with a group of school children at a West London youth centre yesterday.
That's quite a lot. But I bet you feel better coming here.
But when children are on their smartphones, their innocence can soon be compromised. Ofcom say out of the 247 children it spoke to, all of them had encountered a range of violence, including gaming content, verbal discrimination and fighting. And all of them, some as young as 8 years old, had seen these posts pop up on social media, video sharing and messaging sites, many before the minimum age requirements.
Children should not feel that seriously harmful content, whether that's violence or content about eating disorders or suicide and self-injury, should be an inevitable or unavoidable part of their lives online. I think today's research really sets out clearly that the platforms just need to do more.
So what can be done to prevent this type of harm? Well, from this research, a lot of the children didn't know and felt they had no control over it. They also said they had no trust in the reporting systems on social media platforms. The children in this research said that they wanted the internet to be a safe place to be, but many had to rely on themselves to keep it that way rather than the adults in charge. Now, of course, when a child has been exposed to violence, it's really too late. It cannot be unseen. Esther Jai knows that all too well. Her daughter Brianna was murdered after her killers were able to access violent content.
I would like to see phones that are made suitable for young people. And I really think that if this was in place before, then this could have prevented what happened to Brianna. Kids are so much more tech savvy, and that I wasn't aware of what Brianna was looking at online.
Two other studies also had similar messaging. One said suicide, self-harm and eating disorder content was prolific on socials. The other said cyberbullying had a negative impact on children's health. All make for grim reading, but the recurring theme here was the children's lack of trust and confidence in reporting these problems online. Shona McCallum, BBC News.
Just coming up to 4 minutes past 8. Charlie, we're talking a lot about elections this year, here in the UK perhaps, in the United States, and Russia as well, but maybe an outcome that's more predictable than the others.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of international interest, of course, in what's happening in Russia. Right now, as we speak, actually, Russians go to the polls in the country's presidential election, which critics say Vladimir Putin is expected to win. I think we can take you to a live shot here, which we've been watching all morning. This is a polling station in Moscow. You can see voters heading in to cast their vote. Voting now taking place 3 days, we understand. Mr. Putin faces little opposition. Of course, his most serious rivals are either dead, in prison, or in exile. So that's the vote continuing. Let's speak to our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, in Moscow. Morning to you, Steve. I think you're outside one of those polling stations, aren't you? Just help us with a bit of detail. What is on those voting forms that they're filling in, and what, if anything, will this election tell us?
Well, there are four candidates in this election. So, the Kremlin can say that this is a free and fair election. Look, democracy in action. In fact, a few days ago, the Kremlin said that
oh my God, I want to put it down for a minute. There
democracy
is.
in the world. And that is how the state media is covering it. This morning, I watched the morning news on Russian television. They were showing busy polling stations, people braving the elements in the Russian Far East to come out, snowstorms and everything, but still coming out to cast their vote. And the anchor said, who is going to govern our country for the next 6 years? I think basically we know the answer to that question, because the whole political system in Russia is based around one man, built around one man, Vladimir Putin. The Kremlin
No, not
tightly
Putin,
controls
Raver.
the political system, including elections. So there's little doubt that 3 days from now, when the result is announced, the official result, he will be declared the winner, and with a landslide. What happens then in Russia, we don't know. the direction of travel for this country is worrying. We're seeing increasing repression at home, aggression abroad, but it's unclear what will happen after the election, what Vladimir Putin's policy will be.
At the moment, thank you very much. Steve Rosenberg reporting from Moscow for us this morning. Rishi Sunak has ruled out holding a general election on the 2nd of May, when voters will go to the polls, of course, for the local elections in England. Prime Minister previously said his working assumption was that election will be held in the second half of the year, but until now had dismissed the possibility of a spring election. Labour's Deputy Leader Angela Rayner has said she would like to see Diane Abbott back in the Labour Party. Abbott's currently suspended from the party over comments she made about Jewish people, but remains in Parliament as an independent MP. This comes as the Conservatives refuse to confirm or deny reports the donor Frank Hester, who's at the centre of a racism row of alleged comments about Miss Abbott, has given more money to the party. MPs would get a 5.5% pay rise from April. That increases their annual salary to more than £91,000. The Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority said the decision was in line with the award agreed for senior civil servants. At the end of another difficult week for the royal family, both the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex took part in an event paying tribute to their late mother last night, but did not appear together. Prince William was at the Diana Legacy Award ceremony in London, while Harry joined later via video call after his brother had left. Our correspondent Sophie Long has more.
There was a time on a night like this that the Prince of Wales would have had his brother by his side. Not now. With the divide between them as deep as ever, William attended the Diana Awards alone.
I'm very delighted, as always, to be here to recognise the transformational achievements of 20 exceptional young people from across the world. Each and every one of their stories, which you will hear shortly, are testament to their character, their passion, and their determination to make a lasting and meaningful difference to the lives of others.
His Royal Highness presented the prestigious Diana Legacy Award to young changemakers from all over the world who selflessly created positive social change. Many of the recipients weren't born until after his mother was tragically killed in a car crash. Now they are proudly part of her legacy.
She is very much loved in Nigeria, and our legacy kind of like transcends generation. And I think for my generation, because we have social media, we get to read about her, and it's inspiring how then, even without information, she was able to do so much. And now that we have so much, we can do much more.
Prince William laughed and joked with the award winners, showing little sign of strain amid the health issues facing his father and his wife, Catherine. After William had left, his brother Harry congratulated the winners from California via video phone.
My mum would be incredibly proud of all the work that you've done. I'm incredibly proud, and thank you for doing everything that you do.
A sign that despite their differences, the two brothers remain committed to honouring their late mother's efforts.
Oh, it's true, look, it's Friday.
Any chance
It's fucking bin day.
the rift between them
Oh, my bag is out there.
BBC News, London.
It's coming up to 10 minutes past 8. Matt's taking a look at the weather. I warn you, he's not going to be telling us anything particularly good to hear. So you've got a nice picture.
I've got a nice picture, and there will be some brighter spells, but yet more rain.
What? Squeezing between all the rain?
Hopefully for some bit more in the way of brightness.
Some people like the rain though.
Indeed, but you have too much of a good thing.
Can?
Yeah, anyway, very good morning. It has brightened up a little bit, as you can see here in near Sheffield. This is Bradfield, caught by one of our weather watchers, Johan van der Lee. It's going to be one of those days where, whilst there will be some rain around for many of us at times, there will be some longer dry spells developing, particularly as we go into the second half of the day. Now, to just show you the radar chart, how things are playing out right now. The persistent rain we've seen in northern England starting to ease its way east. It's working across North Yorkshire. More persistent rain in the north of Scotland and snow in the mountains. Down towards southern counties, between the Cheltenham. We've got some heavy showers around at the moment. They've been pushing through the 5-6 degrees to the day. And some of those could become heavy and thundery. But any dry spells of dead northern England, parts of North Wales, the more persistent rain in northern Scotland will be heading its way southwards. Which does mean In the final for Scotland, after a grey and pretty wet start, there will be a bit of brightness in the second half of the day. Normally breeze, not desperately strong, but keep things on the cool side here. It's cool and grey and damp across much of eastern Scotland. Far west of Scotland, Northern looking too bad this afternoon, a bit more sunshine and brighter across parts of northern England, Midlands and Wales compared to what we've seen so far. But lots of showers pushing through across the south. Given the strength of the breeze, though, they should pass through quite quickly, but for 1 or 2, they will be frequent. And as I said, there is a chance of the odd rumble of thunder. Mild here, 15 degrees, it was 18 yesterday, but tonight, a chilly night to come, much colder than last night. Clearer skies developing for many. Widespread frost, maybe some ice. Scotland into parts of northern and western England, as well as eastern parts of Wales. And as we go into the weekend, it does mean a chilly start to the weekend. Best of brightness on Saturday in the morning. For Sunday, there will be some longer sunnier spells, but still some showers around. Thank you, Charlie. Back to you.
Matt, thanks very much.
Let's see, time now is 12 minutes past 8. Now, the brother of a man killed in a high-speed crash is calling for action to stop young men from killing themselves and others behind the wheel.
It comes as new BBC analysis reveals that men under the age of 25 are 4 times more likely than other drivers to be convicted of dangerous or careless driving and 4 times more likely to be caught drug driving. They're also twice as likely to be caught drink driving.
Yes, each year, more than 1,500 young drivers are killed or seriously injured on UK roads, and one of those was 19-year-old Sammy Phillips. His older brother, Jamie, has been investigating why so many young men are killed on the roads.
Young men, fast cars, it's a lethal combination.
We're full of the speed, smoking tyres, you know.
You just feel like you do feel like you're invincible.
My name's Jamie Morris, and I'm 25 years old. My brother Sammy was 19 when he was killed in a horrific driver.
It's obviously left the road, hit there, yeah.
It was just carnage. This collision will stay with me forever. It's probably one of the worst ones I think I've seen.
Stop there, wait.
Sammy's friend Lewis was driving. The police found his blood alcohol was 3.5 times the legal limit. Hearing all the excruciating details was tough.
Extensive skull fractures, and both of their deaths were a result of the catastrophic and traumatic injuries that they have sustained. He won't have suffered. He really won't have suffered. That would have been instant.
They're outside of any life safety. Yeah. Anybody in that? Yeah, okay.
Chris was the first paramedic on the scene.
I quickly went over to the car where Sammy and his friend were, felt in for pulses and things. And the level of injuries that they had, there was quite obviously nothing that we could do to reverse it.
Seeing the car, the speed they were going, the age, what goes through your mind?
You kind of, in a way, if I'm honest, you think, you idiots, what were you doing? This could be so avoidable,
My brother's friend John was with Sammy and Lewis earlier in the evening on the night they died.
We're all smiling and happy in that photo. And it's my most cherished memory. Yeah.
God, the fact that there's like a time on it as well, I find it's just, you know what I mean? And then like an hour later.
Yeah.
It was actually less than an hour later that Sammy and Lewis were dead.
I was supposed to give Sammy a lift home, but I ended up not. Lewis had a new BMW, and Sammy had not been in it yet.
Yeah, you might have passed your driving lessons and read your driving test, but now you're dead. I mean,
Does it scare you?
Yeah.
is it because you were driving like a twat?
It's like the world stops for you. I think people need to realise that it's not. You don't come back, mate. You make a mistake, that's it.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Jamie, do you remember this video that I found?
After Sammy died, Mum found a couple of videos like this on the pad. He filmed them at different times over the years.
It's just really frightening.
We've no idea whose car he's in, but my brother's filming from the passenger seat. We found no evidence Sammy ever shared his videos, but when I looked on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, I found some shocking posts. People boasting about driving dangerously.
Can people be prosecuted even if no accident occurs, just from posting that?
Yes, most definitely.
here's the evidence. And I would encourage prosecutions, because people who do that, they're doing it only for one reason, glorifying themselves and their law breaking.
Dr. Sean Hellman is from the Transport Research Laboratory in Berkshire.
The psychological trait of sensation seeking peaks at mid to late teens. So this is at literally the point where we're giving them access to motorised transport. And they're kind of unleashed on this new world. And unfortunately, that's really, really risky for some individuals.
Like many bereaved families, Dr. Hellman believes graduated driving licenses are the way forward, with a minimum supervised learning period, curfews, and a limit to the number of passengers new drivers can carry.
Those systems are really effective. We think they save between 20 and 40% of collisions. We know it can be done because many other countries have done it.
When I talk about my flow, I mean the frequency, running through our bodies very secretly. I learned my lesson a lot more from my license being revoked than actually crashing myself.
Rapper Ned Price is from Sussex. He passed his test at 17, and the very same day he crashed, rolling his car 4 times. It didn't scare him as much as it should have.
Survive something like that, you do feel like you're invincible. You shouldn't think like that, but at that age, it's how you think. I didn't really even learn that much from that. I just go straight back into another car like a week after, and I crashed that into the back of a Beamer.
Do you think that having your license revoked potentially saved your life?
I've got to retake my test, I've got to do my theory again and all of that, so that's kind of what's taught me the main lesson, I think. I'm sure I would have gotten a worse accident if I didn't have it revoked.
Joe Shiner is the National Policing Lead on road safety.
I think we need greater sentencing powers. I also think that the idea around whether you call it progressive driving licences or graduating driving licences really does need to be taken forwards very strongly.
The hardest thing for me now is when I think about the future and I think about all the things that I might have to look forward to. It's upsetting because without him, they're going to be without Sammy.
It's an important picture, that one, isn't it? Sammy's mum, Justine, Jamie's brother, are here with us now. Morning to you.
Hello.
Jamie, let's start with you. It's a very brave thing you have done for all the right reasons to draw attention to something, which is your life story, isn't it? This is the story of your brother. And you had to see and look and investigate and think about things that no one would really want to.
Yeah, I think I've always been quite a curious person, and in sort of wanting to know exactly what happened, it was quite natural for me, I think, to then do the documentary and research it, because I had all these questions in my head about, I don't know, it's not for everyone, but not knowing what happened, you just sort of I pictured it so many times in my head, and so it didn't feel too invasive for me to go down that path.
And that was including seeing footage of the occasion which was taken from the police officers on the scene. And I think a lot of people who have been involved in road traffic accidents, sometimes mercifully not with the same results as with your brother, will know that sense of wanting to know reasons, to understand it better.
I mean, I think that's essentially, why inquests happen as well, but it's one of those things, some people wouldn't want to know the details, but other people would, and I think that's completely fine.
What did you learn?
Well, I learned a lot. I learned obviously what happened on that night, but I also learned a lot about what the experts have to say and what could be done, but what isn't being done, to help young people.
Justine, what was Sammy like?
Sammy was good-natured. He was sunny personality. He was 19 when he died, and he was probably a little bit immature for his age. He had a childlike quality to him, but he was doing really well. He'd got his first proper job just a few months before, and life was really beginning to blossom for him.
You talk about that childlike quality. Do you think that is? Do you say that because of perhaps is reflected in the decisions he took?
Absolutely. Sammy's teenage brain could often catch him out. Sammy was learning to drive. He didn't drive himself, and I was quite happy to keep him in the learner zone. I didn't feel confident that he was actually sensible enough himself to drive.
And part of that is because of the decisions he took about who he would be in a car with.
Indeed. A couple of years before the fatal accident, he was involved in another car crash. He was a backseat passenger. It was in a car with 4 young men in it, and it careered.
And this is him after that accident?
That is him.
2 years before.
They all survived to tell the tale that time. But Sammy describes being in the back of the car and being too scared to tell his mate who was driving to slow down and thinking that he was going to die. And we honestly thought that that was perhaps going to be the best lesson for him, but sadly not.
Jamie, you're by a long distance the closest to the age group we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is you, isn't it? What have you sort of grown to understand about how it is that the risks that are clearly out there and unknown? I mean, if you're driving a car, you're in a passenger in a car, and it's going too fast, you do know that. What have you learnt about the process by which someone might call it or not put themselves in that position?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I definitely learned speaking to some of the experts in the documentary, is that male teenage brains in social situations, whether, intoxicated, they do just take more risks. And there was a really interesting story, it said where it's not our fault. It said about it's not their fault, the young people that are sort of dying on the roads. And I think that is true to an extent, because it's so hard. At 17, you're exposed to, like driving, you've sort of met social situations, you're probably drinking as well. And then all of a sudden you're allowed to get behind the wheel of a car. And I don't know, I think there definitely needs to be more in place, so that, essentially boys will be boys, teenagers will be teenagers.
That George has done me in.
That's always going to be like that.
I feel fucked.
So we need to sort of help them through that
So what do
period.
you think that answer is then?
Well, to the people that I did, it was absolutely brilliant, and the consensus, I think, for graduates to talk about, and also.
So this is restrictions when you're younger,
Yeah.
i.e. not driving at night, for example, not carrying passengers.
Exactly.
Right, okay.
I think one of the things that Sean in the documentary said is that for every passenger you carry in the car, you're that many times more likely to have a crash. So, 2 people in the car, twice as likely. So eradicating that and graduated driving would help.
I think there is a stage before that, and what we discovered during making the documentary and found quite shocking was that England doesn't have a published road safety strategy. We haven't had one since 2019. We're the only country in the G7 not to have one. So if we don't have that vision, that intention, it's really hard to talk about the
Can you
solutions.
explain that a little more? Because I don't know quite what you mean by that. We have a highway code and you have rules and regulations for use of the road. What's the thing beyond that you're talking about?
So it's quite normal for countries and for the Department of Transport, which have had in the past, a strategy, a kind of intention, a roadmap of how they intend to sort of implement road safety and bring fatalities down. And the one that we had expired in 2019, and so we don't currently have. It feels that we don't sort of currently have that commitment, that intention.
I don't know whether, sorry, I was just going to say, Jamie, are there places that you've looked, and I'm sure you have over time, other countries where you think they just do it better, where there is more caution?
I think in Australia they have a graduated driving licence scheme, and I think there's some other countries in Europe as well, and it's proven to work. The proof is there.
Yeah, and honestly, we've discussed this on this programme. There's always the pushback that there will be younger people who have families, and so you've got children, or younger people who live in rural areas who need to drive, because public transport isn't there. You had a really powerful message to go even one step back, and I think it was, just a message from a mum.
Indeed, I think after Sammy's inquest and hearing it all laid out, all of the circumstances and how they died, and obviously alcohol played a big part in the sort of the driver's decision making across to young men, and it was think of your mum.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's an important film, and the reason, frankly, why it works so well, Jamie, is because it's you, and you are. People are seeing it through your eyes and feeling that. So, well done.
Thank you.
It will make a difference,
Thank
and we'll
you.
keep an eye on what happens. Thank
It
you very much.
will make people think, which is the whole point of having you both. And the documentary is called Drive Fast, Die Young. It's available to watch on the iPlayer right now.
So it's 8:26 the time now, just over there somewhere. There's a studio just getting going. They're cranking it up somewhere. Who's there today?
Sarah and Gethin, good morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
Good to see you, yes. Good morning. Coming up on the show today, Oval Energy is under fire as some bill payers claim they've been overcharged and received terrible customer service. My consumer chat, Matt Allwright, explains what to do if you're one of them.
Yes, this was prompted by a social media post from BBC presenter Victoria Coren Mitchell, who says she's paid thousands more than she should. I'll tell you how to work out if you've been mischarged and how to escalate your complaints.
Yes, plus our very own Helen Skelton, whose family has a history of breast cancer, finds out what it's like to get tested for gene mutations that can increase your chances of getting the disease. Something Morning Live team member Beth has done.
Being told that I had it, when I first sat in that doctor's room and they said, you've got the gene mutation, I walked away and I felt like I'd been told I had cancer. I was really upset and I didn't realise actually how much it was gonna, it might make me cry now. I didn't realise how much it would upset me because I was worried for my kids. This is so stupid, sorry.
No, it's not so stupid. We love you, Beth. Now, we share the steps that you can take today to reduce the risk of the devastating condition.
We're also checking in with Dr. Poonam today to find out what she's seen in her surgery this week.
I'm seeing a lot of problems with nail health at the moment. It can be down to things like stress and poor diet. So if your fingers look like any of these, it could be a sign of other issues. So I'll show you how dents can be a sign of psoriasis and curves could mean that you need more iron.
And we've got an iron woman proving her metal. Radio 1 presenter Molly King is on the final stretch of a mega 500-kilometre pedal power for Red Nose Day challenge. She will reach Hull later today. And let's have a look if we can see her. There she is now. Look, she looks quite tired. Not surprising.
Early start this morning, 5:30, and I was listening to the Radio 1 with her and Greg James this morning.
Tears.
So emotional.
Bless her, so emotional, absolutely exhausted. We're going to try and speak to her live to see how she's getting on this morning, how she's feeling, and we will see you at 9:30.
Okay, we shall enjoy. Thanks, both.
Time now to get the news, travel, and the weather where you are.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the south. An unprecedented closure of the M25 in Surrey this week to a plea to drivers to follow diversions and ignore their sat-navs. The motorway will close from 9 o'clock this evening until Monday morning, both ways between junctions 10 for Guildford and 11 for Chertsey. Traffic will be diverted onto other routes through towns and villages in Surrey, and long delays are forecast.
Collisions occur on the approach to both the M25 junction 10 and also the A3 as it approaches junction 10. It's just because of the sheer volume of traffic and people changing lanes, often at last minute. So multiple collisions, not generally serious ones, but just the sheer number of them.
Isle of Wight Council has announced it will be replacing the Cowes Floating Bridge. The £3.5 million chain ferry across the River Bedina has been plagued with issues since it was installed 7 years ago. Council leader Phil Jordan said he knew it was a decision people had been waiting for, and so had he. Consultants say any replacement vessel would have to be radically redesigned. Nature projects across the south have been given a share of government funding to create and restore important habitats. The North Wessex Downs across Berkshire, Oxfordshire, Hampshire and Wiltshire are getting £1.5 million. Grants are also going to projects in Dorset and the New Forest. Today is Comic Release Red Nose Day. Fundraisers across the south will be doing something funny for money to support projects making a change to people's lives across the UK and around the world. Among the charities getting funding is Dingley's Promise. It runs 3 preschools in Berkshire, one in Southampton and another in Gloucester for children up to the age of 5 who have special educational needs and disabilities. Another open next month in Bournemouth.
We have very close working relationships with the families right from the phone call or email they send to get a referral to Dingley's Promise. We then will do a home visit, find out what the child's needs are, what the family's needs are, and try and support them as much because it's a really tough journey for families. Come to terms that their child does have special educational needs and is going to need support throughout their lives.
Do get involved if you can. Right, time for a look at the weather. B. Tucker has the forecast.
Hi, good morning. We've got another fairly cloudy day today across the south. The winds will be slightly stronger than yesterday, with the risk of a few showers. And those showers quite widespread this morning, but the wind's moving them through quite quickly. I think there will be a risk of a shower today. They'll be heavy with the risk of some thunder, but the wind's moving them through quickly. And actually, we could see a few bright spells developing into the afternoon. Those winds coming up from the southwesterly direction, so staying mild, but we could see gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour. Showers clearing overnight, the winds ease. A lot of the cloud clears away, actually. There will be a little bit more pushing into the west, but for most of us, a colder night than we've seen recently underneath those clearer skies. Tomorrow, 1 or 2 fog patches. First thing, quite cloudy, a risk of a shower, but the shower's not as widespread as today. Still quite blustery, but those winds slightly lighter coming afternoon and staying mild.
And that's all for now. I'm back just after 9 o'clock with more headlines from the Sun. See you then. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome back. You're watching Breakfast with Charlie Bates and Nadia Monchetti.
It's all got very colourful all of a sudden in the studio here. More colourful than normal. David Tennant's arrived with his brightly coloured sweater.
I'm slightly melding with the set.
Haven't you done well?
Thank you very much.
You've got the orange and the red. You've got it all going on.
Yeah.
Did you think it through?
It looks like I did, didn't it? So I'll say I did.
You did. And the reason you're here is because tonight you're on stage doing comedy relief right here.
That's right. Red Nose Day is up.
Can we get the Sir Lenny Henry thing out of the way now? This is his last one.
I know. It's quite a significant moment. 39 years Comedy Relief's been going, and he was there at the start. And so this will be a big farewell. Yeah.